Hello, guys and gals, and welcome, man. A late stream today, but you know what? I don't care. I don't care. I had to work tonight, so whatever. And I'm still here, and we're gonna play some more. And yeah, reasons. Where's my light switch from my doojang? Oh, there it is. Beak. Welcome, welcome, yeah, welcome. Welcome. Alright, let's get Diablo bumping. So, bink, bink. Got a little bit of the Boblo. Let's get some music jamming. We need some jamming music. Oh yeah, perfect. Nice burp. Burping. Burping and farting all night long. Just a burping and a farting and a burping and a farting. Just a burping and a farting and a burping and a farting and a farting and a burping and a burping and a farting and a farting and a burping and a burping and a farting all night. All night. Burping and a farting and a farting and a burping and a burping and a farting and a farting and a burping and a burping and a farting and a farting and a burping and a burping and a farting and a farting and a burping all night. All night. Yes, what have you walked into? As they slowly back out of the room. They slowly back out of the room. What's up, McJukes? What's up, Bootas? What's up, Acrid, Logan, Dark Shift Gaming, Super Gimpo Man? How's it going? What's the poll tonight? Pretzels. There you go. I put pretzels up there. What do you like? Do you like pretzel sticks? Do you like pretzel rods? Do you like pretzel twists? Do you like soft pretzels? What's your pretzel preference? What is the pretzel preference? Hey GGM, newer to the channel, and I mostly lurk. Oh, we have a lurk command for you. Look at that. You can come in and you can go like this, and you can go ! lurk, and there's an even another command for you, and it'll say enjoy the lurk. It's been fun watching your journey to 100 this season. Thanks for streaming. No problem. I'm glad you enjoy it. You don't always got to be an active member. You don't always got to chat all the time. You know, sometimes I swear some of my most loyal viewers, they don't say nothing. They'll watch like everything I ever put out. I don't say nothing. But you know what? And this is just a little tidbit here for you, though. For those of you who really do enjoy the channel, there is nothing that helps grow a channel faster than somebody who participates in chat. As much as the lurkers are definitely very interesting and support the channel in their own way, when somebody participates in chat and actually communicates and talks with other people, it draws in more people. And you know, it's just interesting things, you know. You start talking about something and people want to join in, and they always have something to add in, you know, like telling their side of the story or giving their opinion on something. And it just, in general, those people that talk tend to be very valuable to the channel as a whole because they draw in more people who want to talk. They do indeed. They do indeed. Yes, indeed. Now, I don't think there's going to be very many people on tonight, but I'm going to hop in here anyway. I don't want to interrupt anybody who's busy with something, so there are 3 people on, but I don't know if they're actually here or not. But if they want to come say hi, I will be in voice chat. Let's talk about something fun. What should we talk about today? I may have overdid it on the snacks. I was running out of snacks and I decided to get some snacks, and I saw these in the store. Man, these are like my favorite, like all-time favorite. I don't know why these are my all-time favorite. There's tons of different chips and things out there, but these are my absolute all-time favorite. Hers, if you're listening, I would like a sponsorship. Give me a lifetime supply of these, and I will shout them from the rooftops every single time I get a chance. I don't know why these are so good, but they are just so freaking good. They're so good. They are so good. And they don't sell them in grocery stores either. Hers seems to be banned from grocery stores or something. So like in regular grocery stores, you can never find them. They're always in odd places like Ollie's or like a gas station. You see them in gas stations a lot. And Walmart carries them, but Walmart's kind of more of an odd store than the regular grocery stores. So I don't know why, but they're delicious. If you like spicy stuff, they're not particularly very spicy. They're just kind of spicy, and I absolutely freaking love them. Boobus Akubus the monster dog is with me today. Kubus, would you like a porkum rind? Come on. They want to see you. Everybody wants to see you, Mr. Kubus. Come on, get it, yes. Come on. Cody. Here. Come and get it. You gotta come grab it. Gotta come grabs it. Oh no, so give me that. Don't do it to me. There you go. Nice and crunchy. Got a good crunch to it. Does it taste good? He said, that's got a good crunch there. He said, I do like that. That's some pigums. That's pigums right there. That's a pigum. Would you like another pigum? Here's a big one. Look at that. That's a curly one. Look at that. What do you think of that? Yeah, you want that little curly one? There you go. Take it. Hey, what's up, Daddy? What's up, Jessvin? Swoosh. He said, what, you don't give me some more? He said, I like them. He said, so you gotta give me all them. He said, I'll take every single one of them. Give me all them. All them. Give me all them. He said, if you got some more of them, I'll take some all. He said, my name is Gimme Jimmy. My name is Jimmy Gimme. I'll take them all. He said, you don't know me. He said, they look delicious. Man, we gotta get some appropriate level doojanks so we can get our character leveled up. I need to hit 100. I'm tired of this character already. I want to move on. I want to go to my barbarian. I want to go to a couple different characters. I want to move on with my life. What's my take on the barber heart? It's broken, and it nerfs quite a few classes. They need to fix it. The barber heart is absolutely broken, and they need to fix it. I mean, first off, the barber heart shouldn't work on everybody. I don't know why it works on everybody. That's already a big issue. Like, a character that's outside of my party. Not even in my party. A character that's outside of my party shouldn't be interfering with my damage output. On top of that, quite a few characters can't even get their full damage output when that barber gem is activated. The barber gem causes issues because it suppresses all damage, including proccing effects. So if you're the kind of character who depends on lucky hit, if you're the kind of character that depends on hit or a critical strike, or there's 100 different things that can go on. Like if you're one of those characters that depends on certain aspects, like bleeding damage, poison damage, shadow damage that has to go over time, a lot of these effects just simply get muted. They just don't happen. It's like they don't happen at all. And so if your character is relying on those proccing effects, the barber gem just completely nerfs their damage into oblivion. Alright, so what do I need to do today? I need to level up. That's my goal. Level up. So what's our optimal level at this point for EXP? So 97 plus 10 minus 54. So we're looking at 53s as our optimal. So let's grab some 53s in here. So we can craft 51 to 60s. Let's go ahead and craft 5 51 to 60s. Death Pulse sucks balls. I hate playing Death Pulse. I don't care about that one. Burns Primary Resource, I don't care about that one either. That'll be an okay one. For me, Primary Resource doesn't matter. That one's fine. That one's fine. Okay. Alright, so we got three to the decent. Let's just go ahead and organize those. Let's make sure we got a potion running. What's up, Baxter? What's up, Kevin? What's up, Righty? You can't replace a Wrathful with another Wrathful. You can replace a Wrathful with another Wrathful. You can. But you have to take the amulet off. So if you have a Wrathful Heart inside of your amulet, you can only technically have one equipped at any given time. So if you try to replace it while it's on your character, that's what messes it up. So what you have to do is you have to take the amulet off, and then you have to take your Wrathful Gem and then drop it into the slot. It'll let you overwrite it if it's not on your character. But if you take it and you put it on your character and you try and overwrite it, it's going to give you an error message. Slay all enemies in the Tainted Aqueduct. Bear, look at my big bear. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow, bow.
not ready yet. I'm low on spirit. I must wait a moment. I'm out of spirit.
I don't care about being out of spirit. We're gonna kill you all. Soft pretzels are winning by 50%. That is a large margin of soft pretzelness. Pretzel rods ain't getting no love at 0%. Dang.
I must wait a moment.
Them poor pretzel rods, man. What'd they ever do to y'all? What'd they ever do to y'all? Them poor pretzel rods, they ain't do nothing. Them the baby rods.
I'm not ready yet.
Whew. So it looks like we're getting a new ARPG from the Diablo 2 team. Apparently Eric Schaefer and Phil Shank are coming together, and I don't know how many other Diablo 2 developers from the old days. I'm not sure if Brevik is going to be on the team yet, but apparently quite a few of the Diablo 2 developers are coming together to make a new game. I posted some details on the community board if you guys want to take a look at it. It's interesting. Looks like it's going to be about a year before we get any information on that, though. They're only just now forming everything. Apparently they're in pre-development, getting everything set up. So about a year from now, I guess we're going to find out. Oh God, dude, let me out. That is way too much going on in there. Let me out. Let me out. No, thank you. I don't want to play with y'all. Y'all are rude. Y'all just teaming up on me like that. What am I supposed to do in there? Look at all that cooling wind. Look, I'm already chilly enough. I got the AC bumping. I don't need the cooling wind on top. I think I'm about to get locked down and killed here. This is way too much crowd control. They are locking me. They are literally locking me down with crowd control. Frozen, chilling wind, cold enchanted, fears, everything in the freaking world. Lord Jesus in heaven. I'm actually really worried about this, by the way, because next week we're going to get a patch that's going to increase the density of Nightmare Dungeons, and it's going to increase the density of HellTides. And you see how I just got locked down already? This is before the densities increased. They were able to lock me down almost infinitely. Do you realize that I can pretty much spam Earthen Bulwark, which is my unstoppable? I can hit the button, and I can go like this, and I can hit the button again, and I can go like this, and I can hit the button again, and I can go like this, and I can hit the button again. Like, I can spam unstoppable on my character so fast that it's absolutely insane that those monsters could just lock me down like that. Like, just completely and utterly lock me down to the point where I couldn't get away. Chilling wind, freezing effects, fears, cold enchanted, just everything, and the kitchen sink thrown in, and I can't stop it. I can't do anything about it. I can spam my unstoppable as many times as I want, and I can't stop it. I literally just spammed my unstoppable right there, and they still managed to lock me down. The only choice I have, basically, is to run away. It's the only choice I got is to string them out and run away and hope that I don't get locked down with all of the crowd control effects.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
What's up, IQ freak? Well, I love you too, sir. I love you too. But in a very, you know, masculine way. A very masculine form of love. Like Tim the Toolman Taylor. I'll get you a new wrench set. How is it awkward? Two guys can't love each other? Come on now, what's wrong? We can't love each other now? How about if you really love me, buy me some pork rinds? How about that? I like the chickaroons. I like the ones with the sweet southern heat on them. Them's good. Them's is real good. Chickaroons. What's up, Jen? You love you like a bee loves a flower. I love you like the flower loves the sun in winter. You sounds like that poem from the Knight's Tale. The Knight's Tale poem. How did it go? The Knight's Tale poem. My dearest Jocelyn, it is strange to think I haven't seen you since a month. I have seen the new moon, but not you. I have seen sunsets and sunrises, but nothing of your beautiful face. The pieces of my broken heart are so small that they can be passed through the eye of a needle. I miss you like the sun misses the flower, like the sun misses the flower in the depths of winter. Instead of beauty to direct its light to, the heart hardens like a frozen world. Your absence has banished me too. Replace Jocelyn by Freakinetic. You can't just be plagiarizing, sir. You got to write your own lines. At least paraphrase. Oh god, that boy pulled me in. That dang spicy.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
You can spam bulwark pretty heavily, Elmo. I mean, I was just demonstrating that earlier. Depending on how you have your character set up, there's a couple different ways, but you can basically spam it almost infinitely. You're gonna have to spike damage the druid. You're not gonna be able to just take him out. You gotta spike him,
I'm not ready yet.
or lock him down with crowd controls. That also works. I mean, I can show you right now how quickly I can just spam Earthen Bulwark. Give me just a second.
I must wait a moment.
So at any time I want to, I could basically just spam Earthen Bulwark. I can reduce the cooldown by using my other spells. So for instance, in this particular case, you'll notice that if I attack the air, Earthen Bulwark's cooldown just continues to go down. It's random, though. The problem is it doesn't always happen. So it's about a 30% chance to get a 5-second reduction off of Earthen Bulwark, but when it does occur, as you can see, I can pretty much just spam it constantly. So that it's essentially always up and refreshed, which is kind of insane. The Bulwark is just nuts.
I must wait a moment.
My opinion of Diablo 4 is slowly starting to change, and as more bugs and things are starting to occur, it's just coming to me that it's just an unfinished game. I think the main issue with this game is that it's just unfinished, and it's a pretty hefty criticism in my book, because no matter how you look at this game, no matter what angle you look at this game from, No matter what lens or whose eyeballs you use, if you're some sort of serial killer that likes to look through other people's eyeballs, the game is just unfinished. It's unfinished. That's what it is. We are playing an unfinished game. And I think that's the most damning criticism that I can ever make of this game, is that this game is unfinished. I don't know why or in what realm of space and time they decided that they needed to release an unfinished game, but they did. They released an unfinished game. A year from now, this game will probably be amazing. Because by then it'll probably be actually finished. We probably won't even recognize it by comparison to what it was when it launched. All the different unique items that they're going to be adding, all the different modifiers and aspects, and everything that the seasons bring, and when the new characters come in, and probably when the first expansion hits and whatnot, the game is going to change dramatically, and it's going to change for the better. But right now, as of this moment, this is an unfinished product. We are playing an early access game at best. In fact, I would even go so far as to say that this game is honestly still in beta. The sheer number of bugs and problems that they've had on this game since launch have made me realize that this is just an unfinished game, and somewhere along the line, I guess they were forced to release the game. That's the only thing I can think of, is that their investors were like, hey, what's going on with this game? You guys have been in production for X number of years. Why haven't you guys released yet? Where's the beta? Where's the alpha? Why don't we have any product to show for it? And I think somewhere along the line, they just kind of pushed it out. And they shouldn't have. I feel like this game could have used another year in testing and beta. This game could have used another year, and if it had waited about another year, I feel like everybody would be looking at a completely different game and they'd be excited. But as it is right now, we're basically beta testers. We're all beta testers at this point, and it's bad. There's so many bugs and so many issues with the game that we're basically just suffering because they decided to release the game early. And nothing exemplifies this further than the fact that they keep putting game-breaking bugs in the game. I mean, it seems like every single patch, another game-breaking bug is added, because they don't have adequate testing, because they don't have a public test round, because they don't have things properly set up for us to like vet what's going on. And I mean, take one of the most clearly obvious problems that would have been vetted out if they had proper testing. If you go into the season board and you go to the season blessings, which it looks like I have some more ashes here, which I was unaware of. I can grab those real quick. If you go to the season blessings and you look, you see earn a bargaining, right? So you get a bonus money, right? So you can get what is it? Let me pull one of these. So you get 15% bonus gold, right, when you sell items. So it boosts the amount of gold that you get from items when you sell them at the vendor. Well, first off, the blessing was broken, and you could turn it off and turn it on, and you could basically infinitely create gold by buying items and selling them at the vendor. So what you would do is you would turn it on, and you would sell the item. Then you would turn it off, because you can turn it on and off at will. You turn it off, and then you buy the item back. And then you turn it on, and then you sell the item. And then you turn it off, and you buy the item back. And then you turn it off, and you sell it. You turn it on, and you sell it. And you just do that back and forth, so that you can just buy and sell items over and over and over again. And people were basically using this to earn infinite currency within the game. On top of this, not only is this bugged to the point where that was happening, and they had to fix it in an emergency patch, but they also had another problem, which is currently still in the game, by the way. So if you're using this, let this be your warning. If you take this and you go to a vendor to re-roll an item, let me just go show you real quick. Alright, so let's go over to the occultist so I can actually show you how this bug works. And this is a season mechanic, by the way. This is something that should have been vetted far in advance. Season mechanics are something that should have been beta tested already, and they're not. Alright, so if you go over here and you go to reroll an item, you'll notice that it costs 101,103 gold to reroll this item, right? If I take the season mechanic off, alright, so we take the season mechanic off, and we go back over here. Take that same staff. It's 89,868. Now let me choose a different item on here. I'm going to waste some money for you guys. So I'm going to re-roll this, right? We're just going to go ahead and change it. Doesn't matter. I'm probably going to sell this item anyway. Look, it's 449,000, right? Alright, let's go back in here. Let me turn it back on. Right? So let me take that same staff. We're going to put that same staff in there. 505,000. The thing is supposed to get you money. It's supposed to give you money, right? You're supposed to get more money from selling these items at a shop. And it does that. But it also does a whole bunch of other stuff wrong in the process by increasing the amount of gold that it costs you to enchant items massively, by the way. You know how high it gets when you reroll items. You can reroll items to the point where they're costing you 10, 20 million for each reroll if you want to go that far, right? Well, this is just increasing the amount of reroll by a massive degree. So when you get into those million numbers where you have a reroll that's like 2 million gold, the bonus gold is actually costing you like an extra 500k per reroll, to the point where eventually it's like an extra million per reroll. This is the kind of bugs that only come into a game when the game is released way too early and they don't have adequate testing cycles, they don't have a PTR, they don't have people actually vetting what's going on. I don't understand how something like that could even make it into the game, to be honest. That should never have made it into the launch of a game. Never. That's the kind of stuff that can very easily be tested and rooted out through minor testing cycles. I mean, like a week long, like just prior to a patch. Just a week-long testing cycle prior to a patch would have rooted that out entirely. And this is just one of so many bugs that keep creeping their way into the game, and I don't know why they keep creeping their way into the game. They shouldn't be. There's just Super unique rares used to be cheap to reroll. They changed that, boot toss. So the super uniques are back to their normal item value. And also the normal item value for the, they also decreased the drop rate of those items as well, significantly. So you can kill them like 10 times and only get like 1 drop by comparison to before where they would drop 1 every single time. That's gone. For reroll prices, there's no way it cancels itself out. You got to understand that a 15% bonus in the amount is massive when you start getting into the higher numbers. There's no way it's ever going to offset itself out. You're talking about, if I have a reroll that costs me 2 million, that's plus 15%, which is going to be 300,000 gold for that reroll. The higher the reroll gets, like if I'm doing like a 10 mil reroll, which is pretty massive, and then you add on 15%, that's an additional 1.5 million that's coming from that. And if you don't realize it and you're using that bonus, as soon as you start rerolling, you are going to lose all of the money that you earned from selling stuff. All of it. You're going to lose every single penny. It's just going to go straight down the drain, and you're going to spend every single other penny that you got too. I mean, I understand that. I understand the whole, like, cost of the item determines the value of the cost of the enchant and so forth and so on, but that's something that they should have vetted out in advance. This should have been fixed properly in advance. This should not be like this. Why is something so simple like this A season mechanic that was designed in advance, that they knew about for months beforehand. They told us that the Season 1 patch had been designed and set up before the game even launched. So before the game even launched, they had this in place, which means that they had months to test this out and get this right, and it still came into the game broken. Alright, Butos, have fun, man. Like, let's, for a second here, let's just compile. Sorry to blind you guys with the whiteness of my notepad. Let's just compile real quick a list of bugs that made it into the game. From Diablo 4. So, D4 bugs. Bugs D4. That never should have made it in the game in the first place. You remember at launch, we had the skills would just stop working randomly. So all your skills would just stop working for no reason, right? Why did that make it into the game? Why was that even a thing? We even found that in beta and reported to them in beta, and it still made it into the game anyway. 142 super rare uniques from the HellTide chests. Why did that make it into the game? Why did that make it into the game at all? What was the point of adding something like that in that they didn't even adequately test themselves? And then 142 super rare unique items drop, and they're just like, we did it, we got it in time, so it wasn't that big of a deal. We plugged the hole in the boat, we didn't sink, but no big deal. Like something that they very easily could have tested in advance. Another one. There's hundreds of them, by the way. The season, what do they call them? Season blessings. Season blessings, being broken. In multiple ways. I mean, let me just put multiple ways. How did something as grand as a season blessing, which was done very far in advance, how did that end up making it into the game? Resistances being completely broken / useless. How did that make it into the game? I mean, that's a core mechanic. How did a core mechanic make it into the game like that? Cold Enchanted being broken. Cold Enchanted is broken right now. It's been confirmed by the developers that the Cold Enchanted affix is broken. How did that make it into the game? The chargers apparently are broken, as been confirmed by developers. Chargers are bugged, confirmed by devs. How did they make it into the game? Why the hell are these freaking chargers in the game in the first place? Like, what the hell is going on here? Reset dungeon. Dungeon button was being exploited. And it got removed because they didn't realize that people were going to be exploiting it. How would they not know? How would they not know people were going to exploit this? They had to take it out and then fix it and then put it back, and all this other stuff, and we've got like just tons and tons and tons of this bull crap, right? Just tons of this stuff that's going on a regular basis of things that are just broken. They removed the Magic Find sigil.
Wait, they did?
The Magic Find sigil was just removed from the game on one of the patches. I can't remember what patch it was removed on, but they just removed it, and we have no word on when it's going to be returning. Why? First off, why was it removed? Second off, is it bugged? Like, what's going on? Third off, like, when is it coming back? I swear we're in like a beta game. This is worse than beta. Let's call it alpha.
Oh, okay. It's not a beta or an alpha anymore. This is a live service. This is us testing it, and you pay for it.
Yeah, but my thing is that the game is so bugged and it's so broken that I couldn't even in good faith call this an actual launch of a game. I feel like I'm in early access is what I'm in. I feel like we're in an early access game that's not being marked as early access.
Can I ask an honest question? I thought the same thing when Fallout 76 came out.
Fallout 76 was horribly bugged when it launched.
Right? Well, it was just the same thing. Like, it's a live service, and Bethesda's this big herring company. Like, their previous games were awesome. Tout 'em. Like, it's gonna be great, right? No one's gonna throw Fallout on this. And it was terrible. It got dunked on really hard, and Bethesda still continued throwing money behind it. And it's
I've heard that it's gotten better.
Yeah.
But this is my point. I feel like this game has been released to us at a point where it was not ready to be released. This game was not ready for launch. They did not have adequate testing. They did not actually do things properly. There's no PTR. They keep every single patch. They seem to introduce new bugs and new problems. Every single patch.
Oh my gosh, it sounds like Bethesda.
We got aspect of anemia. Anemia was broken. Right? They had to remove it, fix it, do a whole bunch of crap to it. Goer's devastating grips. Broken. Right? Have had to been fixed multiple times. We can go even further, like freaking bleed barbs hitting for quintillion damage numbers. I don't even know if you've seen that one, Dank, but literally there was a bleed barb hitting for a number so high that it, like they had to go look up what that is. You got like billions and then trillions,
Yeah.
and then and like they didn't even know what the number was actually called. They had to go look it up. It was like quintillion or something. Like it was way past billions.
We're already Diablo 3.
No, this was a bug.
Like
Another bug. That's
into
the entire point of this conversation I'm having. Bugs, just tons and tons of bugs. Shred had a feedback loop issue between several skills, hitting for over 2 billion. This was a feedback loop problem between the Envenom passive, the Toxic Claws passive, the Grizzly Bear, Grizzly Rage. Like it was some sort of feedback loop that was being created between the different things that was constantly feeding on itself, and it would go higher and higher and higher until eventually the Druid was literally hitting for 2 billion damage, and they recently fixed that. Sorceress. Sorc, crowd control aspect. I can't remember the name of it right on top of my head.
Oh, it's the
was
one for the amulet you put it on.
Was hitting
Yeah.
what was it? Being applied 3 times for every crowd control effect. So the reason why the Blizzard Sorceress was able to like one-shot Uber Lilith when Uber Lilith went into stagger was because the aspect was applying the damage bonus multiple times instead of just simply once. So another aspect that was just completely broken for no particular reason, and and they fixed it. A lot of this stuff has been addressed, right? But let's keep going, right?
I don't think it's on point with Cyberpunk 77. Sorry, someone in chat. Cyberpunk 77 isn't a live service game, whereas Fallout 76 is more comparable to D4 to me because it's a live service.
Yeah, but the thing is that we're talking about a game that has patches every once in a while to a game that has patches all the time, and every single one of the patches that has been released has had something even more worse wrong with it.
Like, you fix this problem to open up these other problems.
I mean, how many times have we had a patch come in that supposedly fixed an issue, and then half the time it doesn't even fix it? They had to fix this bleed barb stuff. I've actually been keeping count. There's been 3 separate times that they've been addressing this bleed barbarian stuff that is constantly coming in. 3 separate times, and they still haven't really fixed it. The shred bug, they still haven't fixed this one. They addressed it, and it's a little bit better, but it's still there. The jankety horses are terrible, by the way. I don't know how these horses ever made it into the game.
Goodbye.
I mean, Lorath's first line, like, crook back, sway eyes, you should be sent to the glue factory. It's like, yeah, all of them should. They're all worthless.
I mean, but let's keep going, right? So, what other bugs, like game-breaking bugs, have been in here so far? There's
the lag, the VRAM issue. Like, I'm running a 3080.
Oh yeah, the memory
edition.
leak that still hasn't stopped.
All right, I'm running a 3080 Founders Edition in my computer, and on my wife's computer, she's got a 590 AMD Radeon, like a couple series ago, and like she has so many issues during cutscenes and like crashings. And it's to the point that about every 2 hours of us playing, I'm like, we need to restart Diablo for you. Just gotta close it out and restart it, or you're inevitably gonna just crap the bed. Next cutscene or big explosion. They've constantly been talking about the VRAM issue and how they found it or they fixed it, but then they found another one and they're still working on it. And I don't know. I have a really good case comparison. NVIDIA 3080 versus Radeon 590. That's a way big difference.
Well, you know the game was actually killing Gigabyte 3080 Ti's.
I don't have a Ti, I have a Founders Edition. And wasn't that just Asus? Wasn't that just a specific brand?
Gigabyte.
It was just Gigabyte? Okay.
Just Gigabyte and 3080 Ti. Let's see, what other bugs do we got? Because I know we're not anywhere near finished. There's so many more that have creeped into the game that have been fixed or oh yeah, the hold on, there we go. HellTide cinders not dropping. That was a whole, I don't even know why that one even made it into the game. Well, I do have the Gold Enchanted being broken, but I mean, there is other issues besides just simply that.
I've had a bug with my rogue double casting when I dash or when I do the shadow step. I don't know if anyone else has had it, but I've had it where I have 2 charges for each and it will just use them. And they're on different bindings, so I can't say it's, you know, this right click of my mouse that's doing it or this keystroke on my keyboard. It just happens with those skills. I have 2 of them each and it'll just use them both at once.
Not being able to add stashes due to bad coding. Almost forgot about that one.
Loading everyone's stash due to bad coding. Add that one. I don't know why we're loading everyone else's inventory when we don't trade.
I had a friend, a couple people actually, on the kinship. Every time they would, or for a very long time, every time they opened their inventory, the game would just crash.
Do you remember during beta every time we asked Chunky to guild and fight someone?
Clan window is terrible. Clan window is terrible and crashes crashes the game all the time.
He would crash every time to the point that he refused.
Yeah, because we couldn't get back in. The freaking queue times were so long. They really thought people were gonna want to regrind all the renowned slash Lilith statues slash world map every season, which was hilarious.
Devil's advocate to
Which,
that, though.
which was hilarious. Even when I did it the first time, I remember when I finally completed it, and it took me quite some time to complete it. And I was like, man, I can't imagine doing this every season. I feel like they never played their own game to understand that people would have actually wanted the map revealed. And that collecting the Lilith statues every season wasn't going to be a fun thing, a fun task to do.
How about getting the same aspects over and over from the dungeons you beat last season? Add that to the pile of don't want to go get that Lilith shrine again for me, personally. But to play devil's advocate, they did increase the bonus that you get for the dungeons.
So my thing about that is, and this is why it's still added into the list no matter what.
Can I finish my devil's advocate? It'll be real brief. But if you get 3 people on season launch that are playing with you and of the right mind, you all break off into your own
we did that
dungeon in the zone, it'll take you less than 2 hours to get every dungeon done.
Okay, but here's my thing though. That was after. So they increased the amount after. They gave us the little statues after. They gave us the world map after. Like this just goes back to my original point. The reason why I'm adding this to the list as a point is because it's still something that they should have thought about in advance. Why are we still like I said, it's just another example of the game wasn't ready to be launched. They didn't accurately think about this stuff beforehand. Why? So they had to make these changes on the go. The community had to complain about it. The community had to make a stink for them to understand that it wasn't acceptable, right? And then now it is acceptable. I think the way that it is now is acceptable, right? But that doesn't change the fact that it was released in an unacceptable state.
No, I mean, if they had like a group finder or something where I can group up with other people doing the same thing, maybe then it'd be acceptable. But right now, I'm still just running a dungeon, 20 minutes at a time. Or what?
I'm gonna throw this one on there too.
40 right now?
I'm gonna throw this one on there too. Uniques are badly itemized / balanced. Most. I'll say most, not all. Most.
I also want to add to that the weight difference.
And this is kind of crazy in my opinion, because you should be spending a lot of time working on these uniques in advance. They should have spent a long time trying to itemize these things out properly. And I feel like in the vast majority of cases, I will go so far as to say 75% of the uniques are badly itemized and badly balanced. Either they're ridiculously OP, like Tempest Roar and Great Staff of the Crone and Vastley's Prayer and whatnot. They're really OP or they're absolutely useless, like
Their build making.
what's that pair of rogue pants that's just like one of the worst pair of pants? Eyes in the Dark. Absolutely useless,
yeah,
like Eyes in the Dark.
that's-
Just completely garbage, a piece of equipment that nobody would ever want to put on their character. This is just another point against the fact that they just still haven't finished the game.
You mean the drop rate of them? Because I still think the drop rate too, the disparity between the tiers of the uniques also really sucks.
I mean, I'm not afraid of trying to hunt down my items. That's perfectly fine. I actually kind of like the chase. The chase is fine. The super unique rare items, I think that they're too rare at this particular point. And I'm going to give you one clear example of why they're too rare, and you'll get this one immediately. When we do a season in Diablo 2, no matter how rare a unique item is, Griffin's Eye Diadem, Tyrael's Might, whatever, at some point during the season, maybe a month into the season, maybe 2 weeks into the season, whatever, somebody in our kinship, will usually post that they found one of those items, right?
Our Discord, it's always the who got the first job or Enigma,
Exactly.
like they brag.
So somebody always eventually ends up finding it, no matter how rare they are, right? So you usually will see a Griffin's Eye Diadem fall at some point, and somebody in the kinship will be like, "Oh man, I finally found a Griffin's Eye Diadem," and then everybody else is like, "Oh man, no way! I've been looking for that for like 3 weeks and I haven't found one." Right? How many people in our kinship have you seen post any of the super uber rare uniques that are in Diablo 4?
No, it's mostly, hey, this staff or weapon is pretty, badass.
But my thing is we've had no one in the kinship has found any of the super rare uniques. None. We've known no
I don't think we
Shakos,
had
no
any of the
Andariel's Visage,
142.
no Ring of the Starless Sky, no Grandfather, no Melted Heart of Selig, no Doombringer. Nothing. You would think that out of the 1,000 people that are currently in our kinship, like in the server as a whole, at least one person would have posted finding at least one of those items at this point. And the fact that nobody in our kinship has found any of those items yet tells me that they are too rare.
And we had some people that were on the up and up about the glitch when it was happening.
You had about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I was there.
We had some folks.
I was there on patch day, and you had about 30 minutes to take advantage of it.
I love how, man, did you add no Rod Ferguson in the campfire chats? Because that's also a problem. Like, I've lost my lulls. It's all serious now.
Well, it's serious because they've been screwing up, and they keep screwing up.
Well, that's a personal then. I still miss.
I mean, I'm gonna put Barber Gem in here. Barber, Malignant,
Oh, on boss fights?
Heart,
That thing is
completely
ridiculous.
broken, and nerfs any class that relies on 2-hit.
Nerfs
So if
bosses.
you are a class that relies on any kind of 2-hit / on crit / lucky hit of any type whatsoever, it just completely nerfs you. Also, bleeding damage is not calculated in. Also, poison. Also, shadow DOT. Also, was one more. What am I missing? Burning. So if you are any of those damage types with the Barber Gem, you are just completely off. Whatever. Who cares about you? Because your damage is meaningless. You're not getting your 2 hits. You're not getting your on crits. You're not getting your lucky hits. Your bleeding damage doesn't count. Your poison damage doesn't count. Your shadow damage doesn't count. Your burning damage doesn't count. All of that. If you're any of those characters, you're just the Barber Gem just doesn't care that you exist, essentially. And on top of that, it's also completely broken. So whenever you group up with somebody who has the Barber Malignant Heart in their equipment, and you are any of these, you're basically just standing there looking stupid. I don't know how this managed to make it into the game because it's completely broken. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Need to have that clip of Rod saying that we have around the clock, quality assurance people that work or chase the sun. He made a reference to working around the clock chasing the sun globally, doing quality assurance, and the moment that thing ended, they did the HellTide, and that's when all the Shakos released. But I just want to see that clip of him saying around the clock quality assurance testers. I don't know, are you hopeful? Do you think it's going to get better? It's still really fun to play. It's just that fun factor wears off really fast, and I have to make a new character that's completely independent of any other game time I've put in.
Let's take, for instance,
Nearly
Half-Life
completely
2 when it came out. So Half-Life 2 when it came out, like before it came out, they had leaked a version of the game. It was a pre-alpha. Somebody had downloaded a pre-alpha version of Half-Life 2, and they had uploaded it onto the servers, and people were able to play the pre-alpha version. Okay, it was horribly broken. Half the stuff didn't work right, but you could go around the maps and you could take a look at stuff, and as far as a complete and finished product was concerned, it was not. It was not a complete product. It was not a finished product. It was full of bugs. Nothing worked right. But you could look at the models, and you could fly around the maps, and you could do stuff. I downloaded it, and I played around with it, and I ended up deleting it because it was a horribly unfinished, broken product, and I ended up buying the game on launch like everybody else. And the game that I got on launch was amazing. Okay? So...
Yeah, that
but the thing is...
was game-breaking.
But the thing is...
Changing, rather.
The thing is that when I downloaded that alpha version and I took a look at that product that was unfinished, I knew that it was unfinished, okay? And with that in my mind, I went in, not expecting a whole lot. When you go into an early access game that's like still in alpha, you don't expect a whole lot. You go in expecting bugs, you go in expecting problems, all right? But when you have a full release of a game, when the game goes through a beta phase, it goes through an alpha phase, it goes through early access, it goes through all this stuff, and it hits the live servers, and you have the full version, the release copy, and you're still getting basically what amounts to an alpha version of a game. That's when things feel real bad. I mean, give it a year, Diablo 4 will be amazing. I can almost tell you right now that they still need about a year of development before this game is even remotely in what I would consider live launch condition.
Please give us a public test room. When you say PTR, public test room.
Exactly. The public test realm honestly should have been up.
We will break your game so quickly. Especially those who play on the public test room, who are out there trying to exploit and glitch. We'll find it.
Well, I mean, that's just the thing. It's like you can't. Nobody can put a game through their paces like a million people can, like 2 million people can, like 20 million people can. You throw us onto a server, and we can put that game through its paces and find all the problems in a matter of no time. But when it comes to them, either A, they're not testing their own game properly. B, they have a very small team that's not putting in the effort that they need to put in to get these bugs tested out. Or C, they have no clue what they're testing. Like, they just log into the game and they're like, well, it works. All right.
I think the first two are plausible. I think the last one, they probably know what they're doing, kind of, but they don't see the big picture or the extrapolation of, what they do.
I just don't know. I mean, don't they expect us to? I mean, it would be like you have a dog and you have a pizza sitting on the table, and you got to go outside to grab something real quick. you know, a smart person, a person who actually understands the way that dogs' minds work, knows that leaving the pizza on the table is a very bad idea, because as soon as you walk out of the room, the dog is going to gobble the whole pizza down.
Well, if it's a trained dog, though.
Even trained dogs will give in. You know, if you leave them alone with food, if you leave them alone long enough, they'll still dive in.
Yeah, you're right.
But the thing is a lot of the stuff is so obvious that needs to be tested that anyone who actually knows what they're looking for will see it. Like this season mechanic with the gold thing being broken, that's low-hanging fruit. It's fruit that's so low on the vine that almost anybody would think about that. In fact, I thought about it, but I was like, nah, there's no way that they would have something like that in the game. It's a season feature, something they've tested out in advance. Boy, was I wrong. And it's like they're still leaving the dog in the room with the pizza, and then they come back in and they're like, "Oh, you ate the pizza! I can't believe you did that." And they're surprised when we take advantage of these things that are horribly bugged.
And then they blame the guests that they invited over and like, well, now you gotta buy a new pizza. It's your fault. I don't know. I'm hopeful that they'll eventually make this the Diablo that I wanted, but that's what I realized personally. I saw so much potential in what they could have done, and this is what I got. And
like I said, I feel like they just rushed it. I feel like they rushed it.
They have a bunch of intentions and plans that are leaning back heavily on the fact that this is live service. You know, we're adapting and changing the game with our community and you in mind, and we're working on it. We hear you. You know, that's cool, but ultimately, I just, as a fan of the series, and I played Diablo 1, I'm old enough, and I played Diablo 2 and LOD when they came out. I saw a lot of potential, and this isn't quite as Diablo 3 levels of disappointment to me as an original fan, but this is, it hurts even worse because I'm older now, and I was already disappointed in Diablo 3, and now I got this. And I mean, let us not forget Diablo Immortal in between, so I should have seen this coming.
Well, the only thing that I can think of, and this is what's kind of been mulling around on the back of my head, is that they had this deal with Microsoft going through, and I think at the end of the day, I think the deal with Microsoft is based off of market share or something. I think when they finally do purchase Blizzard Activision, it's going to be purchasing Blizzard Activision at a certain price, whatever the price of the stock is, I guess, when the sale finally does go through. And I think they were rushing the launch of Diablo 4 specifically to increase Blizzard stock. And I think if you take a look at Blizzard stock, or Blizzard Activision stock, it actually has gone up significantly since the Diablo 4 launch. If we like pull up a stock thing here, we can go to within a month. Yeah, there you go, right there. So there is July 10th, right there. You can see when we started getting into the nitty-gritty of Diablo 4's launch. So let's see here. They started rising and rising. So June 1st was right about here, right?
Yeah,
the beta was right about here.
Record quarterly earnings.
Yeah. So somewhere along the line, I think we have to think that the early launch of Diablo 4, it not being ready for launch yet, most likely is
made money and investors are pleased and they want that again.
Well, it's not just that. It's that when Microsoft finally does buy out the company, they're going to have to buy it out at the higher stock value. And the buyout is
that out to Immortal.
The buyout is coming soon.
More?
No, Immortal did terrible from what I understand. I think it actually brought the company down as a whole.
Really? You don't think they earned?
They earned money. They earned money, yes, but it negatively affected the it negatively affected the image of the company in a way, which ended up bringing the stock down, I think.
But then they still, I guess I'd have to see their stock rate versus then and now versus Immortal launch, because I don't think it was that bad, because they ended up making a crap ton of money off of that.
They made money.
And they did D4, and then they ended up making a crap ton of money again.
So here's my theory on this. My theory is basically, it's a pretty simple one. They released Diablo 4 early to try and raise the stock value so that when Microsoft buys out the company, they'll get more money. They knew that it wasn't ready, and I don't think the game was even close to ready. I think they knew that. I think they knew it needed probably at least another 6 months to a year before it would have been considered ready for launch. And they just decided at some point or another that they needed to just go ahead and release it. And they did. You know, and now here we are sitting with basically the unfinished product, and we're beta testing the game. All of us, we're just beta testing the game for them.
I don't think they look at it like that. I think they look at it as a live service game. They are adapting and changing with their player
Live
base.
service games still have public test realms. They still have patches being posted in advance. They still have a lot of stuff going on. If you take Diablo 2 as an example, Diablo 2 Resurrected has a public test realm. They give us the patch notes usually about a week in advance of when the patch actually hits. With Diablo 4, they have been posting the patch notes the same day that the patch goes live. There's no public test realm, there's no accountability, they don't tell us what's coming. We just get a patch notes, and then that very same day the patch is live, and then whatever bugs are in that patch are literally just in the patch. They're like, whatever, and then they fix them later. They're like, oh, you know, it's no big deal. House is on fire, we'll put it out later, and we'll rebuild it. It's no big deal, you know. Yeah, all your characters got ruined. Oh, we're sorry. You know, here have a piece of silver or something, like some platinum coins. I mean, there's no accountability in terms of testing things out in advance. Could you imagine if a car company just released a car that was not ready, and then a whole bunch of people die, and then at some point or another they're like, well, it's a live service, you know, you just bring your car back in and we'll fix the issue. I'm sorry about your child being brutally murdered in that car accident, but don't worry, we'll replace the car, and you know, we'll pay for the medical bills. At some point or another, you have to realize that a live service doesn't simply involve making massive mistakes on a regular basis and then just cleaning them up later like they're not a problem.
I agree with you, but that's what I'm saying. They're falling back on the argument that this is a live service. We're changing it to make it what the players want, so therefore they're infallible.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. Is it you can't just patch whatever you want to a game, especially when the game has competition. I think that's the biggest failing of the entire thing that what we're talking about, is that you can't just simply change things on a whim with a game that has a competition in it. When people are competing to get to level 100, when people are you know, they have something on the line. They already had a competition at the start of the game. The hardcore competition, right? The first 1,000 people that will get to level 100 for hardcore, we're going to be emboldened on the statue. They changed the rules several times in the middle of the competition.
They patched it as soon as it went live from the people that did the pre-order to the, us plebs who only paid 70. I paid 70. I didn't play 4 days in advance.
Well, I'm a content creator, right? There was no way I could do the 70.
I'm not judging you, I'm just saying if I were going for the race, I would have paid 4 days earlier. But then when your 4 days ran up, they hit us with a patch, or hit you guys with a patch. And I remember everyone was really PO'd because you were like, wait, did I just pay to do a beta test? And I'm sure some hardcore players who are going for that statue
I must wait a moment.
would have liked that knowledge in advance. Or the patch in advance. But yeah, everything you're saying, it's still
I'm
correct.
not ready yet.
I just think they can justify it by their dollars and their attitude. And I think that's the root of the problem, is their disconnect from their community. The
I don't-
gaming culture.
I think that they got smacked in the face with that one. The latest patch where they tried to use that justification, I think, has completely changed that outlook. According to what I understand, the active user, daily user player account like went way down with this latest patch. Oh, you know the campfires? You know why the campfires are so serious? Campfires are so serious now because they got chewed out.
Yeah, their investors are now the ones that they answer to. They don't answer to the players, in my opinion. They answer to the people who are paying their bills and keeping the lights on.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, that just falls back to the players, because the players either play the game or they don't, and the investors want more people to play the game. So lower player count means less sales in the shop. Less sales in the shop means less money. Less money means the investors are not happy. So it all comes back to the players actually playing the game.
That's how I look at it, but that's, I think, what they're going to listen to more is their investors being unhappy rather than us, the players.
I mean, my general consensus is I think a year from now, one full year from now, I think the game will be a completely different game than what we have right now.
Do you think it will be live in 5?
What?
Do you think this game will be live in 5?
Alive in 5? I don't know what you mean.
5 years from now.
I mean, 5 years from now, it'll be a whole completely different game. They'll have multiple expansions out by then. I mean, it'll be crazy. They already talked about multiple expansions. I'm also very concerned that,
That drip beat sucks. I just want the story.
Well, I'm also very concerned that they may actually have a lot of the game actually already finished. And what I mean by finished is like story-wise, you know, classes, new classes, expansions, things like that already just sitting there waiting, you know, to be added in, and they've deliberately decided not to add them in because, you know, well, they want to drip feed it to us. Which goes back to a year from now. Like, if you had never played the game and you just bought the game a year from now, you would get a much more complete product.
Well,
story-wise, expansion-wise, probably new class-wise, like the whole 9 yards. It'll be a much more complete and finished, polished product by then.
Bully for me, because I hope I don't get screwed with having to pay for the expansion full price, and someone who's just coming into the game, you know, 2 expansions, 3 expansions in, ends up spending less money just to play everything that I've already paid for.
What's up, Alt Knight? From Atlanta? Well, hello, sir.
Have you heard anything about next season for D2?
I was actually running the numbers, and I think the 4 months from when the last one started, I think we're not. It's going to be quite some time before we get season 5.
I hope it's not continuing Season of Assassin.
The Season of Assassin?
Yeah, well, the last 2 seasons have been pretty assassin heavy. For D2R. They did the Mosaic, and then didn't they do one before that with the lightning, where they fixed lightning damage from traps? Thought season 2 they made traps in better, and then season 3 they made just the Mosaic skill. Or no, that was season 4, so maybe it was season 3 to season 4. Season world boss time is too long. 6 hours. That sucks.
Hmm.
I know you understand me.
I don't know. Def, they also had the situation where
I'm not ready.
when they released the game, it was done. It got printed, it got put on a cartridge or a disc. There was no changing it. It was one-time release. And if you had to do an extra release, that was extra money and stuff. Nowadays, they rely on the fact that they can just update
I
it
must wait a
on the fly. Day one patch is nothing in the industry now.
Yeah, but even in the old days,
industry's
bugs.
changed.
Even in the old days, bugs still existed, though. I mean, you get
Right.
those cartridge-based games. I mean, you'll find them still to this day with
And
tons
it
of
was
bugs in
costly
the
to
in the
fix some
final
of them.
release, and you just don't get a. They just
they
never
didn't
get fixed.
have-
They're just in there forever, basically.
But they didn't have game-breaking bugs. Like memory leaks or whatever. If this were a game released on a CD and I could never update it or whatever, this game would be
I
a
mean,
failed
I had
product.
some that were released with game-breaking bugs that never got fixed. I can name a couple. Final Fantasy VII, when it came out on PC, it was launched on PC, came on discs, and the
Wow,
Chocobo.
you played that on PC.
Uh-huh. The Chocobo quest for Final Fantasy VII, the one where you did the races, was bugged. You couldn't get past it. There was absolutely no way to get past it, and they never patched it. The only way to get past that quest was to go online and find a player-made patch that would fix the issue and allow you to progress past that quest. And it took quite some time for people to come out with a patch. It was because it was a player-made patch. The Square Enix never patched it.
I mean, I was just trying to argue back with Steph saying that it's something that the industry has created because that's their fallback. Like they'll fix it in post.
I know. But I mean, at some point or another, though, there's still going to be a launch copy. I mean, let's take No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is a good example. Would you say that No Man's Sky was a complete game when it was launched?
If you bought like a sealed copy of No Man's Sky right now and installed it on your no Wi-Fi whatever Switch, you would be playing a completely different version of the game versus today.
Yeah, and a lot of people, admittedly, have said that the new version of No Man's Sky, the fully updated version that you can play right now, is actually a pretty good game, right? It's a really decent game. But at launch, it was garbage. It was completely unfinished. It was a completely different game entirely than what you have today, right? And that's what I'm looking at right here. But this is from a AAA company. This is from Blizzard. Where I can understand it from, because No Man's Sky was a small indie studio, right? Like it was just a couple of people in a room working together on a project, and so the fact that they released a game that wasn't entirely finished, I can almost forgive them for that. Because it's a whole different ball of wax when you're talking about a small company working hard in a back room trying to finish a game versus a AAA company that has millions of dollars thrown into it, that literally made tons of money on this game, by the way. Tons of money. I mean,
Well, let's just compare that to Fallout 76 then, because they're both owned now by the same company. And they both had two horrible launches of live service games. I guess Fallout 76 was worse than.
Fallout 76, from what I understand,
To
was
me?
so bad at launch that I remember hearing horror stories of, because there's a whole thing where you got to build up your bases and everything in that game.
But these are two live service games, is what I'm saying, and they're both from AAA studios, so they're apples to apples kind of comparison. They both made money. They both sold off their name, and they're both still continue to be supported. I just think, yeah, I'm kind of pessimistic. Sorry, Steph brought it out of me. I feel like the industry's just kind of created this where it was a small. Sorry, this is my personal opinion. Dankometer's personal opinion. Like the gaming industry just wants that for money investment, so they don't want to take risk. They want to break the mold, do something innovative.
I mean, I feel like they've done a pretty good job with the base board, the core of the game. I mean, I feel like the core is there. They've got a core that could be built upon. You know, if I were to walk out into an area and be like, oh yeah, this looks like a really good place to build a castle, and they're like, what do you mean? It's like, look at that, solid foundations, flat ground. You know, I got a good view. It looks defensible. You know, there's a core there. It's a very nice foundation, but I mean, I feel like we moved into the castle before the walls were up.
I mean, I wouldn't have sunk in like 200 plus hours if it wasn't fun to me. It is still fun, it just burns off as soon as I hit level 70.
I must wait a moment.
And then there's a bunch of bugs and quality of life crap. Growing pains, I guess.
So many quality of life issues.
I'm not ready.
I mean, if you only ever play one character, I mean, I guess you'll be alright, because the inventory space isn't that bad. If you're just going to play one character, and you're frugal, you gotta be frugal also. You can't just play one character and not be frugal. If you play one character and you're frugal, you can get away with it. Like, inventory is not terrible, but as soon as you start diving into the second character, it's painfully obvious.
These goons with the coding to make a shared stash?
We have shared stash.
I must wait a moment.
No, I mean like individual stashes plus a shared stash.
I mean, that's what I said we need. Like, I don't understand why we don't have non-shared tabs.
I
mean, there's certain
stashes
things
with everyone on the server. They couldn't get that part right.
Well, there's certain things that just, in general, just don't need to be accessible to all my characters. I've got all these druid items, and to be honest with you, most of these druid items need to just go into a non-shared tab specifically for my druid.
Character specific tab, yeah.
Just let me have a tab specifically for him. That way, whenever I'm on the druid, I wouldn't even go so far as to say non-shared. I would just say character specific shared. So only the druid would have access to the shared tab. So if I make a second druid, then another druid could have access to that shared tab.
I didn't think of it that far ahead. I just thought one druid would be enough. But yeah, you're right.
I mean, if you think about it that way, it actually makes a lot of sense, because then you would have a place to put your druid items for all your druids, a necromancer tab for all your necromancers, and only the necromancer would have access to that tab. You wouldn't have to worry about everyone on the server loading your druid tab while you're on your necromancer, because he wouldn't have access to the druid tab. And I think if they did that, it would solve a lot of the issues.
Can we add this to your list of complaints? Open up your inventory, hit equipment, and then click aspects. Why do aspects have less tab slots than your horribly slotted inventory? When you
I don't even know why the aspects are even in here at all. Like,
Yeah,
why
well,
aren't
good
why aren't
point.
they just in here? Why isn't there just a tab specifically for aspects? Just kind of
In the
similar
codex
to
of
the
power, like
the
they already
codex.
created?
Yeah, similar to the codex. Why aren't they just in here? Why are they in my inventory at all?
The world, you never know.
And why does my consumable tab have so many different things in it that are clogging it up to like high heavens?
Yeah, why do I need to hold my potions? Why can't that just go into my like materials? I made it from my materials that didn't take inventory stash.
No, but
So now I get punished now for using my materials by losing inventory space?
I'm not ready.
Crap.
Well, everything is in here. I mean, you have the freaking Invokers of Varshan are in here, taking up a bunch of space now too. The Whispering Keys are in here. The Scroll of Amnesia is in here. The freaking sigils are in here, and they take up way too much space. Good, you can't even hang on to sigils really, because the majority of the sigils just end up getting deleted because you don't have the space to actually hold on to them.
So they are getting rid of a couple of the crappier bonuses, right?
Yeah, because nobody's using them. They're not getting rid of them because we asked them to get rid of them. They're not getting rid of them because they realized it was a bad idea. They're getting rid of them because the stats literally have shown them that nobody's running them. Like, they looked at the stats to see which sigils people are running, and they went and they looked, and they're like, oh look, nobody's running this sigil.
So no one likes cold, drifting, shade, resource burn, backstabber.
Resource burn, backstabber, and cold enchanted are being removed. Those are apparently
shade.
I didn't that one. They didn't mention that one, but those three, the ones I just mentioned, are definitely on the list. They talked about basically nobody running any of them. They said the cold enchanted one might come back when they actually fix cold enchantment so that it's not horribly broken, which they also admitted during the campfire that it's horribly broken at this particular time period.
I think they could improve the buff for using nightmare sigils. I think you should be able to choose your own buff. That would kind of be a cool fix. Like, if you're going to choose to take whatever horrendous things they're going to throw at you, like, let me choose to get bonus EXP or bonus, cooldown on kill. Give me a choice between a couple of buffs.
Oh yeah, I forgot to add that in here. People are exploiting.
People don't.
Exploiting nightmare sigils by causing them to reset, thereby enabling them to run the same sigil over and over, which basically allows them to take whatever mods they want. So they just find the perfect set of mods, whatever mods is the right one for them. And once they find all of the perfect mods that they want, then they just run that sigil over and over and over again. Why is that even in the game? Why is this in the game at all? And why hasn't this been fixed yet? Apparently it hasn't been fixed for multiple patches. Multiple patches. People are still doing it. Skolm literally the other day just messaged me, and he's like, you do know about he goes, I didn't want to lecture you on stream, but you know about the exploit to be able to run, the same sigil over and over and over again, right? And I'm like, no offense, Skolm, but I'm not really interested in exploiting the game to the high heavens. But the fact that it's still in the game, the fact that the exploit is still there, people are basically just abusing the ever-loving crap out of it is insane. It should have been gone before the first season. So the first season, the game was in beta, came and gone. People were using the exploit, came into early access, and then went to the open, and then they had the server slam, and then there was the launch, and then after the launch was several patches, and then finally the season comes. And you would think that at some point or another they had removed this horrible game-breaking exploit that people are abusing to ever-loving hell and back, to essentially cheat their way to level 100 as quickly as possible. But no, it's still in the game. Season 1 launches, and it's still in the game.
That and the memory leak has been there also.
I think the memory leak has gotten a little bit better since beta, but it's definitely not. It's definitely not fixed.
During beta, it affected my 38.
I must wait a moment.
So it's gotten better since. I used to crash during the cutscenes.
I must wait a moment.
Don't mind me, I'm just itching.
Well, I noticed.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, we can do something violent, but I know you're just needing someone to make the difficulty harder. So that's what I'm here for.
Well, this is a Wrathful here. I guess I'm gonna run this Wrathful.
Oh no, I definitely want to be a part of that.
Wrathful Knight Errant.
I spent all evening playing Dark Souls 3, like for the first time with a buddy.
I can't punish myself with those games anymore. The Dark Souls games are so... they're not difficult. And people fight me on this all the time. Everybody wants...
you just have to learn it.
Everybody wants to... Well, everybody wants to fight me on that they're not difficult. But they're challenging. They're punishing. They're challenging. They're punishing. They are time-consuming. But they are not. They are not difficult. I don't care. I'll argue this to the high heavens. They are not difficult games, but they are punishing games.
No,
the difference between
they present you a problem and then let you solve it the way that you wish to solve it, and then you get rewarded for solving it. Like that's it. It's hard, but I think it's solvable.
But no, my thing is that the problem when you have a game that's difficult just simply because you don't know the answer, it's completely different than a game being difficult because of a skill-based difficulty. Skill-based difficulty is a whole different ball of wax. And when the game is difficult skill-wise, I mean that's like saying, you know, like I went up against Michael
or whatever, like those weird games, like how are you gonna make those impossible jumps, like frame perfect jump after frame perfect jump?
Well, okay, so let's use a real life example. If you knew everything about the game of basketball, you know, if you were like an absolute professional in the game of basketball as far as knowledge goes, so you write multiple books on basketball, like you know about the form and everything, like you literally can even maybe train pros in you know to make them a little bit better. Does that mean that you're going to be able to take on Michael Jordan like in a one-on-one? Like is just the knowledge of the game going to be enough to help you beat Michael Jordan in a one-on-one?
No.
And the thing is that and that is the difference between difficulty and knowledge, right?
Well,
so in Dark Souls, a lot of the times, knowledge is the only thing that's important. It's not skill, it's knowledge. In Dark Souls, a lot of the times, just knowing is more important than actually being good at the game. If you know what's coming, if you know how the boss's effects are going, if you learn in advance what's going to happen in Dark Souls, if you go on YouTube and pull up some videos on a boss fight or whatever, and you see how the boss attacks and whatnot, just the knowledge is usually more than enough to carry you through that game.
No one mentioned spoilers. You should definitely play them spoiler-free.
But that's the whole thing, is that you really can't play Dark Souls games spoiler-free. And the reason is because once you've played one Dark Souls game, you start to get accustomed to the way that From Software likes to trick you, how they like to do things. And so you start to learn more and more about the way that they like to pull their tricks and their shenanigans. So as you play, say, Dark Souls 1, the first time you play through, you're going to have the biggest difficulty with Dark Souls 1. Because if you've never played any of the games, Dark Souls 1 is probably the worst game out of the lot in terms of a lot of the horrible mechanics. But once you learn all the horrible mechanics, and you've gone through Dark Souls 1, and you learn everything there is to learn about the game, when you get into Dark Souls 2, you start with a huge amount of knowledge about how they like to do things.
On a different level.
Yeah, you're on a different level.
Player to Dark Souls 2.
Exactly.
Sure,
so by the time you get to Elden Ring and you've played Dark Souls 1, you've played Dark Souls 2, you've played Dark Souls 3, maybe you even played Bloodborne and what's that other one that they made? Did they make Sekiro too? Yeah, I think they made Sekiro, didn't they?
They did.
Yeah, so once you get into Elden Ring, you've already got so much knowledge amassed from the way that From Software likes to, you know, pull their stupid tricks and their shenanigans, that you're just walking through the game, basically. You know, maybe you come across something here or there that's a little bit difficult, but for the most part, the game is a completely different game for you than it is for someone who doesn't have that knowledge.
Oh, yeah,
And it's not even a skill thing, it's just you know.
Duos, you know, first week, Godskin duos were so disgusting.
I freaking killed them,
Sucked.
too. I killed them
In
little
the
bastards.
first week, them and Fire Giant. Yeah, I couldn't beat Fire Giant. I ended up doing the leg break trick during the first week.
I got him.
And then,
I got him.
and then the Godskins. I think I ended up doing the Horror Frost Stomp.
No, what? I think the thing that made me the most angry with the Dark Souls series, though, like, and I enjoyed the games, but I didn't enjoy. I don't really know how to put it. Because it's not the difficulty; it's the punishing. It's the punishing aspect. Because punishing and difficult are two completely different things. Difficult is, you know, like trying to solve a puzzle that maybe even Albert Einstein couldn't solve. Punishing is having an easy puzzle put in front of you that anybody can solve, but if you make a mistake, someone like hits you over the head with a baseball bat every single time you make a mistake.
That's what Dark Souls is.
And Dark Souls is literally easy challenges, just easy stuff. Yeah, exactly. It's literally just easy stuff that as soon as you fail or you make a mistake, they're just like, well, here, have a baseball bat right over top of the head, and you're just like, oh my god.
That's a funny way to put it. Yeah.
But
I can see that.
But punishing is not the same as difficult. A game that is punishing, or masochistic-like, or whatever you want to call it, and maybe you got a girlfriend who's a dominatrix who likes to step on your throat, you know, whatever is your fetish.
We don't kink shame.
And whatever is your fetish, like, that's fine and all, but that doesn't make it difficult. That just makes it punishing.
So
making you run back, like in Dark Souls 1, it was even worse. Making you run back to a boss
punishing
through the entire thing, like, so you would finally get to the boss. You had no clue how to fight this boss, right? No clue whatsoever. The first time you've ever seen this boss, the boss comes down, knocks you off the bridge, right? You have to run back through the entire level to get back to this boss to fight him again. You still don't know how the fight actually works. You don't know how to fight him. You don't know anything, right? So the punishing part of this is forcing you to run all the way back to the boss every single time you die to a boss that you have no clue how to fight. And the punishing part is literally just forcing you to have to do a whole bunch of menial tasks to make it back to the thing that you're trying to learn.
Spending your time to get through it. Hey, check that out. If you click what I just looted, I got a perfect smiting roll. Thank you.
Oh, nice. I think the first boss, not the first boss, because I think the first boss of Dark Souls 1 is technically the tutorial boss. So we'll say the second boss of Dark Souls 1. The second boss of Dark Souls 1 clearly illustrates exactly what I'm talking about, because you can do that entire level perfectly, never lose a single HP point, even kill the Dark Knight. You know, whatever. Kill the Dark Knight who's in that level too. You can kill everything. You can do the whole level, collect everything, sell all your items, do everything correct, and then make it to that boss, and then he can knock you off the bridge because you don't know exactly what to expect, right? So he just knocks you off the bridge and you die. And then, guess what? Do the whole level again. Do the whole level again, right? You can do the whole level perfect again, get knocked off the bridge or die or whatever, right? And then there you are, you're back down. Do the whole level perfect again. Never miss a single HP point. Never, you know, kill the Black Knight every single time, whatever. Do the whole level perfect, get to the boss and die. And that's the punishing right there. That's the punish. You're not having an issue with the game. The game is fine. You can skillfully get to that boss every single time that you don't know how to fight yet. But when you make it to the boss, he kills you, whatever. You're trying to learn the mechanics of the boss. You're trying to figure out how the boss works, right? And then go back to the start. Do the whole level again. And you can do that level perfect every single time. You can literally kill every single monster, kill the Black Knight, get everything done in that level, go all the way to the boss, and then get sent right back to the start again. That's punishment. That's not difficulty. That's punishment. Glutton for punishment. I think that's what the Dark Souls games are. People are just gluttons for punishments.
You know, but I also feel different because I feel rewarded when I accomplish it.
I don't know. I feel like at the end of the day, this is how I feel about Dark Souls games. They are wasting my time. That's what they're doing. They're just wasting my time.
They're not rewarding. Yeah.
They're way like, yes, the game is fun. Yes, the monsters are fun to kill. Yes, the bosses are fun to kill. But at the end of the day, they are going out of their way to waste my time. Not just wasting my time on accident. No, they are deliberately going out of their way to waste my time.
They want you to spend 15 hours to learn this fight.
I mean,
I'm with you. I can totally understand. As a fan of the Souls series, I totally get you.
But the thing is
I like it.
They could take that wasting time mechanic completely away, and the game would still be the same game that it is. I don't think it would change anything. If they took away the way that the games waste your time, I feel like functionally, fun-wise, all of it would still maintain exactly as it was before, and you wouldn't be wasting all of my time.
So, as a veteran of Elden Ring and Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1, I played Dark Souls 2 one time through. That I need to put more time into Dark Souls 2. I can't just disparage it. But I didn't enjoy my time with Dark Souls 2. I'm playing Dark Souls 3 for the first time co-op with a coworker, and it's kind of goofy fun because I'm just going in there playing, the way I know how to play, and he's beaten the game before.
Oh, I hate playing Dark Souls games with people that have already beaten the game. I can't stand that.
He'd only played it once, and he doesn't know where he's going, and I'm just charging in there, just playing like a veteran, just fighting shit, fighting stuff, with bravado and no care.
Well, I mean, the cool thing about Dark Souls is you could pretty much kill anything if you're skillful enough. And I think even with like the most garbage tier equipment, you can usually do pretty well.
Broken sword.
Once you get the knowledge, behind how things work, you can usually kill just about anything, even with garbage tier equipment. But the problem is they force you to die so many times to learn that knowledge, to gain that knowledge. The Dark Souls games are very much so a learn by dying game. The knowledge is gated behind death, and death is mandatory to gain the knowledge in most scenarios. So if you're afraid of dying, a lot of the times you won't put yourself in a situation where you're going to learn what you need to learn.
Dank needs some knowledge over here.
Yeah, these are bees. These are bees.
Those bugs are so broken.
They are. They're bees.
They just shred through everything.
Yeah, they shred through me.
Fortify, health, shield,
but these guys are on level 111, so...
I mean, I expect to die with a sneeze, but those things are terrible. The bees should be on your list. All I'm saying.
So raids in MMOs are very much so learned by dying. You are absolutely correct. And yes, that is a whole nother learn by dying mechanic. So when you have phases on a boss, that's one of the most clear examples of learn by dying that I've ever seen in my life. Is when you're fighting a boss.
Phase change.
Yeah, when you have a boss and you understand how to fight this boss in phase 1, and then all of a sudden phase 2 comes along and all the rules change, and everybody dies because you have
the window.
Yeah, everybody dies because you have no clue what's going on, right? You're just like, oh, okay, well, we've got phase 1 down. We're perfect on phase 1, but now phase 2 came along, and all of a sudden a dragon appeared out of nowhere. We're like, we don't even know what to do with this dragon, and so then you spend hours and hours and hours getting past phase 1 to get to phase 2. And then once you finally solve phase 2, guess what? Now there's phase 3, and phase 3 has a dolphin that swims up and one-shots you or something, and you've got to freeze the water. So it's like a whole new mechanic, right? And in MMOs, I mean, that's just pretty much standard fanfare. Is there's a lot of learn by dying in MMOs, but Dark Souls is pretty much the same exact way. And the learn by dying in Dark Souls is no different or less than it is in an MMO raid situation. At least I hated it in MMOs, though. I got to admit, I think functionally the difficulty increases exponentially the more phases you add. especially when the group is having trouble or difficulty passing a specific phase. So phase 1 is always the easiest to learn, right? And then phase 2 becomes more difficult than phase 1 because you have to complete phase 1 to reach phase 2. Phase 3 becomes even more difficult than phase 2 because you have to complete phase 1 and 2 to reach 3 to learn anything. And then phase 4, which if there is a phase 4, now you have to complete phase 1, 2, and 3 to reach 4 to learn anything about phase 4 so that you can potentially solve it, right? And it just becomes exponentially more and more difficult because your group has to perform perfectly to reach that last phase to be able to learn any information from that final phase. So you end up with, with just tons and tons of time sunk into it. And then the only other way to do it, right, is to go online and cheat, which tons of people do with Dark Souls. You just look up a boss and how to kill the boss, and somebody has like a cheese method or something that like bypasses the boss in about 30 seconds, and you're like, oh man, why didn't I think about that? And MMO raids, exactly the same. I can't count how many times we would be struggling with a raid boss, and then the raid leader comes in like the next day and he's like, all right guys, he goes we found a cheese method. He goes, we're gonna do it. And he teaches you the cheese method in like 10-15 minutes. And you phase skip all the phases and somehow manage to kill the boss like while he's got his pants down or something. And then by the time you're done, like everybody's got raid equipment because you found the cheese method. And then the next patch, they patch out the cheese method, and then you actually have to do it legitimately from that point. But by then, everybody already has the equipment because you exploited the crap out of the raid.
I must wait a moment.
Right, barrier has been dispelled.
Oh, speaking of Elden Rings, there were a lot of fun. There were a lot of fun bosses in Elden Ring, and I'm gonna give that game its props. I had a lot of fun with a lot of the bosses. Quite a few of them were very challenging. I really had a lot of fun with what's her name, the Rot Queen. I can't remember her name right off the top of my head.
Melania?
Yeah, that was a fun fight to learn, and it was a fun fight to beat.
Oh my gosh.
I had fun with that.
Probably one of the few people I've ever heard say that.
It was fun. I totally figured it out really quickly and managed to kill her within a certain period of time once I realized how her mechanics work. But let me say that there was a fight in Elden Ring that I hated.
Placidusax?
Placidusax.
Oh yeah.
Placidusax is literally just so you remember those older games that had quick time events that like you would just be running along and a quick time event would happen, and then you had to watch a movie, and then you had to press a button at the end of the movie to save your character or whatever. All you had to do was like press X. Dude, Placidusax was legit.
Trigger.
Placidusax was legit just a quick time event boss. I hated him. He spent more time up in the air and unhittable. There were so many times where literally Placidusax was just completely. He would just. It was like watching a movie fighting him, and there were some small moments in between all the movies you were fighting Placidusax where you could actually do any damage to him whatsoever. So you basically spend most of the time just watching him, like, do all these crazy things, and then at the moments when you could go in and attack him, you're like, all right, quick time event number 6 is over now, and you'd go in and you'd go shing 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 shing, and then it would play quick time event number 7, and you're like, all right, let me just wait.
You focus the whole time on dodging that you never get a chance to hit.
Dude, Placidusax is one of the worst bosses in Elden Ring, bar none. That boss,
chunky.
He's just the majority of the fight is literally just you watching him do his attacks.
Yeah,
he's got so many AoEs, so many big giant things that can one-shot you. You spend the majority of your time just watching him from a distance. You're like, yeah, I'm not gonna go over there while you're doing that big fire breath attack. Nope, I'm not gonna get hit by your tail swipe. No, I'm not gonna.
Chunky got stuck on that.
Chunk got stuck on Placidusax?
Asked me for some help, and I was like, dude, I've never done this boss, and my first time ever doing the boss was learning it with Chunky. and it's terrible. The animations and how much time he just spends dive bombing you
In the air,
from
spends in the air, like
range.
doing random things.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
the entire boss fight is trivialized by a ranged character too. Like I was a melee fighter in Elden Ring. I spent most of my time as a melee. If you were ranged, you can actually just plink at him from a distance because most of his attacks were limited to melee range. But as a melee character, it was the most boring fight. It was so boring.
I was playing a weird double Winning of Estelle intellect-based melee character with Chunky. I was doing something weird. It was like my 5th playthrough. But yeah, Placiduce wrecked me because all I had was really short range and then melee.
I mean, you could kill him with melee. It was just really boring.
Not ready.
And
I
kind of based
had
on
to fight
James, too.
I had to fight against my own instincts with that character because you as a melee character, you like to get in there and hit things. You like to get in there and do damage.
No, you almost have to roll through them
No.
and hit them as they're driving by.
Well, the thing is that you can totally never die to Placidusax if you just dodge all of his attacks and you pay attention to what's going on. You evade when you need to evade. You move out of the way when he attacks you. And
That sounds applicable to all of the game.
well, it's just the number of times that you actually have an opening to hit him, though. So if you do everything that you're supposed to do, you dodge every single attack, you do what you're supposed to do. You have like these little tiny 5-second windows that occur like every, I don't know, minute and a half. Like out of every minute and a half, you have about a 5-second window to get in there and actually attack him. And it's so boring because the entire fight is literally just you dodging, moving, like going out of the way, running forward, running backward, dodging left, dodging right. Standing, making sure you're standing in the correct place on his side, as opposed to, behind him because he'll hit you with his tail, or in front of him, or because he'll hit you with the horrible poison breath. There's like a whole bunch of different mechanics that involve in Placidusax, and you most of the time you were just watching him do all his attacks, and then have like 5 seconds to attack him, like every like minute and a half. It was really boring.
You mess up twice.
Yeah,
in this
well, if you mess up once,
30-second
then you're
window, you're dead. No, I'm with you. That's a bad mechanic.
I'm telling you,
It
it
was a
felt
beautiful looking fight, though.
beautiful
I
fight.
will say that.
Beautiful fight. It looked really pretty.
It looked amazing.
And
Playing it was gone.
and after I watched the movie about 17 times, I wanted to break the DVD.
They still make computers with those?
I wanted to break the DVD. Just throw the DVD away.
Do you actually have physical media, or do you?
Well, I've still
you
got
need
a Blu-ray. I've
Blu-ray
still got a Blu-ray drive in my system, but I hardly ever use it.
for PC?
Well, yeah, because it's just been in there for a long time. I mean, occasionally I do pull up like an older game and try to install it.
I couldn't
Although
get
these
a
days
good
I just go to
case.
these days I just go to Good Old Games and download them.
I couldn't get a good case with a 5 1/4 inch drive. I ended up going with the Fractal Meshify 2, and then I got a USB Blu-ray DVD burner.
I have a Lian Li case, which Lian Li cases are amazing. It's an older Lian Li case with it's a solid aluminum. It's an amazing case.
Chonky boy?
Yeah, it's a EATX, one of the bigger ones.
Oh, chonky.
Yeah, and honestly, I've got like everything in there. I don't see any reason to go with small cases because I usually like to put in a bunch of hard drives for storage, and then sometimes
Room
if you
for
get
growth.
if you get a small case, you can't really put the big video cards in there, or like there's not enough clearance for your cooler, and I don't know. I like having the big monster cases. Also, I've also noticed that cooling in general with big cases is far easier than smaller cases.
So I've got a Corsair 540D. It's like a little mini fridge looking one. It's like a, what is it, the 540 Air D, something like that. It's just big, fat, mid-tower case, but just big and wide. And then I've got the Meshify Fractal 2. and they're both mid towers, but
I'm not ready yet.
I don't know, I'm always about efficiency. Base, I do care about, but upgradability and space, I guess, I'm concerned about.
Are you dead over here?
I'm not
No,
ready
not me.
yet.
Stop running around.
I
Stay
thought
still.
I'd be okay
No,
right here.
no, you're in a level 111. You're not gonna be okay.
I'm not
Just
ready.
stay a ghost. You'll be fine.
Alright, I'm doing that.
No, but overall, I did like the Elden Ring fights. I just really wish that they had made it less punishing to get to the bosses. I mean, there's a reason why games have checkpoint systems now, and it's not to make the games easier. Checkpoint systems don't make the game easier. Just because you can checkpoint to the boss doesn't mean the boss is any easier than they were before.
It's a load
Speaking of
point, too, for
Placidusax,
their
can you?
programming?
Placidusax, you know, like as an example, it took forever to run back to him every single time. I think that was one of the things I hated the most.
Oh
Also,
yeah, sitting in the grave and going through that cutscene every time.
just every
where you
single
gotta lay
time.
down?
Oh yeah, just
Yeah,
constantly
it's
having to
terrible.
run all the way back, go run
And
through
if
those
you-
monsters, lay in the stupid
Yeah.
thing, get sucked up by the tornado, blah blah blah.
I must wait.
Like, why did I have to go through all that just to fight the boss over and over again? It's punishing for no reason. They're just being rude. And that's kind of like the whole Dark Souls series, like just summed up.
That's their shtick.
Is
You're-
let's
you're
make them
absolutely
run
right.
back, make them run all the way back, make them
Like,
have to
well,
fight everything.
We
make 'em-
could make this convenient for them, but
And well, my thing is you can play Dark Souls perfectly, and I've done it before many times. You'll sit there and you just play the game perfectly, 100%. You go through a level, 100% the level, collect every soul, kill the Black Knight that's usually hiding somewhere in the level, right? You've killed everything. You go sell your stuff at the vendor. You get to the boss, right? And no matter how many times you go through the level, you can always do it perfectly. And so is there really a skill issue there? If I have done the level perfectly 10 times, if I've done the level perfectly 100 times, if I've done the perfect level perfectly 1,000 times, at what point am I just given, like, just give it to me at some point? Be like, okay, he's done the level perfectly 1,000 times. I think we can just let him have it, that he can do this level perfectly 1,000 times, and we don't need to keep forcing him to go back through content that he's already mastered. And Dark Souls, I swear, just wants to force you to go back through content you've already mastered.
I must wait a minute.
they have a different philosophy for sure. I'd agree with that. They want it to be as hard the first as the last time I guess you play.
Well, and let's talk for a second about Dark Souls' kind of artificial difficulty as well. So the first time
I'm
you
ready
played,
to move on.
well, the
Dark
first,
Souls, if you are.
well, I just wanted to talk about how they make your character so weak in the beginning. So this doesn't even have to do with the bosses. It doesn't have to do with the running back. It doesn't have to do with anything with that. They make your HP so low. Like in the first Dark Souls game, they make your HP so low that literally just while you walk up to a monster and they pretty much just one-shot you.
Oh yeah, their first shtick too is like that first boss is supposed to kill you.
Well, and
And then you die and you get brought to wherever it is, and it's like, haha, Dark Souls. And your first achievement, I remember the first time I played Dark Souls 2, I died to that first boss, and it was just like, haha, welcome to Dark Souls, achievement earned. And it said that, like, this is Dark Souls. I was like, bro.
I don't know.
Like, even they're trolling me.
Well, the first thing you did in Dark Souls was raise your HP. I can't remember what it was in Dark Souls 1. Was it endurance or whatever? That's like the
Probably
first. That's like the
vigor.
first thing you do is you raise your HP because you need to be able to sustain more than one hit before a monster kills you. So you just level up your HP a little bit so you can actually take multiple hits.
I must wait a minute.
And it's kind of
So
funny
you
because
can learn the game, basically.
what?
Get hit a bunch, like, get extra HP so you can learn the game.
Yeah. Once you have enough HP that you can actually take a hit, you don't die immediately when you make a mistake. So then you start to learn the game. It's just one of the silly tropes that they do. They make your HP so low in the beginning that you basically have no chance of survival. And then once you realize that, once you you're like, hey, why is my HP so low? Why am I dying all the time? And then you just put a couple points into your your HP stat, and all of a sudden now you're not dying in one hit anymore.
You really get rewarded too for putting points into the HP.
Yeah, it's such a huge difference between it's night and day between like when you don't have it and when you do have it. Like you go from being one shot by everything to all of a sudden you put a couple points in your HP and you're like, wow, I can actually take a hit without immediately falling down into a pile of wet newspaper. I don't know, it's just one of the funny things I remember from Dark Souls 1, I think, when I first started playing. It was that moment, that realization that I was like, why is my HP so low?
Alright, what games are you looking forward to coming out? Because we're coming up to kind of the end of the holiday season, getting ready for the holiday push. Games that are on your radar.
I'm really not sure. I mean, a lot of the big launches already happened. Tears of the Kingdom was amazing. I love playing that. I already did play it. Diablo 4 is already out, obviously, and then I was thinking about checking out Baldur's Gate 3, but I'm a little scared that it's going to be something I don't like.
I haven't played any of the Baldur's Gates. I was thinking about trying 1 and 2 on the Switch, but then again, I don't want to play that game on the Switch. So
the original Baldur's Gates are amazing. The original
1 and 2.
The original Baldur's Gates are amazing. In fact, I would even go so far as to say that they're masterpieces. So Baldur's Gate 1, Baldur's Gate 2, Icewind Dale, and what's the other one? Neverwinter Nights. Those are all amazing games. I played Neverwinter Nights on PC for a couple of years. So if I've played that, then it's no different than Baldur's Gate, you mean? Well, the reason why all those games are so amazing is because of the rule set that they were based on. So they're based on the Dungeons and Dragon rule set. I believe 1 and 2 is... They changed. Based on 3.0. They changed over the years. So Baldur's Gate, I think. Let me see here. D&D rule set. I'm trying to remember exactly what rule sets they were on.
I just remember during my day, back in my day, when I played Neverwinter Nights on PC.
Okay, so
3.0.
So 2E apparently is what Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 used.
Second edition.
Yeah. So second edition, and then Neverwinter Nights was third edition. So second edition and third edition make really good games.
Way different, though.
My problem with Baldur's Gate 3 is that Baldur's Gate 3 is using the 5th edition rule set. And from what everybody has told me about D&D 5th edition is it makes a terrible video game.
Okay, well, I play currently still tabletop, and most of my veterans, we still like playing 3.5 or Pathfinders.
So what's your opinion on Baldur's Gate or D&D 5 5th edition rules?
I think as a player, it gives you a lot more options and availability to roleplay. As the DM, you rely a lot more on your players to roleplay, or you're basically playing your character or their characters for them. So in 3.5, you had to play your character. In 5.0, you kind of hope your DM handles your character's interactions, because you're weird and you chose to do basket weaving and acrobatics for some reason, and that's the only thing you can do in a dungeon. And if your DM doesn't host it, then your character sucks and the game sucks.
I mean, that's basically kind of what I've been told, is that 5e is kind of not the best in terms of games. Everybody hails 3.
I don't want to DM it. I'll say that much.
Everybody has hailed D&D 2 and 3 as like amazing for video games, but 5 not so much. And then so when I heard that Baldur's Gate 3 had the 5E rules, I was like, I don't know.
I haven't
I don't
heard
know.
that, but that's an interesting point because I'd be okay because I learned D&D tabletop at 3.0, so I don't know second edition. My wife learned it like second edition, so she'd probably be fine with it.
Well, I think you would absolutely love Baldur's Gate 1 too. Like I said, Icewind Dale is also very good. There is also another game around that same time period, which is hailed as one of the masterpieces of that genre. Came out around the same time as Baldur's Gate 1. And it's called... Oh, man, I can't even remember all of them. I always forget the name of this one for some reason, and I don't know why I do, because it's so ridiculously special compared to all the others. Because it's not in the same world, but it uses the same rule sets. Let's see, hold on, Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale, Neverwinter, Planescape Torment, yeah. It always comes up in the same list. So Planescape...
Oh, by Interplay, right?
Planescape Torment came out around the same time. It also uses the Infinity Engine, the same engine that the Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 use. And it's hailed as one of like the masterpiece role-playing games of that era. It does use D&D. I can't remember what rule set it uses, but it was made essentially by the same people who made all the others. It was made by BioWare using the Infinity Engine. It has second edition rules, just like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. So it's a fun game too. It's just not in the same world as Neverwinter Nights.
I bet you would have a good time as a DM in 5.0.
Because I get to make up all the decisions for everybody.
Well, no, but you can, let's say, guide them into decisions that favor your outcome. That's kind of how 5.0 feels to me as the DM. Like, I have a story, but instead of giving the hooks and getting my players to want to go do something because I wrote this and they want to play their characters and do this, I'll just look at their character sheets and ensure that they're gonna stumble upon this information. I don't know, it feels different as a DM to me. Or maybe I just suck as a DM. There's always that possibility. But I think you would do good at it because you can tell a good story, so I think you would be a good DM for that setting.
I'm kind of surprised if you play Dungeons and Dragons though that you haven't played Baldur's Gate because, well, I mean, I think Neverwinter Nights specifically, but Baldur's Gate 2, I think they all had DM modes where you could basically build custom campaigns.
And I played on a private server in Neverwinter. That's why.
Yeah, then you can make custom campaigns. You can send people through your campaign. Somebody gets to be the DM in the campaign. Like, I mean, it's no different than a tabletop version. You literally sit there over top of them like a DM. You can send down, like waves of monsters. You can make them go through choices. Like, you get all the normal DM options that you would normally get, and they can do it in a game format. And then everybody has access to their characters, like on a TCP connection. I'm pretty sure you can still do that.
No, you can, and that was my introduction to D&D. Was Neverwinter, and it's kind of also daunting to learn one rule set and learn a new rule set. I've learned 3, 5, 4, and now 5, and then whatever Hasbro's gonna turn 5 into. Wow, I'm out.
I just walked up and got one shot. Sometimes you just have to go in with all your cards on the table with these fights. You can't just walk in. You gotta freaking bust in like a dragon.
That's right. You're not gonna dip a toe into that pool. You're gonna cannonball.
That's right. Cannonball. This is a rough one right here.
Alright,
to
Dark
start off the
Shift.
dungeon with this, though, like, come on.
I got upset. My party always wanted to fight as a DM in 3.5, and I created an entire one-shot campaign that we played in like 5 or 6 hours. That there was no combat skills involved. It was all skills, you know, role playing, and all of that involved. Like you basically had to use all of your skills, like checks. And it was wizard towers, like based on illusion and magic and stuff that they couldn't see. But it made them think out of their box. I was punishing them, but I was trying to make them do something other than angry, smash, kill, problem solve. I'm like, no, that's not D&D. I wanted to show them they can do other things. I enjoyed watching their frustration, though. Just
I mean,
because
honestly, if you wanted
they
to do
fight.
that, all you'd have to do is put in the encounters anyway, right? But
Well, I had
make
them
it so
try to
that if
solve
they
it.
make it so that if they killed somebody that they weren't supposed to kill, for instance, it could complicate things and just make everything harder.
Well, you're a better writer than I.
So I mean, think about it like this. So say there was an orc group or whatever, and one of the orcs had information that could have made things easier. So if you talked to them, you might have been able to skill check your way through and obtain the information. But if you kill the orc, then the information is lost, right? So then then it just takes even longer and it's even harder to do.
Well, I went into, like, I created this whole encounter dungeon one-shot based on nullifying their magic and weapon attacks. Like, they can't just go in there and attack and solve a problem with, anger and hostility. That was all they thought D&D was. I wanted to show them that they could do other things with their characters. So I forced, the rogue to do acrobatics, lockpick, search for traps, all of their characters, bard, sword, whatever. Like, it just goes down. But it was interesting to see them as players do something different with the characters on paper that they had already created. I would play a 5.0 campaign with you if you're offering.
I don't know nothing about the 5.0 rules, man. I got no clue. As far as my knowledge for D&D, really only goes into the like Neverwinter Nights, Baldur's Gate, Neverwinter Nights 2. I think Neverwinter Nights 2 was 3.5 rule set, wasn't it?
I think it was.
I mean, I'm lost. I would be lost completely. I wouldn't even know what was going on. Ow! Freaking ow! Stop it! Ow! Wait out! Ow!
Oh, sneak attack is a hard skill, I guess, to deal with as a DM, but the hardest one is someone trying to roll turn undead, doing the clerical skills. That one, like, just still gets to a math problem.
I kind of liked. That's why I kind of liked playing the games, because it did all the rolls for you in the background. I got to actually still see them though, which was cool. So
Me
I got to
too.
see when I rolled a d20. You could turn all that on in the Neverwinter games.
That's how I learned. That was my introduction.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, and Neverwinter has some pretty unforgiving rule sets too. You can set it up so that it you can do like extra hard, where it just makes all your rolls terrible. You can customize it, and you can put other additional like rules on your character. It's been a while since I looked at it, but I remember going in there, and you could set up the difficulty of your run in a myriad of ways choosing how difficult the rules were when they applied to you, how much damage the monsters were doing. They really let you go in there and customize how badly you wanted to get your butt kicked.
Yeah, if I recall, it almost had what was that game? Like a Tom Clancy game. What was it? Where you could see and lay out the whole map and do that thing. Rainbow Six. Is that what I'm thinking of? You know one here where you could do the whole map layout?
Oh yeah, you could customize and make your own maps. I did back in the day, actually. I made a bunch of really cool stuff. Ah, one shot. Okay, alright. Alright. Cody, will you stop sniffing my armpit, weirdo? Never in my life have I seen an animal just like nosedive into somebody's armpit and just been sucking it in. One time I had a mallet.
Better the armpit than the crotch, eh?
One time I had a Malamute come up behind me, one of the real big monster dogs. Literally came up behind me, stuck his nose to the back of my pants and inhaled, and all of the air in my pants left. Like, hey, it was so bad that I think at that exact moment when he breathed in, you know, it was like vacuum seal kind of thing. My pants like sucked to my leg.
Taut.
Yeah, it was like he literally evacuated all the air from my pants.
Bad dog.
It was quite alarming to have all the air in your pants just suddenly leave your pants.
Had to meet a coworker's dog recently. Well, a couple of them, because they're gonna go out of town for a couple of days. And you know, when we went and greeted them, like everything was fine. They were cool, but their two dogs just wanted to lick my feet.
Yes.
And I showed up in
sandals,
barefoot.
Oh, that's
and
probably...
it was disgusting.
Yes.
I just got like double dog tongue, like all over my feet.
Sounds like you need to wear shoes. Sounds like you need to wear shoes.
I learned that really quickly. But yeah, that was terrible. These dogs were all about my cat funk, like foot funk. Ugh. Yeah, it's in between the toes.
Get in there. I want to get in there good. Cody, what is the matter with you? If you want to go back and sleep with your mama, I'll let you in the room.
Hang down. He heard all this talk about toes and wanted to see if you were okay. Yeah, I was trying to think. I don't know if there are any games. I know my lady wants to play the Star Ocean on.
Oh yeah,
Star Ocean on the Switch.
There's that game coming out, Starfield. I wanted to play that.
Not Starfield. I think Bethesda's gonna drop the ball. They're the. I'm not gonna say it. I don't want to be negative, Nancy.
Oh no, they're just definitely gonna come out with tons of bugs. I mean, that's just Bethesda at this point. I can't even like with a serious face say their game's not gonna come out with tons of bugs.
Yeah, they're
it's like
still
their
using
shtick.
the
That's
same
their
old
shtick.
engine. It's gonna be that.
It's their shtick at this point.
I don't know. I'm not excited about that game. Have you heard anything about D2 season?
No, like I said, I think you answered that earlier.
That's right. I already bugged you.
Yeah, nothing yet.
Had that prophetic dream.
My guess is it's probably going to be a big one.
You think they're just kind of working the same crew on D2 and D3? Because D3 is still running on their last season, 28, right?
I don't. I mean, as far as I know, I think the D2 crew and the D4 crew are separate. Man, this bear is some rough bearage. He is a bear of roughness.
Your stream's like right here, 30 seconds.
I must wait a moment.
They wanted me to slay 5 of those things? I slayed 1. Congratulations.
I mean, the bear druid is still stupid chunky tank.
Don't kill it much. It won't make me rich, but that'll help. Yeah, that's for you.
Absorbed and fortify and vulnerable is all I see flashed on your screen.
I mean, that's how I have them set up. Fortify is very important to make your character tanky in this game. Let me go take Cody and put him in the friggin' go sleep with his mama. He's being annoying and he's just whining nonstop. I mean, Bethesda has been known for leaving in bugs specifically because they're hilarious, which I think is.
I like to
I think
think
it's
that
great.
they think they're features.
Well, no,
But
some of them are.
treats bugs as features.
Yeah,
Sorry,
exactly.
I was reading chat.
They do. They totally do.
I agree with you.
They
I don't know
totally
if
do.
it's one guy, but they got someone who definitely says it's a feature.
Well, okay, so think about this. The giants.
They're using
the
an
giants in
engine
Skyrim.
from like 2008.
So the giants in
Still
Skyrim.
today.
The giants in Skyrim. Okay. They was a bug in the original version of the game where they would knock you through the as soon as they killed you, you would just go flying.
Son of a
Right? You would just
biscuit.
go.
I just moved again.
You would
sorry.
just go flying through the sky when you got hit by the giants. They knew this was a bug. They kept it in the game on purpose. They said that they liked it. They liked the fact that the giants knocked you through the sky. I mean, that's the kind of silly stuff that goes on where they leave bugs in on purpose. They're like, we like this. This is funny.
Right? Why fix it? Community loves it. Game's still working. Just go.
No, they deliberately left that one in.
I personally still love the, and even in Dark Souls too, I'm gonna say it, the ragdoll physics in a Bethesda and Dark Souls game. I love the ridiculousness that you can get from a corpse getting trapped in your feet, or during like a roll animation or a walking movement, how it just kind of becomes a part of you, and you make this almost South Park Trapper Keeper amalgamation. Katamari Degas, like Damasi, like Blob. I love those physics in Skyrim and Dark Souls. Those things always get a rise out of me. Beat all 5 waves that time.
Oh, the last one wasn't waves. It was some sort of ridiculous, elite monster that I was supposed to kill. I killed one of them. I think I killed 2 of them.
Oh, I remember.
There was a big giant monster bear that was way bigger than any bear I've ever seen before in my life. It had 4 elite mods. It was insane.
What is Kenshi? I don't think I've ever played that game.
Oh, I don't even know how the hell that happened. I was looking away at chat too much. Well, there's the last revive. Can't die again. I've died too many times in this dungeon.
No, I released.
Freaking corpse bows, man. They are just nasty.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
What the hell is this corpse? There you are. Getting my butt handed to me by random corpse bows hanging in the back.
I must wait.
Not the other monsters that are killing me, it's the random corpse bows that are just sitting in the back nuking me into oblivion. I gotta go hunt down the corpse bows every single time.
Yeah, I just got a quick lesson in Kenshi. That definitely looks like some jank.
I must wait a moment.
I'll say that, some jank.
I'm not ready
But I can see the Dark Souls reference too when it comes to hitbox jank. Like, yep, I've seen that.
Speaking of hitbox jank, Elden Ring had
You
some
noticed a new one? Oh, Elden Ring?
Elden
Ah,
Ring had some terrible
come
dodge.
on.
Had some terrible
Elden Ring
dodge
Gold
problems.
Hat. Elden Ring Gold Hat, we talked about that.
No, I just mean the dodging. Like I had so much trouble dodging things.
Did you play 2?
There was like there's a disconnect there between how the dodge works and what you
And-
actually see.
In 2, it's even worse because you have to do adaptability. Sorry, in my YouTube comment I said attunement. That was my phone correcting me. It's adaptability. That's the worst one in number 2. When I was saying the worst Dark Souls is 2 because of adaptability.
I've heard that all the Dark Souls games have had issues with the dodging though. Like they were all like something in the way the dodging works and the input lag and how it interprets in the game and like when you press the button versus when you release the button. There's always been some sort of weird jankiness going on with the evade system.
I don't know, those games definitely have their own jank. Oh crap. Can you teleport back into the portal so I can teleport to you? No, I'm gonna see if I can make it there. Probably can't.
Yeah, the dungeon's over. You can release as many times as you want.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted an easy way to get the glyph XP.
Yeah, let me just sell all my crap real quick and I'll go back down.
No, you're fine. I just made it. Oh crap! I just got my first wind force.
Nice.
Still no pendant engraves. Pig's fists at the sky. You dang kids. Ooh, HellTide just spawned. How you feeling?
Well struck.
Not feeling the HellTide.
Oh, I'm trying to get to level 100. I'm EXPing. That's my goal today.
no harm.
HellTides are nice and all, but they don't really give as good EXP as the Nightmare Dungeons do.
If I log in my other account, will that help more? And by my account, I mean my wife's account.
For what?
EXP?
Oh no, it's actually. I don't even think the EXP goes up for more people really, unless you're hanging out with me. There's a bonus if you're next to me.
So
it's
I'm
like a
providing
10.
no bonus here, just pure detriment.
Yeah, basically 100% additional HP to the monsters.
Wow.
See, when we stand next to each other, if we're standing next to each other, you'll see a bonus on your bar that says
I've
gain
seen
5% and double this if they're nearby. Like if a player, so I get 10% bonus EXP if you're close enough that is affecting us. But if you're not close enough, it's basically just no gain for 100%.
You don't get the party EXP at all.
Yeah, you got to be close enough.
Yep, there it goes. Wow.
And now we're no longer close enough. So, and since you can't stay alive, it'll never stay up.
I'm not ready yet.
Well, I thought at least by me joining give you more XP, but
I mean,
guess
I have no trouble killing stuff anyway. It doesn't really matter. So, I'm just giving you EXP basically at this point.
Just wait a moment.
oh, my glyphs are leveling up so fast.
I must wait a moment. I'm not
What's
ready.
up, buddy? Why you in this room all by yourself? Oh, you teleported out, you little turd. Come back here.
I must wait a moment.
Who's looking for a little privacy?
The only saving grace,
Stage fright.
I'm not ready.
the only saving grace that I could make for Diablo 4 at this point is to compare it to Diablo 2 at launch. Like I've got to be fair
I'm not ready.
and be like, okay, well, how good was Diablo 2 when it first launched?
My computer couldn't run Diablo 2 when it launched.
I mean,
I dealt with a lot of computer problems before I could get Diablo 2 to work.
well, I remember back when Diablo 2 launched, it was not a good game. On launch, it was not the most amazing game in the world.
When did they come out with the DirectX patch? Because I think that was LOD. That was when it started working better for me.
I remember DirectX being a pretty big thing, like, because you're gonna laugh at me, but I remember every time I got a new computer, it was like the first thing I checked was to see if the game could run DirectX properly or whatever, like the DirectX test. I think it was like in the battle or in the Diablo launcher, wasn't it? There was like a test in the launcher.
Yeah, they had that in 3D glide mode, I think.
Yeah, I remember testing that to see if my computer could run Diablo 2.
Must wait a moment.
If it couldn't run Diablo 2, I didn't want it.
Remember when you didn't have enough hard drive space to install the cutscene, so you had to leave the disc in if you wanted to see the cutscene? You'd be like, hey,
Oh, I had so much trouble with the disc too. I don't know about you guys, but my discs would always go bad because you had to
oh yeah, instantly.
put the discs in to get the copyright or whatever protection so that you could actually launch the game, and my discs just kept going bad. They would scratch up to the point where I guess the program couldn't read it anymore, and it wouldn't verify the copyright protection, and then you were just SOL. You just couldn't even play the game because you had a legitimate copy of the game and you just couldn't do anything.
Not ready yet.
D2 was the first reason that I ever installed Daemon Light tools back in the day, like the fake hard drive.
Yeah, I could never get that to authenticate the disc. But
to
I
do
was
the disc loader.
I was
Yeah.
able to do the clone CD. I remember clone CD back in the day. I would clone the disc, and that the cloned disc would work for a little while, and then eventually the cloned disc would fail to work. I had to burn so many copies of the disc because the discs would just suddenly stop detecting the copyright protection. So at some point or another, we just kept a copy of the disc on hand, and we would just burn the copy whenever we needed to. And then when the copy stopped working, we would just throw it away, and we would burn another copy. It was...
That's pretty much how copy discs work. You can only read that data so many times until it becomes corrupted.
Well, even the original discs from the store wouldn't work. I mean, I can't believe how many copies of Diablo 2 we had to buy just so we could play the game.
I'm not ready yet.
You can just have 2 disk drives on your PC.
Well,
One for the-
the
one
stupid
for
thing
the-
was you only needed one disc. You could have 30 people in the same room playing Diablo 2. You only need one disc. Like, literally, you just have somebody boot the game up. It asks for the disc at the start when you loaded the game. You put the disc in, verifies the disc, and then you take the disc out. And then you could just hand it to your friend, and he would put it in his computer and launch the game, and then it would check that disc. And you could use the same disc 30 times on 30 different versions of the game if you wanted to. Like, it was the copyright protection wasn't even that amazing. It was like, check the disc once, and then bam, okay, you're in. And then if the game crashed or something and you had to reload, you shouted to your friend, hey, I need the disc, and then he would toss it to you like a frisbee.
Boy, yeah, the internet was a wild, wild west time because whatever media was tossing that disc was the internet.
Well, I mean,
Oh, wow.
and that's the only thing, honestly, in my opinion, that's currently saving Diablo 4 at the moment in my mind is the fact that Diablo 2 was awful when it first launched. It was a very bad game. I mean, as far as like mechanics go, it didn't have a lot of unique items. There were no mana potions in the shop. There was tons of problems with the game when it first launched. They fixed them.
Don't blow smoke up my malignant tunnel because
They fixed
yeah,
them.
that's what they're saying. Yeah, we hear you. We're working on it. It's coming. We're fixing it. Like, yeah, I don't think that makes a good game because that counteracts your argument from previous where you said this game was prematurely launched.
I think Diablo 2 might have been prematurely launched too. I mean, if you really think about it,
they fixed it with LOD. You're right.
they did. LOD was definitely was a huge improvement over the original version of the game.
God, you remember when you can get better than 640 by whatever it was, and then you had to get 800 by 600 through LOD only?
Mm-hmm.
That was a fix that they gated by an expansion pack. That's pretty terrible.
But I mean, a lot of people are pointing out that Diablo 4 doesn't have a lot of unique items, right? And they're right. There's not a lot of unique items. But if you go to Diablo 2 and you look at how many unique items Diablo 2 had on launch, Diablo 2 didn't have a lot of unique items either. Remember, there was only normal difficulty uniques in Diablo 2 on launch.
And what do you use from normal other than a gull?
Well, no, there were some important ones that people utilized.
Tarnhelm?
You got Tarnhelm, you had Silks of the Victor, you had Frostburns and Mage Fist and things like that. There were some very valuable
yeah,
uniques.
Those ones are always still good, yeah.
But the thing is unique wise, the original set of uniques that were launched into the game.
SOJ
I mean, out of those
was a unique.
out of those original uniques, there wasn't a whole lot of them that were really that amazing. You could name them on one hand pretty much, the ones that everybody used on a regular basis. And then all the other ones that nobody really wanted and nobody really cared about, they just kind of fell to the wayside.
So why are you disappointed at Diablo 4 having the same thing? A
Well,
bunch of
well,
uniques
that's
that
what I'm
no
saying.
one remembers.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that in the beginning, Diablo 2 didn't really have a lot of uniques either. And we can't really judge Diablo 4 so harshly, especially since they're adding more uniques every single patch. Just the same way that Diablo 2 did. Diablo 2 kept adding more uniques. LOD added a whole lot more. And then eventually, a couple patches went by, and there were tons of uniques in the game after a certain point. Diablo 2 has, like, with LOD, has, like, over 300 uniques at this point.
Yeah, well,
we're barely at like 40 something, I think, within or 50. It's like I think it's like 50 or 60 in Diablo 4 right now. So by comparison, it just seems massive. But then at the same point, if you go back and look how many uniques were in Diablo 2 when it launched, it was probably about the same
like
amount.
60.
It was probably about the same
70.
amount.
Not a lot. LOD.
And then people are making a big deal about sets.
Different game.
Well, they're making a big deal about sets being missing from Diablo 4, and honestly, I think the sets shouldn't come. They shouldn't come at all. But the sets in Diablo 2 were garbage.
I mean, here's my response to the sets question. Like, can I say this? Would you trust them?
No,
with
I don't.
Sets?
No, I don't.
With what they've done with the game already with Diablo 4, would you trust them honestly introducing sets?
No, because they'll end up being like Diablo 3
fixed,
sets, and I don't. Nobody wants those.
Vulnerability, critical strike damage, resistance, armor, damage reduction,
there's a Wrathful
cooldown
Heart
reduction,
over here.
all of that.
You might want to come grab this. It's on. It should be on the map as a leaf. A bird
I
leaf.
definitely want it, but I'm definitely gonna die.
Well, you better be quick. Jack be nimble, Jack be quick.
Hank died somewhere close to a candlestick. Oh, he didn't even see the flicker.
But I mean, I'm not trying to defend Diablo 4. I'm just trying to say that at the same level of development between Diablo 2 when it first started and Diablo 4 when it first started,
a year's time,
they're about
different.
They're about at the same pace right now. But I do feel like they've got to change the way that they're doing some of this stuff because we're ending up in these horrible situations because they're not. And you know, one of the things they're like, we're going to give you the patch notes early, and I'm like you.
I must wait a minute.
I thought earlier was them doing the fireside chat. I thought I would get the patch notes last Friday, and then the patch would come on Tuesday.
Well, some
Thursday.
examples. So some examples here. In Diablo 2 Resurrected, since the beginning, when they have come out with a new patch, they always give us the patch notes about a week in advance of the actual patch. We never get the patch notes the same day as the patch. It's always been that way. Diablo 4 comes out, and all of a sudden they're just releasing the patches and the notes on the same day. They completely changed the way they did things for some reason. And the change that they made was really weird because it was going backwards.
If you don't
it was going
subscribe
backwards,
to their
right?
Twitter, you're not getting the news quick enough.
Well, it goes backwards, right? They're going backwards. And then all of a sudden, now they're like, we're gonna do better. We're gonna give you the patch notes in advance, and we're gonna change the way that we do things. And it's like, no, you're not changing the way you're doing things. You're going back to the way that you should have been doing it to begin with, the way you've been doing it all this time up till now. And then y'all stupid butts was just like, oh, let's just release the patch notes in the patch on the same day, and let's just not even have a PTR, and let's just do everything completely wrong. And then
Call a taxi. I'm getting drunk. Like, I'm done for work for the weekend. Like, we're done. Hey, check it out though. Thank you for that Wrathful Heart. I'm gonna be that guy soon.
I must wait a minute.
oh, you got a Wrathful Heart, that's 2 Wrathful Hearts so far. It's not bad.
Well, no, you told me to come risk it for the biscuit, and I got it, and it's a barber.
Oh, nice.
Ready yet.
Oh, one of the broken gem.
I had my first ever the barber.
I must wait a minute.
I'm excited about the Wind Wars. I'm doing rapid fire.
I'm not ready yet.
It stinks to knock, things back for melee characters, but I'm strictly road range.
It only knocks them back if you're actually using the bow.
Yeah, I'm rapid fire.
No, I mean, like, you said melee character, so if you're
Oh,
using a ranged
no.
attack, you're a ranged character, so it only knocks them back if you're actually using the bow, I think.
Oh, I meant it sucks if you're ranged because or if you're melee because I'm ranged, so I'm gonna be knocking you back.
Oh, Lord. Just get me stuck in these frickin' loops. You know what? I don't need to, yeah, I don't need to live anyway. It's not a big deal. Who needs to live? I don't want to live.
Bud, you have so much to live for. I thought you were gonna DM our 5.0 campaign.
I'm not ready yet.
Tentative.
I am just trying to survive here, my
Not
friend.
ready yet.
What the hell was that loud noise I just heard? Totally not distracting at all.
Or the dungeon ending. What noise?
I must wait a moment.
The neighbors are moving out in the middle of the night.
Wow, that's not shady.
I must wait a moment.
They keep
The cover
they
of
keep
darkness.
moving out, but they're only moving out at night. Literally when the sun's down. They got a big old U-Haul, they pulled it up in the dark. So they're moving out, like it's just pitch black dark outside.
Well, have you been
Tell me your
part of the
neighbor
heat
is a
wave?
smuggler without telling me your neighbor is a smuggler.
We don't live in the best places. I mean, our city's like one of the worst. There's literally like a couple of YouTube videos where it's like you pull it up and it's like the worst cities in America, and then literally we're on the
Gary,
list.
Indiana.
We're on the list. Let me go see what the hell that loud noise was before. Real quick, it's my own peace of mind.
Or in. Oh, shoot. I've gotten a legendary. Well, a unique at least that I wanted. Probably not going to be good, but I definitely want to go with a Wind Force build. Try it out. And I got a barber gem. I've had a good night of loot. You trying to get on these runs, Vicious?
I'm barely level 40.
You're only 40?
Yeah, I have not had any opportunity to play really since the season dropped. Promotions are not all they're cracked out to be, you know what I mean?
Oh, are you talking about the... Was it the dust or ashes, they said?
Nah, at work.
Oh, yeah, no. They usually come with a caveat.
Yeah, it's not been a great time. It's just like a constant headache.
Or, no, sorry. That sucks, but...
Yeah, but you know what? It's all improving things, so that's a plus.
Or that's all you can ask for, right?
Heck yeah. Trying to like sneak in things on the orders that we need and hoping I don't get fired for it.
Give me 1 second.
I have no clue what's going on out there. I looked out the window. That guy's bent over like a U. with a flashlight, crawling along the ground, looking for something, I guess, that he dropped.
I don't know if you want to know.
I don't really know what I don't want to know what he's looking for, but it's like on the sidewalk, and he's just like, I don't really know how to explain it. You know, like if this is a person, he's like this, you know, just like bent over like a U with his hand on going like this with a flashlight, going like this over the ground, picking up random objects and like holding them in front of the flashlight and then dropping them. I don't know what the hell he's looking for. His crack pipe?
Or whatever dropped out.
Probably the rock.
The pipe is $2 at the corner store. The rock is life.
Well, yeah. Pretty sure the loud noises are just them moving crap into the van, but I guess they're taking a break to... Yeah.
Yeah, give it over.
Yeah. Ooh, boy.
Oh heck yeah! I just finished chapter 4.
Chapter 4. Talking about the Corman quest?
The season.
Oh, this seasonal quest? Yeah, the Corman quest.
Just a public service announcement. Video games are much cheaper than drugs, folks.
Very true.
Depends if they have loot boxes, gambling, gotchas. I mean, there's a lot of stuff there.
I mean, even if they do have loot boxes, and even if you do spend lots of money on the loot boxes, to be honest with you, you can quit at any time. Good luck on the other side.
I don't know. Gambling addiction's still pretty rough.
I mean, that's
did
a whole,
I link that?
that's a whole lot.
Yeah, I did. All right, check it out.
That's why we play Diablo 2, though. The gambling in Diablo 2 is free.
Well, I'm not gambling. Oh, Diablo, frick. Diablo 2 is a different beast. All right, check it out. Look, that was the base wind force versus the upgraded 808 power to 808 plus 25.
Yeah, nice.
Eh. It's a wind force. It's my first one.
You didn't get +3 on the impetus passive, which is unfortunate.
Oh,
It's unfortunate. That would have been nice. The impetus passive is it's actually kind of sexy. It's a lot better than I think a lot of people give it credit for. Basically, what it does is it gives you a damage bonus for moving around, and you know how this game is. Like you legit will be moving around all the time.
yeah, you can't sit still.
You can't sit still for a second. So you just constantly have the bonus because you're constantly moving around and you constantly can't sit still. So
What tree is it under?
it's on the ultimate tree, I think. Quitting Diablo isn't going to give you a draw. You know, it's funny because you can quit Diablo like a bunch, and you'll still come back to it eventually.
Oh yes.
I mean, a lot of people are. Some people are just really weirdly upset that I'm playing Diablo 4. They're like, "Hey, no, he's never gonna go back to Diablo 2." And I'm over here like, you do realize that I always go back to Diablo 2. Are you guys aware of this?
You're gonna have the same people saying the same thing when you go back to D2.
He's never gonna go back to D4. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Go with it now.
Wow, wow,
Bulls
wow,
on
wow,
parade.
wow, 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 wow. I don't know.
Shifting City. I like Shifting City. Actually, it's kind of weird. It just splits off into 2 T's. Like if I were good enough to do it with you, it'd be pretty fun. But
Whoa, Dank. Okay, whoa. You know what? You gotta.
I'm good enough.
You gotta be my girlfriend first before we consider doing it. All right. Take me to dinner first.
Don't mistake
me to
what I'm
dinner.
saying.
Take me to
for a
dinner first.
proposition. I'm talking
Take me
about
to
Diablo
dinner.
4.
Some Taco Bell at
You-
least. Maybe some
You
McDonald's.
horn dog. Well, I mean, just because I stopped for food didn't mean it was a date. I'm a gentleman.
I must wait a moment.
Corpse pose in the back. Corpse pose attack. Pretty sure one of them skeletons just ran off for you.
Nope, it was two of them.
Man, it ran straight for you. They said, look at them cheeks.
I must wait a moment.
Fresh meat.
You look pretty good in them jeans, my boy.
I mean, everyone's got to see me on the loading screen. What do you think of me rocking the shirt they gave me? If I were female, it would be more provocative, I guess.
Provocative.
But I think I'm pulling it off quite
I
well.
must wait a
You don't want to show off your man nipples?
No,
The necromancer totally just has a shirt that's just that's it. He just shows off his nips.
so make a male sorcerer and equip the heavy armor, and you equip a nipple ring. Did you know that?
Rocky Horror Picture Show. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, non sequitur, but I see what you're
Rocky Horror
saying.
Picture Show. Rocky Horror Picture Show.
There's no mention of nipple rings in that movie.
I don't know why not.
I must wait a moment.
I think that's just you making that connection, bud.
No, I just mean the character. I mean, you can
Frankfurter? Maybe.
you can literally go watch Rocky Horror Picture Show and then go dress up your sorcerer, and it looks like your sorcerer belongs in the movie.
You talking about my male
The
sorcerer?
male sorcerer, yes, not the sorceress. The sorceress has provocative clothing. Everything looks feminine.
And I guess accentuates the parts.
Yeah, parts accentuation.
Alright, well, I didn't know because I put on no jewelry for my character, and then this particular armor set just, my nips are on blast, like, whatever, I'm okay with that. But then
He's okay with his nips on blast. It's all right.
I was not okay with the piece of jewelry. That's where I was like, whoa.
Wait a minute. Why do I have a nipple ring all of a sudden? This just doesn't seem right.
I must wait a moment.
I can load up the character if you want to see it.
Oh, I don't even make the male sorceress. The sorcerer. I don't really make the sorcerer. This is none of the equipment is just designed for that character. None of it. Not a single bit of it. I swear it was an afterthought. Like I think they had the female sorceress all worked out. They had the female sorcerer's equipment all worked out. And then I think at some point or another, the development team was like, yeah, we want to make a male sorcerer too. We think it's going to be pretty cool. And it was like really way too late in the development cycle.
Everyone just threw paper and trash cans at them like, boo.
And then they just converted all the female sorceress equipment into male sorceress equipment. And so the male sorcerer is literally wearing like low-cut tops and like his boobs are hanging out on half of them. And none of it makes any sense.
I'm not ready yet.
Just saying, it's not fair to the female fantasy players who want to wear the nipple ring. They can't appreciate the nipple ring. It's male gender specific, and that's not fair.
I mean, the nipple ring might be there, you just can't see it. Underneath the surface, my friend. Underneath the surface.
Tasteful tassel. No, I also think it's just bad. Like, what? I like this armor, but what comes with that?
It's funny because the druid has a similar problem. All of his cosmetics just look bad. Like they're all just so bad.
They're so terrible.
They're so
Everything
bad.
looks bad.
And they added in this new set of armor that it's like across the board all the characters get access to it. And it's the first time that druid has had access to any set that doesn't just look like dog garbage. And it's funny because every single druid you see is wearing it because it's the first set ever that it doesn't look bad. And
Was
so
it a paid or a free one?
so it comes with the battle pass. It's free. I think it's I don't know if it's part of the free battle pass, but it comes with a battle pass. So you just see everybody wearing it now because it's the only one that doesn't look terrible on the druid.
You called me a centon knight. I can't remember. It was an anime that I had never seen. And you pulled it up, and that was what my druid were. I was like, dude, I'm Big Bird. I was wearing all yellow with like big feathers. I was ready to go to like carnival.
Yeah, I think I was the one that was talking about that.
Yeah, and you're like, you look like this, and I can't remember the anime that you referenced. But,
Saint Seiya.
Saint Seiya. Wow, I was way off. But that was the outfit I rocked. The freebie or whatever that they gave me. I thought I looked pretty good.
The new one actually
ridiculous.
The new one actually looks pretty good. Like it does. It's the first one. It's like the first set the druids ever had that doesn't look like complete garbage.
Are you telling me that my Saint Seiya set looks like garbage?
I mean, you just look like a Saint Seiya character. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, if gold is your fashion, then you know, be a pimp. I don't know.
Oh, what?
Be a pimp. Get your purple cape in there too.
No, I was clearly yellow. I was feeling Big Bird. Big Bird and Carnival.
I'm not ready yet.
This is just pain over here. This is just all this is pain. Just pain. It's just pain. I can't live through the pain. Stop fearing me every 2 seconds. And you, corpse bow,
I must wait a moment.
eat something that is not good and like it.
3-day-old taquitos roasting at 7-Eleven.
Yes, there you go. Eat those.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Melmac the Sparkbird.
So whispering
I must wait.
trees fall off, HellTide, everything falls off.
I mean, Nightmare Dungeons are definitely the best EXP towards the end of the game.
Even solo?
I'm not ready.
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, it's just that they gave really good EXP to these Nightmare Dungeons. They wanted them to be #1, and they made them #1. That's just...
Hey, because I've really been loving the break in monotony and going doing like a
you
Legion,
can still do that.
World event or a
You
HellTide.
can do that all you want, and quite honestly, like, I could probably do it too, but it would just slow me down a little bit.
Dude, those Corso guys one-shot me so many times.
Yes.
Just walk around the corner. Like, they're the clips of 2003 Halo players. Just like, oh,
Boom,
no
headshot,
scope headshot,
boom, headshot,
yeah,
boom,
Counter-Strike,
headshot.
all of it.
Boom, headshot.
I feel like whoever programmed it did exactly that in their mind. They're like, these guys going to hit.
I am gonna die here. This is just too much. There's just too much damage coming out right now.
Yeah,
There is just too much damage. I knew that was coming.
it's the
That is just too
eye
much.
of the tiger. Oh.
Every single one of them boys was explosive, and it's when they all stood on top of me, I got like
I'm
6 or
watching
7
it now,
explosions all happening at the same time. and I
Poison
couldn't-
and fire enchanted.
I guess,
Get wrecked.
yeah, okay. It's not nice to me. I mean, I'll go back and I'll kill them, but it's gonna take me a minute.
I must wait.
It's cool. I'm gonna sit here and cheer you on.
They're just rude, is all they are.
Alright, I'm looking at your Street Fighter shirt. Have you played 6? I have not yet.
Street Fighter
My
6?
miss-
No, I haven't.
My
played it.
missus really liked 4. And she's been a player since 2 or whatever. And 4, she was really enjoying it. 5 was like, she didn't like it. We haven't tried 6 yet, but we're gonna get it eventually.
I have a love-hate relationship with fighter games. I think I like them. I think I like them, but I'm bad at them. And I will admit, I am just horrible at fighting games.
Yeah, but it's.
I think it's because I'm
I
completely
like fighting games and I'm bad at them.
I think it's because I'm completely unwilling to put in the time to learn all the combos. I'm just completely unwilling. I do not have the time to memorize all of those things. I just don't. I feel like at a certain point, I think the reason why a lot of people don't like fighting games is not necessarily because they feel like they're too difficult. I think it's just because at some point or another you've got to realize that people just don't have the time to memorize all the button combos. We really don't. Like, it's not
or the counters.
There's just too much time involved in learning all the button combos. Like, okay, how do I do this button combo for Ryu? Okay, it's back X Y forward back, and you know, like, okay, there's one, and then you got like the ultimate combos, and it's like back up back up X Y back up X Y X L L shoulder trigger, and then you get like super ultimate combo 7, and it's like, who has the time to sit there and learn all those? Because I don't.
It's just your personal flavor and taste, but I agree with you.
So then you spend
my own 10-hit combos for characters that I cared about.
Well, so that's the thing. So then you end up learning for your character. I
dumped in a bunch of time into Smash Brothers, like.
So then you end up learning your specific character's combos, right? So you cop out. You're like, okay, well, I'm not gonna learn all the combos for all the characters. You're like, I'm just gonna focus on my character, right? So you pick a character, you focus on that character, and then come to find out you learned all the combos for a character that is woefully broken or underpowered or something, and you're just never gonna win with that guy because he just doesn't have the right move set or something, or he's just unloved by the developers. Maybe that's like when you're playing Zangief on like the original Street Fighter. Like,
for Smash Brothers references, I liked Melee. I liked playing Peach, just because I loved her float cancel and the randomness of pulling up the turnips. It was just fun.
okay.
And the turnips were continuous and annoying.
Did I finally killed him? Okay, I finally killed him. Wow, alright. It took me way too long. But, I mean, in general, it's fighting games have always been that kind of a love-hate relationship for me. I think they're fun to play, and I just wish they were easier. And by easier,
memorization.
Well, yeah, and by easier, I just mean I wish they were less memorization and more skill. I hate to say this, but I don't consider memorization to be skill. Just because you can memorize all the button inputs doesn't necessarily mean you're a better player than somebody else who just hasn't put in the time to memorize all the buttons inputs.
A lot of time.
And that's input lag stuff, and that's another odd one, because when you play online against other people, if somebody has a better connection to the server than you, like, they can just be objectively have a much easier time reacting than you. And there are some lag compensation techniques, and I've kind of looked into all that kind of stuff. And
they say the same thing, but it could be applied to first-person shooters.
Yeah,
as well.
That's one of the places that you research a lot is in first-person shooters. You're constantly researching that kind of stuff when it comes to FPSs, but the input lag is a pretty big
player too. Dota also is
it's a pretty big thing.
The lag and input.
Man, I am gonna get my
and the connection. I don't know if you ever played the Dota.
I did. Dota, I'm not really too worried about the skill-based or input lag problems in that game. I was always much more
connection-based, like for competition. Like, it was important.
I was always much more concerned about how unfair the teams were most of the time. But you're probably talking about competition, and I'm just talking about playing the game.
I'm just talking about connection.
I mean, just
like
playing the
speed.
game, just playing the
And
game
how
normally.
having a connection makes the game different.
Most of the time when it came to Dota-based games or MOBAs in general, the teams were just always one-sided. Like 90% of the time, the teams were either one-sided in your favor or one-sided against you. One way or the other. Didn't really matter. But they were always one-sided in one direction or the other. You either stomped them into the dirt or you got stomped into the dirt. And there was no in-between. And 10% of the time, you'd actually have a fun match with, you know, two even teams. But for the most part, it was almost always just very unfair matches. Especially when one person would just AFK or give up or whatever. It would just make it even worse.
Oh yeah, you'd have that. You'd have the rage quits too.
Input lag may have been an issue, but it was far overshadowed, I think, by just the teams always being very unfair. And I'm not even just talking because a lot of people are like, you just got your butt kicked all the time. You're just whining and complaining. No, it was the opposite way, too, because a lot of the times I would be on the team that would absolutely demolish the other team. And it just doesn't feel good. I don't know why people enjoy that kind of gameplay, like where you're just absolutely demolishing the other team into oblivion. I mean, let's go back to the fighting game as an example. If your, like, 3-year-old brother was playing against you in a fighting game and you absolutely demolished him, would you really feel that much satisfaction from demolishing your 3-year-old brother?
I think I'd question my father, 3-year-old brother in this day.
I'm just saying, you know, like, in general, like, there's no... You don't get any satisfaction from beating someone who has no chance of ever winning against you. Like, ooh, burn, I pushed you into the dirt, sir. Be like, man, it's my first time playing the game. Like, calm it down a little bit. Like, I literally just learned the buttons 5 minutes ago.
I still play MOBAs here and there, and it can be boring when you're getting stomped or you're stomping somebody.
Yeah, and about 10% of the time you'll get those really nice matches where it's close, you know, it's like a really...
It's like down to the last...
Exactly, and those are fun. Those are fun.
I love those. I can accept the loss of them.
But 90% of the time, it's just stomp or get stomped.
Fortress style like games, like your Fortnite, your Battleground.
Well, Team Fortress I always felt was pretty fair, especially because they were.
Well, I meant like the Battleground crap that they're doing nowadays. I forget what they call it. That's what they call it.
I'm not a big fan of battle royales either, and I've tried them and I just don't. I don't find them to be all that amazing.
You could have somebody that's amazing, like just a crack team, and they drop, but they don't get guns at their first loot boxes, and they just get demolished by somebody who's crappy but just happen to get a gun.
I mean, it happens. It does. I've seen it happen many times in those games. I really didn't like the building in Fortnite, though, I'm going to be honest. I think I tried to play Fortnite for a while, and I think the first time I was in the game and I was fighting this guy, and it was kind of an even match, and one of us was going to lose. I think I had the advantage over him ever so slightly, and I was going to win. And all of a sudden, when he got down to about 10% HP, he just pressed like one button, and there was an entire building around him, and I was just like, okay, this is just stupid.
Conquer my tower.
I mean, this is just stupid.
Yeah, I played that game like a little bit before it actually came out, and the building mechanic, I'd never.
Buddy, Ginger, I just got the pants.
The pants.
The sad pants.
The eyes in the dark pants?
I mean, I just linked it.
You're gonna be in the dark if you put them on. You'll be dead.
I'm not. Do you see this loading screen? I cannot afford these pants.
You'll be dead.
Decent value.
Wow, 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 wow.
No, my significant other really likes fighting games, and I just kind of keep my ear to the ground and kind of play as an active dummy, fighting dummy. You know, I don't really know what I'm doing, but I'm, you know, better than just the training AI, I guess.
Yeah, I just button mash for the win on those.
Oh my god, I got so frustrated. I played this one fighting game with my nephew. It was like years ago. It was some sort of Star Wars fighting game. And they had the block was so overpowered in that game, you could literally just hold down the block button and never lose. Ever. Like, it's all you had to do. And he was like, I can't remember, he was 7 years old or 8 years old or something. And he was just giggling the entire time.
With block.
And all he would do was just hold the block button down.
Oh,
that's
he beat
it.
the crap out of him.
And you could not get through the block in this game. I don't know what it was about this particular game, because in other games you could beat through a block, or you could like leg sweep them or something. Like, there was usually a way that you could break the block, right? You couldn't just hold down the button.
Yeah, you take some damage or
No.
lose stamina or something.
This game, if you held down the block button, you just had infinite block, and it was 100% effective. It blocked all damage. There was no way to break it whatsoever. So while you were holding down the block button, that was it. And he would just sit there with the patience of a saint, holding down the block button forever until I finally like gave up because my thumb was hurting from mashing the button too much. And then he would just swipe the weapon and hit me for some damage, and then put the block right back up. And man, I got so pissed playing against my nephew because he would just hold the block button down the entire time. And eventually I just stopped playing. I was like, I'm not going to fight you in this game if you're just going to sit there and hold down the block button for an hour and a half.
Yep. I remember the same thing in Mortal Kombat. I think Raiden did the dash, and they gave him the up-down teleport that got broken in like number 2 or the 3, where he did the back and forth teleport, and then he did the vertical teleport too.
Oh, the one through the floor?
Yeah. It just started getting ridiculous, and I was playing my sister, and she did the same thing. I was like, you're not even fun to play against. You're just gonna do that move over and over.
Need something blessed? Cursed, perhaps?
I think my old favorite fighting game was Killer Instinct.
Alright, so I remember other than Smash Brothers, the only other fighting game I bothered getting decent at was probably Tekken 6? No, Tekken 5 actually, on the PlayStation 3. Because my lady was a fighting gamer, and she wanted to play the new Tekken, and I learned the 10-hit combo with Wang Jin Rei. And I was just the old dude fighting with a wand, and just if you got close enough, I'd counter you and get you stuck, and then do my 10-hit combo. And just be like, that's really cheap.
So there
Stop
was
doing that.
there was a fighting game I played a lot. I remember I actually had fun with this one. Where is it? I'm not sure if you guys have even played this one. It had a bunch of robots in it, if I remember correctly.
I'm not a aficionado of fighting games.
I'm trying to find it. Hold on. That way I can say it properly. I remember it was on SNES. It was
Balls
on,
of Steel?
It was on SNES. I remember it was on SNES. It might have been King of Fighters, but it may I don't remember. I just remember there being robots in it.
Mortal Kombat 3 had robots in it.
There was a couple cool features. I remember you being able to like hit the person and they would like fall down into like a different part of the arena.
That's Mortal Kombat 3.
It wasn't. It definitely wasn't Mortal Kombat 3, because I remember Killer Instinct around that same time. I remember playing Mortal Kombat 3. Street Fighter 2 Turbo was on that one as well. I remember playing that one. Which one was it?
Weird fighting game from the late 90s that featured robots that fall through levels.
Oh, I'm trying to find it. I got a list.
I'm just trying to think in my head.
I got a list.
Somebody probably already knows which one I'm talking about.
Right,
Usually
help me
people
out,
in chat, there's always somebody who knows. They know before I even know.
I'm
Like,
not
oh,
a
yeah, I
fighting
know
game
exactly what-
guy.
I think I know exactly which one you're talking about.
I don't think it was one of the more popular ones at that time. I mean, Killer Instinct, I remember playing that one quite a lot. I don't think this one was Killer Instinct. It wasn't Mortal Kombat 3 Ultimate because that was a different game. And then the Street Fighters were on there as well. I do remember both of those.
Well, what other games do you like travel through a level vertically?
Oh, here's a full list right here. Okay. I mean, was it King of Fighters? Who were the fighters in King of Fighters? It could have been
Wait,
King of
which
Fighters.
King of Fighters?
I don't know.
Because Tekken was also around that time, and they had robots. Because you got
Well, it wasn't
Yoshimitsu, and you
Tekken.
got Jack,
I do remember it wasn't
Jack
Tekken.
5 or whatever.
Rise of Robots? Was that one? Was that it?
That sounds familiar.
Let me look up some pictures. Oh yeah, that does look really familiar. That might have been it. Maybe. That was also SNES. That was SNES around the same time.
I remember Matt McMuscle doing a worst fighting game ever on Rise of the Robots.
It doesn't look like the one I was looking at. I don't think that's it, because it's got like big mech robots in it, and I don't remember there being big mech robots in it. That doesn't ring right. Primal Rage, that looks also similar. I remember doing that one back when I was a kid. That was the one with the dinosaurs. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that one. That one was kind of fun. That was kind of fun. That is not the one, though. That is not the correct one. Was it Killer Instincts? Killer Instinct had the wolf, or like the Riptor, the little dinosaur.
Didn't have the monkey that farts a bubble of green goo and pees on you?
I don't remember. There was like a werewolf in there. I remember that one.
Was it Primal Rage or Killer Instinct that has the monkey that pees?
It's definitely not that one. There's so many freaking fighting games. Like, holy crap. Yeah, SNES had like a million fighting games, didn't it? Like, the list is pretty darn long here, I'm not even gonna lie.
I wasn't a collector, so I couldn't tell you. I like the
Tekkaman Blade?
offshoot.
What the hell is Tekkaman Blade? Was it Ultimate Fighter?
Primal Rage had the monkey. Yep. I knew it was one of them.
I think I remember playing this one too. I must have played all the freaking fighting games back in the day. Like I said, I sucked at all of them though, so I'm not even gonna lie.
I like the beat 'em ups. You know, the offshoots from the fighting games.
Man, this isn't even a complete list. Dang, alright.
I think Streets of Rage, you know, like The Simpsons, the X-Men arcade. I liked Final Fight, but I was single player, so that kind of sucked. But I liked the beat 'em ups back in the day more than the one-on-one fighters.
Art of Fighting? What is that one? Art of Fighting for the SNES. SNES. Interesting graphics. Kind of reminds me of I don't even know.
Oh man, I remember Peacekeepers. That game was so fun.
What game?
Peacekeepers.
Not familiar.
I remember playing King of Fighters, Killer Instinct, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter. Those were a lot of the ones that I played. This was the era of Blockbuster though, so half the time you wouldn't even have the games for more than a couple days. Try to learn how to play a game.
Rental.
Try to learn how to play a game in a couple days, a fighting game. Yeah.
That Blockbuster doesn't exist in anyone else's mind but you and anyone who's older than 30. Everyone else just knows it from that one documentary that Netflix is going to take down soon.
For what?
No one's going to remember Blockbuster or Rental or that whole experience that we went through.
It's funny because we didn't have a Blockbuster, we had a Movie Time.
Yeah, we had mom and pop shops.
We had Hollywood Video and Blockbuster, and they were like a block away from each other.
I used to have to try to ask to get a video game. They always went there for movies, and I was like, well, while we're here, you know, like that kid trying to slip that soda into the cart or something at the grocery store. I mean, how Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in Time end up in this cart basket?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Wow, there was a bastard SNES game?
Oh, what?
I didn't know there was a bastard SNES game. Oh no, that's not SNES, that says PlayStation. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Killer Instinct. Killer Instinct was really good. I think Killer Instinct was one of the better fighting games on the SNES. I got a Yu Yu Hakusho fighting game on there too. That's pretty cool. I love me some Yu Yu Hakusho.
Spider-Man versus Venom.
Yeah, I don't think this game has made it onto any lists, because whenever I pull up like top 10 lists, it is definitely not on any kind of top 10 fighting game list. It's probably at the bottom. This just goes to show how terrible my memory was back then when I was a kid. Oh, that game looks terrible. I remember being so disappointed sometimes. I would go rent games at frickin' Movie Time, and they would just be horrible, and I felt like I wasted my money. I'm like, man, this game sucks.
I don't really remember renting games much.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must
Yeah, sucker, come here. Almost level 98.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Didn't buy a lot of games myself. Family wasn't really that rich back then. I think renting them was the only way I got to play most of the games. Except for the ones I got for like my birthday or Christmas or something.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Alright. I'll take that.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. ready yet.
Yeah. I'm so excited to get to level 100. You know why I'm excited? Because I want to go play other characters. I want to go. I want to go play something else. I'm tired of playing the druid. I want to go play like a barbarian or a sorceress or something. I want to go play another class, another build.
I'm not ready yet.
It was fun. The druid was fun. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a very fun time. Very fun. I won't play. I don't want to play anymore.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. 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 I'm not ready yet.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Bing, 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 bing. Boom, bing, bang, bang, bang.
I'm not ready yet.
Gang, 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 bang, bang. Oh, I'm just stuck in an infinite freeze loop over here. No big deal.
I'm not ready yet.
Come here, buddy. Oh, okay, run away.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Ooh. Spice. Sugar and spice and everything. Not nice.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
I can't believe I have so many people online this late at night. I mean, even just 48 of you guys. It's like 4 a.m. in the morning. Half you guys probably asleep, singing a lullaby. Gotta sing you a lullaby, hold on. I have none of this music in here. We gotta go rock-a-bye viewer in their bed, watching me play when you are dead. Asleep on the bed with your wife next to you. Oh, sleeping viewer, go Q. Shh, they're sleeping, guys. Be quiet.
Anything else? Well struck. Fair trade. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
What's up, Armart? How's it going, man?
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Oh, dang, no. Oh, leveled up and then locked down. Hey, well, at least I'm level 98 now. Level 98. One more level to go till I hit the cap of 99. One more level to go till I hit level 99. The cap. Ah, yes, the level cap. Level 99. So beautiful. I don't know, just working hard. Working hard for my money. Working hard for my money. Working hard for my money, so you better treat me. Oh God, am I gonna die again? I'm gonna die again. Oh God, save me. Save me, baby Jesus. Save me, baby Jesus. Baby Jesus. Save me, baby Jesus. Oh Lord, save me, baby Jesus. There was just too much CC. There's just way too much CC there. Like, holy Jesus, there's way too much CC. Baby Jesus on a cracker. I don't know, like 4 or 5 armor. We got like 4 or 5 level 100 so far. I'm pretty sure one of them would use that exploit glitch though. With a, I'm like fairly certain that one of them that hit 100 before all the rest of us was using the exploit dungeon glitch.
Fight hard, eh? Make the devils pay.
What I'm talking about is something completely different. I mean, I can explain it to you. I'm not really going to tell you about how to do the glitch, but I can explain it to you. So let's say you get a sigil. Of course, I can't stand still for a second to show anybody anything. God forbid. God forbid anyone ever stand still to do anything in this game. Just one of my biggest complaints on this game, just like by far, is you cannot stand still to do anything ever. Like, you just open up your inventory, look at your map, whatever. The game is just there to slap your coffee out of your hand because you looked away for half a second. Anyway, the way the glitch works is basically like this. You find yourself a sigil. Alright, the perfect sigil, right? The perfect zone, the perfect modifiers, you know, no backstabber, no, resource burn, whatever it is. You find yourself your perfect sigil, and the glitch basically involves you basically resetting the dungeon so that the glyph, the actual sigil, doesn't get consumed, so that you can just run that perfect sigil over and 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 over again. It's straight up cheating. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It's straight up cheating. You can't fool yourself. There's no fooling yourself on this one. It's straight up cheating. Don't even try and fool yourself. All right. I'm not doing it. Okay. I'm not doing it. Some people just like to exploit the game. I don't really. It's not really neither here nor there. I mean, I can't really force people to not exploit the game. And that's the way he wants to play. I mean, that's the way he wants to play.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Well, third-party tools are definitely off limits. I don't think there's anything really in there so much about exploits. Exploits is a whole nother thing. I mean, they're generally frowned upon within the kinship. Me specifically, I tend to go the other way entirely. I take a pretty dim view entirely on that entire like genre of of gaming. I'm not really a big fan of the whole exploit everything kind of gameplay style. I mean, those of you who've been following my channel for a long time, you know I just generally shy away from all forms of exploits and cheats, and I don't really imbibe in any of it, so... It surprises me sometimes, actually, that some of my longtime viewers don't know that. And they don't realize that I don't do that kind of stuff.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a minute.
Why hasn't it been patched yet? I don't know, because I don't think they know how. I think that's the correct answer. I don't think they actually know how to patch it. I think at the current moment, they've done the best they can to stem the tide by, for instance, removing the Magic Find sigil, because apparently one of the ways that people were exploiting that was spamming the Magic Find sigil over and over again. So the Magic Find sigil got removed from the game completely at the moment. You could no longer find the Magic Find sigil at all, and I'm pretty sure it was because of that exploit specifically. But I mean, they've done a little bit of work to try and stem the tide, but the fact of the matter is the exploit's still there, and people used it to hit level 100 very quickly. So, I mean, when you can run the most optimal dungeon with the most optimal, you know, modifiers, then yeah, you're gonna hit level 100 a lot faster than somebody who's running random dungeons and then random sigils, you know, whatever they happen to get. Even if they are trying to run the same dungeon over and over again, you know, there's no guarantee that they're going to get the right combination of modifiers that's going to make it easy to run. So they're gonna be behind the guys that are cheating the entire way. It's just whatever. Now what's the term? If you want to compete, you gotta cheat. You gotta cheat to compete. At a certain point, when those cheats are that big, if you want to compete, you gotta cheat. So a lot of the times you'll see that I just choose not to compete, and it's usually because I just don't want to cheat. You gotta cheat to compete isn't in my vocabulary. I don't have anything to gamble on. That's the problem. This character's almost completely finished. I was kind of saving my ovals for my barbarian.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Let me guess, corpse foes in the back? That's nasty. I'm about to get one shot.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Hey, look, it's a bony thing.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Alright, Ginger. You have a good one, sir. I'll try to hit 50 later today.
Well, when I finally make my barbarian, I'll be right up there with you. I'm gonna be making a bleed barbarian soon, and I'm gonna power level him up, obviously. So we'll see how that goes. But I'll probably be around 45, 50 when I start.
How badly did the power level get
I
done?
must wait a moment.
I mean, supposedly they hit it pretty hard, but according to what some people are saying, it's still doable.
Okay. Well, I'll be on later
I
today.
must wait a moment.
I'll probably see you around.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Yeah, that's kind of the direction I'm going to be going in, Jin, is I'm going to be using the Skullbreakers aspect, which I think is should be the main focus for a bleed barbarian anyway, because it's the 80% bleed damage as physical. So I'm going to kind of focus on stuns and getting those stuns to trigger the Skullbreakers aspect. So a lot of what my bleed barbarian is going to do is stack the bleeds, apply the stun, stack the bleeds, apply the stun, stack the bleeds, apply the stun. I'm even considering going with aspect of shared misery so I can spread the stuns even quicker to all the monsters.
I do not have any.
Why am I getting my butt kicked here? Who is doing all that damage to me? Is there just a frickin' corpse bow just hanging in the back somewhere, ripping me to shreds? What is going on? I don't even know where the damage is coming from.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, I need to do my theory craft on my bleed barb. I have ideas. I'm not exactly 100% sure what I want to run yet, so I'm still considering options.
I must wait a moment. I must wait.
I'm actually thinking about, as much as I like Rend, which I think Rend is a really good ability, I was actually trying to think if I could make a Bleed Barbarian without Rend. I know it sounds shocking, but I'm not entirely sure that Rend is the best way to build a Bleed Barbarian. I have ideas. I have plans. I have ideas within ideas and plans within plans. Let's see how they go.
I'm not ready yet.
Kick and leap are very fun. Very fun, Smart. There's a whole kick leap combo thing that's freaking amazing. Through the aspect of perpetual stomping. Kick can also do some amazing damage. I was actually very surprised with how good the damage is on kick. I mean, you can hit really hard with kick. I was actually very pleasantly surprised with kick overall.
I'm not ready yet.
I think honestly you could just do a kick barbarian. Like legit. That's it. Just do a kick. Kick barbarb. Kick barbarb.
I must wait. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I really wish I had an offline mode where I could test out this stuff, because I swear I've got so many ideas that just need to be tested, and I'm running into this problem with this Diablo 4 is that I just don't have the doojanks, the facilities to test what I need to test. I mean, I could talk to some of you guys about some of the ideas and run them past you and see what y'all think. So, Flay, which is a basic skill, obviously, has some pretty decent damage output, and I was actually thinking that Flay might actually be my main ability. Now, the problem with Flay is that it's not an AoE attack, and I get that, but I think Flay honestly has the highest bleed potential out of all of the skills, and also the highest bleed damage as far as single target is concerned. The problem comes in is that Flay is obviously not AoE. It does apply vulnerability, which is nice. It does have a bleed bonus, which is nice. There's a lot of various other things about Flay that make it very interesting. But I think one of the most interesting things about Flay is the fact that the bleed actually stacks, which I was actually considering a very interesting strategy, which is
Thank you.
get the speed, the basic speed abilities, so that Flay can attack really fast, and utilize Flay to stack the bleeds on a target, like to infinity and beyond, essentially. And in doing so, I would be able to stack bleeds so fast and so voraciously on a target that the bleeds would just be insane on that one target. And then of course and you have to have a way to solidify the bleeds, so you know you can use the stuns, you can use all sorts of other things, but I was thinking of perhaps another way of stacking bleeds other than rend. I don't know. I mean, Rupture's getting buffed like crazy. It's already had like 6 buffs recently, so it's a lot better off than it was before, but it still has some of the same unredeeming qualities that Rupture has always had, which is it's kind of just, it's not the greatest ability in terms of like how it hits and what it does and how long the animation is and whatnot, so they're gonna have to buff it up a lot to make it worth using. And they are buffing it up a lot, so I guess we're gonna have to test it. So let's go take a look and see real quick how much damage Flay could actually do. I'm kind of interested. So let's just play with the idea real quick, shall we? So according to my calculator here, or the tooltip, it says 19,062 bleed damage per hit at the moment, which is not as high as it will go. So we're gonna make this even higher. We're gonna go with dual wield. And the reason why we're going to go with dual wield is because we want the Ramaladnis to do its job. So let's go. Oh, it doesn't really matter where we go. Let's just go somewhere and kill some stuff real quick. Okay, or just don't teleport. You know, no big deal. You can upgrade kick so it doesn't knock targets back, Chin. There's a thing for that.
I must wait.
As you can clearly see, I can pretty much completely fill a monster, any of these monsters, with bleed damage from Flay, almost instantly. Flay is kind of nuts. I don't really know exactly what the damage output is on Flay, especially considering I'm using Ramaladni's Edge Masters and other things, which are increasing the damage even more. Multipliers, basically. There's a lot of bleed damage. Especially when you watch me run up to a monster. I literally just tap the monster. Let's get a boss in on this, shall we?
I must wait. ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I mean, as you can clearly see, Flay has some pretty sick damage output. I'm not really entirely sure exactly how high you could potentially get it, but the bleed damage on Flay scales almost infinitely, and I have a hunch that as far as single target goes, Flay is the way to go. I don't think Rend is the right way to go with bleed. I think Flay is the way to go with bleeds. If you build it right, I think Flay would completely demolish Rend's damage. I mean, comparatively, if you look at Rend has like a 12,000 damage bleed right now with 1 point. So if I take all my points out and I throw them into Rend, I can get a pretty high bleed, but the thing is like the bleed from Rend doesn't seem to stack, whereas the bleed from Flay does. And as you can see, you can get the bleed from Flay up really high. And it does a lot of damage eventually, to the point where it's hitting pretty darn hard, and every single time you swing, you're applying that Flay bleed, and it's just stacking on top of the last Flay bleed, so you're getting multiple bleeds constantly back to back to back. And I don't know, I need like a really big monster to test it on, but I just don't really have any like really big monsters to test it on. I mean, I guess I could go into a dungeon real quick. None of these monsters are really like all that high level anyway. Kinda wish I could just test it on a world boss. Let's just test it on a world boss. Anyway, I need to get my character leveled up first. And let's get back to Quicksand. We'll get to level 100, then we can go play on our Bleed Barbarian.
Would you like something appraised? I thank you.
Leveling up my druid all night frickin' long. Gotta hit level 100 so I can sing a song. We don't want no monsters messing up our bank, 'cause we got to go in there and tank and spank. I'm a big old druid with my poison creeper. Gonna kill them monsters with my big old rocks and chank. And they get me stuck in a permanent crowd control, and I can't do anything except for yell at the screen. I don't want to die, but they get me stuck in infinite fears of my life. My character's so cold, he sees his own breath on the wall. And that's okay, 'cause you've got to risk it to get the biscuit, risk it to get the biscuit. And the biscuit's so delicious, buttery and all nutritious, made by grandma at the bakery. Got that egg and cheese and the sausage on the biscuit, and I might be hungry 'cause it's affecting my song. Oh yes, sausage, egg and cheese, come on down, yes please. We like sausage, egg, and cheese. Don't you want some, please?
I'm not
Fresh
ready.
squeezed orange juice in the bank. We gon' to tank and spank. Look at all these monsters telling me.
I'm not ready.
They said, you need to dash, son. It's my whole job in life. Can't let you get through this dungeon without lots of strife.
I'm not ready yet.
Ah.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready. I don't have enough spirit.
Little baby maggots all over the place. Dungeons crawling with their race. I don't like it. It's so nasty. Maggots shooting spit at me. It's so grody. Oh my lord, it's nasty.
I'm not ready.
Maggots everywhere, my friends. Blowing blisters up in my hair. It's grody. Took 3 showers yesterday. It's not enough. I still feel nasty, grody.
Ready yet.
From those maggots. Grody, grody maggots everywhere in the dungeon. Grody, grody maggots messing up my hair. Grody, grody maggots messing up my armor. Had to throw away another unique yesterday.
I must wait a moment.
Ah. Oh lord. Okay, hit the button. Let's go, suckers. We ain't got time. Standing in the middle of the ritual circle, swinging my weapon and I'm making them cry. Standing in the middle of the ritual circle, I'm gonna let them get by.
I must wait a moment.
Standing in the middle of the ritual circle, killing all the gold demons as they drive by. Killing all the monsters in the ritual circle, draining all their blood dry. We all come into the ritual circle and die. All you ranged guys throwing spears at me.
I must wait a moment.
I can take off my headphones. Nobody in Discord to listen to. But how will I hear the game? Oh man. See, I had to look away at the chat. Every time I look away at the chat when I wanna say, it don't matter 'cause I gotta pay the tax. 'Cause in the game here there's a tax you see. If you look away or blink or even pee, the monster's gonna kill you dead, yes they will. 'Cause you're not allowed to look away. Don't look away, don't look away. Don't blink today, don't blink today. Don't even cough, don't even sneeze. Don't take a sip of your drink, no sir. You're not allowed to do nothing, no, no. Don't blink ever, you can't blink, no. Gotta keep your eyes open 24/7. 'Cause if you blink, you're gonna die today. This game tells you in many words. Don't blink or look away ever, no, sir. Not allowed to blink. Keep them eyes dry. Gonna make them really, really, really freaking dry. 'Cause if you don't blink, they're gonna die. Eyes gonna hurt really, really, really fly.
I must wait a moment.
You thought you were safe to pee? You were wrong. That's right, wrong!
I'm not ready. I must wait a moment.
Well, come on down to Daniel Town where we got lots of gold man. Gold man out the wing wang. Gold man for days, and I don't even know I died. That was weird. All of a sudden, I guess yeah, okay. All right, whatever. Back to the drawing board, my friends. Back to the lab again. We're gonna stab again. Back to the lab again. We gotta rap again. Where does it come from? Wow, 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 wow.
Wow. Wow. Why are you guys so mean to me? Why? Why?
I'm not ready yet.
I don't know why these monsters be so freaking rantankerous, but they just be coming at me hot. Rantankerous. Rantankeri. Rantankalankapank. They're so rantankalankarankapank. Oh, you the corpse bow over in the corner. Alright, here, take some of that. Take some of that.
I'm not ready.
Oh, I can't believe I didn't get a reset off of that one. That's a little weird.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Wah, 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 wah. Oh god, so much freezing.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Like one high priest. Where the high priest at? You up here?
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
I got ganked. I was trying to click on that chest. I got ganked by the monsters there. Jumped on my head and they messed up my hair. I don't believe it. He jumped about 9 feet in the air. And when he was done, I was dead on the floor. Oh lordy. Oh lordy. All them monsters coming down. They said you going to get me down. Oh wow, look at all them monsters. There's way too many there. I do not like them monsters, they just really mean. They look like a cool team, like the Power Rangers, but I don't want to play with them, they look like danger.
I must wait a moment.
Evil, evil monsters, always looking at me, like I am a freaking piece of yummy candy. I don't wanna fight you, my friends. You got too much crowd control. Gonna lock me down and kill me with the rest of the pest control. Gonna get out of this dungeon. This place so freaking crazy. Gonna hit that poison lazy.
Goodbye, Mr. Man, and I'm running away for the land. I don't wanna play with you no more. I'm gonna kill the boss and hit the door. Oh,
Hello, Mr. Kazra, Abomination, sir. Gonna serve you up some poison in a dish, sir.
I'm not ready.
Got a little bit of blood howl and a little bit of earthen bulwark. Gonna hit you with a landslide and make you wish that you were dead. Cause I give you gonorrhea. It's a really bad sickness. You're not gonna like it, no, cause it's really quite nasty. Level 98 and I'm working hard. Gotta take it down all the way to the yard. Mowed the grass yesterday, it was tough. Battery ran out, all the way rough. Didn't get the yard finished, girl made me mad. Cause I wanted to say hello to the lad. Went to the shower, got real clean. Then I went sleep, cause it was mean. It was a mean day. It's a mean day. Sometimes you just gotta take a nap. Go to sleep and let it wrap. You don't have to worry about nothing when your eyes are closed. When you wake up in the morning, you're gonna get real lonely. But it's alright, my friends, cause it's a day. Don't even know what I'm saying no more. My song sucks and you gotta tell me to stop. Beastie Boys. Beastie Boys gonna make some noise. Make some noise. Make some noise. This song is not good. I don't like the beat of this song. I think that's what's wrong. I don't like the beat. Let's switch to the next song. I don't like the beat on this one. I don't like the beat. I don't like the beat on this one. No.
Decent value.
This one's too slow too. Oh no, wait, there we go.
Such poor equipment. Let me help.
Yeah, this was not the greatest. I don't know about that one there. I don't know about all that hair. This song's a little too slow. It was made for my grandma in the snow. I tried to sing a song to it, and I really went to sleep, I did, 'cause this song was just way too slow. Beat doesn't quite work with the blow, and up here and there, yes we do. Gotta sing a song while we take a poo. We're grunting, we are just grunting, like Elmo on the toilet on Sesame Street. Hello, Mr. Elmo, do you have a song for us?
I need more time.
La 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 la. Elmo's World. La 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 la. Elmo's
I
World.
need more time.
We are just going, and we're just knowing.
Alright, let's get some EXP from the Legion event. Break up the monotony a little bit. Who just invited me? Randomite. Random people. Some random randos. All them randos. Everywhere to randos. Look at them randos. Don't know who these people are. They just invited me all the way in their car. Now I'm driving down the street and I don't know where we're going. I don't even know the name of the driver. Gonna take it down to my land. And they take me to a restaurant I never heard of. I don't know what's going on. I'm just in a car I don't own. With a bunch of weirdos. Look at all these people standing here. In the car all the way around the rail, yo. Why am I even in this group? Randos invited me to the troop, oh. I don't even match their level, no. A 72 and a 62. A 71 and I'm level 98, oh. What am I even doing here? $35K in the bank. 35K in the tank. Millions of dollars coming at you hot. Look at all that money. Oh, it's not. Gold coins in the bank in a video game. It's not what you really want. It's kind of lame. Need the dollars in a real bank so you can buy some of that tank and spank. If you had the money in the bank, you'd be rich, and that's a fact. But what can your money buy, my friend? Will it buy you friends or a life? Probably not, because money doesn't buy what you really want in life, my friend. People respect money, not you. Give them all the money and they go poo-poo. This song keeps has too many breaks in it.
I must wait a moment.
My beat just drops. Look, and then the beat comes back. What's up with this song? Why this song got a beat sometimes, and then it be like, hey, you can't rhyme, my friend. Quit singing. This one's got too many dead spots in it. Next. This one's called Phone Call, whatever the hell that is.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
This one's even slower than the last one.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Demons and buttholes. That is the truth of the world, my friends. Demons and buttholes. All them demons and buttholes, they be taking up your time. They fart at you and rhyme.
I'm not ready yet.
Lort.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready.
You're the big bad boss, gonna kill him dead. Hello, what's up, bad boss Red? You gonna die really fast, and I hate to tell you that you're gonna be last. All your friends are gonna die too. I hope you didn't want any of this stuff, cause you're not gonna live very long. You are a punk and you don't even deserve a song. You don't even deserve a song. Alright, boys, it was fun. See you later. Randos. Captain Randos. and the Rando Squad. Because looting and polluting is not the way. Hear what Captain Planet has to say. The power is yours. Ho, 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 ho. I really got no dungeons. Now, let's go make a dungeon real quick.
I must wait a moment.
Got a million more dungeons to do. Gotta do my dungeons all day. I don't wanna do the dungeons anymore.
Lord Jesus, save me. I don't want to do no more. But the dungeons, they just keep on coming.
Don't be a stranger. Come back.
Collapsed bolt. Let's go. With randos. Willie S51. Thank you for the follow, sir. Shoot me a subscription over on YouTube, too, if you get a chance. I got lots of videos over there. Most of my stuff is on YouTube, by the way. That's what I get for looking away. That's what I get. Not allowed to look away. Not allowed. Not allowed to look away for 5 full seconds. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh Lord, that's a lot of poison. Oh Lord. Oh Lord, save me. That is a lot of poison. Please, Jesus. No. Save me, Jesus. Save me, Jesus, on the cracker. Save me. Whew. Pain. Pain. Oh, just up, yep, oh, yep, oh, lockdown, oh, yep, oh, yep, yep, oh, yep, oh, yep, yep.
I must wait a moment.
You know, I take offense to the fear ability not making me run away. There have been several times where I've gotten feared, and I've even tactically, like, you know, in a very dangerous situation where you kind of have to choose between being frozen and being feared. I'll often choose the fear because at least the fear makes you run away. But okay, lately I've been noticing that the fear's not making me run away. It's really quite strange. I am over 10 million. I am indeed. Over 10 million views. 10 million views on my channel today. And I know I'm gonna get freaking paid for it.
I must wait a moment.
Got the money in the bank and I'm gonna tank and spank. Don't tell me that you don't know, 'cause I got 10 million views in the snow, oh yeah. I'm doing great. My channel grows every freaking day, and I try my best to do really good content, yo. Yo ho ho.
I'm not ready.
Maybe I'm just crazy, and that's why they come to see me make stupid songs and make a fool out of myself on the TV. What's up, WhatsApp? Yes. Unlimited power.
I'm not ready yet.
Unlimited power for days, my friends. got all the goofs, all the defensives. Gonna use my earthen bulwark every time I get a chance, and howl like the moon is mine. And then when I get really angry, a debilitating roar comes from me, like a big bear in the middle of winter who got woke up while he was hibernating. And so many tentacles all over the place. You think you were watching a hentai? Oh my. That's right. Tentacles everywhere, all over everything. Tentacles in your hair. Oh Lord, they so nasty. 'Cause I got a poison creeper. Grab onto you and suck you down. Not the kind of sucking that you want in your your life. You don't want that kind of suck. That's the bad kind of suck. You don't want that suck at all. I mean, there's a good kind of suck and there's a bad kind of suck. And let me tell you what, the poison creeper does the bad kind of suck. You don't want that kind of suck. You do not want that kind of suck, my friend. You want the good kind of suck. You do not want the bad kind of suck. My. These monsters, they're so nasty. Look at all these monsters, they're pussy and gassy. Shooting things out their butthole, wow. Look at all these monsters, they're so gross. This monster over here's got bubbles coming out of everywhere. It's quite troubling. I don't really know what to tell you. Flies and gross things everywhere, I yell ya. I don't really know if I want to go further because all these monsters are just getting worse. There was a skeleton over there, still had meat on the bone, and I'm pretty sure that one has never seen a telephone. Every time I come out of these dungeons, I'm so stinky, I am the grungeon. I need to take a shower, please, but I'm in the medieval days, you see, and there's no showers anywhere, and there's no soap, so I probably stink worse than a rope that's been laying in the sewer all of its life, and then you pulled it out, and you gave it lots of life. Really, really stinky. Really, 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 really stinky. Think we could add a couple more reallys in there, but it's getting kind of crazy. I don't want the song to be only maybes. We don't want to have lots and lots of rabies, but that's probably what we've got. Fleas and rot and everything in the world on us all day long. There's bugs everywhere in my hair. We got lice on the floor. Look at all these monsters. You think they're clean, and I'm fighting them, and I'm gonna get green.
I'm not ready yet.
Pretty sure that one that I just killed had AIDS or something. I'm not really quite sure, but I think I caught it because a little blood got in my eye, and now I'm probably gonna friggin' die.
I'm not ready yet.
Hazmat suits. I probably need a hazmat suit.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Most people have earbuds nowadays.
I must wait a moment.
Pretty easy to listen with an earbud in one ear. Phone in your pocket. Especially if you got YouTube Red. That way you can play it with the phone off. So you don't waste all your battery. What's up, Mr. Butt Cheek Thundering Pestilent Host?
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Got the little statue, bringing it down. Gonna put it on the friggin' ground, and we don't really know what it do. But when we place it down, we're gonna have a poo. Cause I need to go to number 2. I gotta go number 2. Number 1 or number 2. Number 1 or number 2. Words of wisdom from the dog. Words of wisdom. Every Dudus is a Pepus, but not every Pepus is a Dudus. Kubus. Kubus the monster dog. Every Dudus is a Pepus, but not every Pepus is a Dudus. Ha 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 ha.
You don't want that. All things have value, I suppose. Yes, yes, I'll take it.
Look at all my money, I won $142 million in the bank.
Look at all my money, I got $142 million in the freaking bank.
Wah, 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 wah. Hello, Lesser Doggy. Hello, Lesser Doggy. How did I like the story? I thought the story was pretty good, Willie. I thought it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I definitely feel like there needs to be more to the story. Like I think that's yeah, there definitely needs to be more to the story. I think a lot of people felt that way, and I think because this is a game where they're going to be doing multiple expansions and seasons and stuff like that, and I think the story is going to continue. So I'm pretty sure that we're going to see more to the story. But I mean, I definitely feel like I was left wanting more, I guess would be the term. I was left wanting more, and I think that's kind of par for the course though with this kind of a game where they kind of string everything out and drip feed it to you over a long period of time. So I guess we're just gonna have to wait to get the rest of the story. Slay the high priests, huh? Get off me, suckers. What y'all think this is? Y'all just come up on me like that. Y'all just coming up on me like that. I don't like it. Get away. You ain't got no money. Hey. Ain't got no time for this jibber jabber jank blanket tanker lankets. Get exploded. Get poison creep to death. Get howled on. Get howled on again.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Whoa, what? That was random. The shot. Oh, I think I know what got me. I think I know. So the shamans do this little thing where it's like a lightning bolt, and it travels between the shaman and the little peon. And sometimes, for some reason, if you're standing in between the shaman and the peon, which is exactly where I was standing, was in between the shaman and the peon. Like the lightning bolt that they do will just keep hitting you repeatedly until eventually you die. And it seems to increase in damage the longer you stand in the bolt. And I think that's exactly what it was. I was standing between the shaman and the bolt, and so I died. It's happened to me once or twice before, and I don't know why it's so much damage, but it is. It's a ridiculously large amount of damage.
I must wait a moment.
It doesn't even have to be like a elite shaman or anything. It's just like a regular shaman
I'm not ready
with
yet.
whatever that lightning bolt thing is that it enhances the monster that they're sending the bolt to. And the enhancement isn't even really that big of a deal, and the shaman's not really that big of a deal, but the bolt itself apparently hurts a lot. That right there. What that shaman is doing right there. So you can't stand in that bolt, if I remember correctly. I mean, I think that's exactly why I got one shot earlier, because I was standing in the bolt like an idiot. Which, I mean, granted, it shouldn't really be that much damage, but it's a lot more than it seems, and I don't know why. Every time I stand in it, though, you can see, like, my HP just starts dropping like a rock.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Let's not stand in that. Screw your little lightning do jinx. How about
I
that?
must wait a moment.
Little Moon Clan punk.
I'm not ready yet.
What's up, Slimy Coach? How's it going, man? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the world of tomorrow. Where it's yesterday and today and tomorrow all at the same time. Until the sun rises, at least. Boop. Punks. Yeah, get poisoned to death. How about that?
Not ready yet.
Boom. Boom. You guys bleeding? You guys bleeding out? You're not bleeding out? Oh, what do you think you're doing, huh? With it.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Somebody in our kinship had the same thing happen to him. He found no Vasili's player prayers and found like two Tempest Roars. And then finally he found a Vasily prayer like when he was like in his 80s or 90s or whatever. I can't even remember. Took him forever. I actually found 2 Tempest Roars the other day.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Alright, one more High Priest to go.
I must wait a minute. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a minute.
So many mad guys.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a minute. I must wait a minute. I must wait a minute.
It's like somebody's clapping cheeks on this song.
I must wait a minute. I must wait a minute. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Hey, thank you. 17.99. AED. What is AED? Australian. I don't even know. But you know what? I don't even know. There's so many different currencies out there in the world. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. I always appreciate the donation. The donation. Your daughters appreciate my stream.
I'm not ready yet.
Wow. They must be one of the 5 girl viewers that I have on my entire channel.
I'm not ready.
I must cherish them. Arab Emirates. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I tell you, Diablo is really one of those country, cross-national, cross-border everything. There's so many people that enjoy Diablo games. So, it don't matter where you're from.
I'm not ready yet.
It don't matter where you're from. So many people enjoy a good Diablo title.
Wait a moment.
Or maybe they just like gingers without souls. I am a good ginger without a soul, after all. Well, I have stolen a couple in my time.
I'm not ready yet.
What's up, Kazra Abomination? Let me give you a little bit of that. Let me give you a little bit of this. Gonna hit you in the big bill. Don't break, don't burn, don't bread. Come on, hit the buttons.
I'm not ready.
That's right. Hit that button, 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 push that button. Gotta push in all that buttons, then that button. And button.
My bags are full.
Oh. You. I said drop you on the floor. Don't pick you back up. Put that in there. Put a little bit of that. We gotta get the 35K in the bank over here. 35K in the bank. 35K in the tank. Do I have my own guide or do I follow somebody? Actually, I pretty much just make it up as I go along, Slimy Coach. I don't really do guides. I don't really make guides either. I'm more focused on mechanics. I'm trying to get you guys to learn how to play the game instead of following a guide. I feel like when you learn the mechanics, you pretty much just learn how to play. And you don't really need anybody to tell you how to play once you understand the mechanics. You know what I mean? So I would much rather teach you guys the mechanics than just like give you builds.
Thank you.
I mean, none of my builds are like 100% perfect or anything, and a lot of them are just me having fun. And I fully recognize that a lot of the times when I build a character, that I'm not actually building the 100% most optimal version of the character, and there probably are better versions of those characters out there if you wanted to make a more amazing version of the character than what I've got. I mean, but the thing is that I'm doing this all on my own and I'm just having fun with it. So a lot of the times I just I'm what's called a fantasy builder. If you guys have never encountered a fantasy builder before, that's basically what I am. I like to build by fantasy. So, let me just explain myself here. So let's pretend, for instance, we're looking at a skill tree like this, and you just pick a skill. So, I don't know, let's just pick Hurricane, for instance. Okay, so Hurricane, bam, alright. So, let's say my fantasy in my mind is I want to be a Hurricane Druid. I want to make Hurricane like my main skill somehow, if that's even possible. How would I go about doing that? How would I go about making Hurricane my main skill? Well, I probably could. If I really put my mind to it, I could build that fantasy. And I could create a character designed entirely around the Hurricane skill, right? Well, there's a lot of cool ways you can beef up Hurricane. You can use Nature's Fury, so you can cast it when you cast other skills. You can maybe work it into a werewolf build. You could there's a lot of various ways that you could possibly squeeze it into a build, I think. And it does have some interesting, little bonuses here. There's also some aspects that can make it so that it does more damage the longer it's on, and maybe I could combine it together with some of the passives over here to get better effect, and then by the time you're done, you have a working character, right? And it's built entirely around Hurricane. Well, I mean, that's basically what fantasy builders do. They pick something, and they just kind of just roll with it. You just go with whatever you want. Maybe your fantasy is to have a full companion druid with, like, a giant army or whatever. Or maybe your fantasy is just to be a big bad bear, and you want to just be the biggest, baddest bear that you ever could big bad bear be. And that's, maybe that's your fantasy. And with this game, I feel like you can pretty much just make whatever you want to make. And yeah, although it might not be the most optimal, most ridiculously crazy, 100% just min-maxed build, it's still going to be pretty awesome. I mean, as you can see, I have no problem killing stuff. I've got no problem taking monsters out. I can just walk through most of this stuff like it doesn't even exist. So, I'm doing pretty good. I feel like I've captured the heart of the game anyway, which is the heart of the game is just having fun. I think I'm having fun with it, so.
I can sell. Decent value.
Meh. Alright, let's see what we got here. A battle hardened with drifting shade. No thank you. Drifting shade. No thank you. Electric lance. That's not bad. Yeah, that one's good. That one's good. Betrayer's Row. Let's go. I think this is the bee one. I think this is the one with all the bees. And when I say bees, I mean a lot of bees. I mean, there's a lot of bees, okay? There's a lot of bees in here. There's more bees than you can rightfully be a bee at, okay? So many bees. So many bees. I mean, I'm making a joke, but it's scary. Like, this has a lot of scary bees, okay? These bees are not nice. They are mean. They are mean. They are just the meanest bees. They are so mean. You know, they're ornery. They're downright ornery, these bees. I don't like them at all. This is a crusade. This is a crusade against bees. That's what this is. A bee crusade. Well, I think they're actually hornets in this one. I think they might be hornets. So a hornet crusade. This is a hornet crusade. Crusade against hornets. That's what this is. We don't like hornets. I don't like them at all. I don't like these hornets. Sam I am. I don't like these hornets, green eggs, and ham. I don't know whoever thought it was a good idea to make a bunch of hornets that shoot other smaller hornets, because that is just mean. Whoever came up with that idea they're not nice people. They are not a nice person. They're not nice people. I have to ask. I mean, the person who came up with these hornets that shoot other hornets. I mean, who hurt you? Who hurt you? And what can we do to fix it? Because I never want to see these things again ever. If we could solve this, I feel like we might just solve world hunger or something. Because that's me. It's pure evil. Pure concentrated evil right there. Somewhere in a meeting somewhere there was a guy and he was just feeling extra evil that day, and he was like, what if we make hornets that shoot hornets? Oh man, that just sounds so evil sounding. I can't even say it without giggling. Gotta have like an evil laugh to go along with it. Do like the Joker laugh or something. I can usually do a pretty good Joker laugh. Something like that. You know, really evil sounding. Strains the vocal cords. Oh god, they're gonna kill me.
Oprah, you all been watching your Oprah? Well, Oprah did her annual Favorite Thing show where she gives away all the surprise gifts.
That's right, everybody. Look, look. Bees, everybody, bees! Look at all the bees! Yeah, that was on Conan O'Brien. Hey, what's up, Butcher? Oh god, he's gonna kill me! There's too many bees! Butcher plus bees, no! So many bees! So many bees! Butcher, it's not fair, okay? You got bees. Okay, there's too many bees, Butcher. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me because there's bees! There's too many bees! Oh my god, fighting the Butcher with bee handicap is rough. The bees are gonna kill me. No, not the bees. Please, not the bees. Anything but the bees. Bees, oh god, the bees. Please, not the bees. Anything but the bees. Ah. That's right, Butcher. Even with a bee handicap, I still win. It was close there, though. I almost died several times. The bees did not make things easy on me. Am I on hardcore? No, I've never really been on hardcore. No, not even on Diablo 2 Resurrected, no. I always play softcore. Oh god. Oh lord. Oh, this is spicy in here. This is spicy in there. That is a lot of shock lances, and that is a lot of bees. I mean, that is a lot of hornets. I think bees just sounds better. Oh god. Please stop. Oh, ow, ow, oh, ow, 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 ow. It's so shocky in here. Ow, 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 ow. What is that? That's glowy as all get out, isn't it? Look at that. Yeah, give me that heart. What you give me? This is a poopy one. I don't want that. Oh, I already got a doojank. I need to go turn it in real quick. Come back for this one. Have some poison. Oh, there's so many bees over here. So many bees. Oh, oh, ow, ow, ow. Oh, that damage come from all of a sudden.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
You, corpse die. Die. A greed shrine, a cursed greed shrine.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Ooh, spicy. And I got my greed shrine. All that for a greed shrine.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Bardol the Mindful Breaker.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Nice. That was fast.
I must wait a minute. I'm not ready yet.
One more Animus carrier. I think he's over there.
I must wait a minute. I must wait a minute.
On to kill the boss today. Don't really know what he's going to pay. On to kill the boss today.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Good. Get the goblins, kill the goblins. Make the goblins pay.
Decent value.
Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow.
I cannot carry anymore.
Oh, dang nabbit. Freaking water.
Accidentally clicked on my portal again. Went straight back down to the dungeon that I just came from. Didn't mean to go down there at all, but I kept on clicking and I ended up in a weird spot. Back down at the bottom of the pool. I don't really like what happens there when I click on the portal without a care, and I end up right back where I started again. Clicking on the portal 10 times, and I don't really know if it's gonna rhyme, but I don't care, 'cause I keep on clicking on the portal. It's really quite crazy how many times I clicked on the portal so lazy. Went back down to the dungeon and I want to shoot my foot. I don't understand why it happens. I just keep on clicking Like a stupid dummy, I guess I deserve my fate. Clicking on the portals every time I find a meaning in them. And I just keep on clicking spacebar up and down the stairs. I am stuck in a loop forevermore, you see. The loop is that I'm dumb and I cannot go any further. 'Cause I just keep on clicking on the stupid portals. And I don't want to go down anymore. About to get ganked outside of the door. Gank-a-lank-a-lank in time. They gonna gank me while I rhyme. I can't even open up my goods, 'cause I wanna get some of these slamos. Got a little salamo here. Got a little salami without fear. Salamos! Gotta use your abilities to the rhythm of the beat, I'm pleased. 'Cause the monsters, they coming like fleas. And gotta shake them off one by one. All the little monsters coming at you hot. Gonna tell them what's going on, my friend. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna die here. Stuck in a cold enchanted lock. All the monsters told me I was gonna die. And I did.
I must wait a minute. I'm not ready yet.
Oh, they still got me stuck in a freaking box over here. I don't understand how they lock me so well. I have nearly permanent unstoppable. They still lock me in a permanent cold enchantment. It's pretty rough. I guess I managed to kill them all though. spicy.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Got a bloodhound. Got a bloodhound. Debilitating roar. Got a bloodhound. Got a bloodhound. Got a bloodhound. Got a debilitating roar. And it's a banana. Got a big old monster here, and he's gonna freaking die. That took me long enough to find that guy.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
I mean, resistances in general is totally useless right now. The only way you can really avoid them right now is just don't get hit by them. Which is easier said than done, but kind of all you can do at the moment.
I'm not ready yet.
Don't get hit.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Well, that's quite a little pack of monsters there.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Holy Freezy boys. Alright, big pack of Freezy boys. Hey, y'all can die with poison. How about that? I don't even need to be near you. Freezy boy's gonna make some noise. Make some noise. Make some noise. Freezy boy's gonna make some noise. Make some noise. Make some noise.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Early in the morning, grinding out my levels. Gonna hit level 99 pretty soon. I got the boss soon. I'm gonna kill him cause his name is Vidal Sal soon. I don't know why his hair's so fine, but he be taking up all my dang time. What's up, Barkaghoul Storm Feast? I'm gonna kill you before I leave. You might be the king of maggots, but I'm gonna tell you you're not really nice.
I must wait a moment.
You thought I was gonna say something else, didn't you? Really?
I thank you. This I can sell. Decent value.
What's up, Sathis?
Not while I'm in town.
I suppose, Speedy, I suppose.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Oh Lord, look at all them monsters.
I must wait a moment.
I seem to remember dying here. I got some deja vu.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
New house, new job, huh, Speedy? I was wondering where you been. I ain't seen you on nearly as much as I used to. I mean, it be what it be, you know. Can't play video games forever, right? Speedy's one of my old-time subscribers. He's been with me, I think, ever since before Diablo 2 Resurrected. I'm pretty sure before Diablo 2 Resurrected.
I must wait a moment.
That's why he's got the special icon next to his name and you guys don't.
I'm not ready yet.
I want to hit the druid to level 100 before I get to my barb. If we can't, LMLO, or can you? What? What are you guys talking about over in Twitch chat? I don't even know.
Must wait a moment.
I found a way. It's called Become a YouTuber so you can play games all day long. I take my job very seriously, thank you very much.
I'm not ready yet.
I have to constantly remind myself not to take this job as seriously as I would other jobs. Sometimes I work myself to death when it comes to this job.
I must wait a moment.
There's a lot more to this job than just simply playing games. I have to remind myself that it's not a competition. I'm not really in competition with anyone else. I know it sounds kind of weird, especially since there's so many other YouTubers out there, but I don't care about them. I don't care about the other YouTubers. I really don't. You know why? Because, number one, it's not like I can look at the competition and be like, oh, I'm gonna do what they're doing, because that's not how it works. You know who I am? You know who I am? I'm Daniel. That's who I am. That's all I'll ever be. I'm just Daniel. I can only be the best Daniel I can be. I can't be, you know, Mr. Beast or freaking, I don't know, Cooley or Mr. Llama. I can't be those guys. I'm not those guys. I'm Daniel. I'm gonna focus on being the best Daniel I can be. That's what I'm gonna focus on. And you know what's funny? Is I got flaws. I got tons of flaws. My memory sucks. I can't do quick math to save my life. Oh man, I can't pull up memory. Oh man, my memory is terrible. I started writing things down. Like I have a notepad that's so big. It's in my phone, and like in my phone I just have this notepad, and it's just every time I think of something these days, because of how bad my memory is, I'll write it in here, because if I don't write it in here, I won't remember. And my notepad is freaking huge. It's ridiculously huge. Group up for World Boss. Well, World Boss is about to spawn. 8 minutes. Let's see if I can finish this dungeon in 8 minutes.
I must wait a moment.
We gotta find the skeletal constructs. Come on, buddy.
I'm not ready yet.
Is that guy's name Gore-Taint? It's a terrible name. Gore-Taint. Who wants to have a Gore-Taint? Man, don't gore somebody's taint. That's terrible.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready.
Woo! Pain. Pain. What is going on? Pain. That's what's going on. Pain. Pain.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Pain.
I must wait a moment.
Pain. Butt cheeks and pain, or taints and rain. I don't really know what to tell y'all, because there's monsters everywhere and they want my hair. I gotta run really fast cause the world bar spawns in a little while and I want to make it for the world boss, please. So I gotta take out the skeletal construct so I can make it to the big old boss yuck. And he's gonna be mean to me. Look at this burning dead captain. He wants some of my hapton. And I'm going to let him have a big heaping bowl. What's up, Tomb Lord? Come get some of this. I'ma give you all everything I got. Gonna take it to the wall. And I don't care if you teleport away, cause I'm gonna follow you everywhere you go. Hey, come on down, Mr. Tomb Lord, please. We gonna hit you in the face with a bag of fleas.
I must wait a moment.
With a bag of fleas. With a bag of fleas. $10. Appreciate the content and that you don't get too serious with it, but provide solid information. Well, I'm glad you like it, sir. I do my best. I think the most important thing is to have fun. And I think some people lose sight of that. Serious talk. If you're not having fun, I mean, what's the point? It's a game. You're supposed to have fun when you play games. You're supposed to have fun. If you don't have fun, then what are you doing?
This I can sell. Two
minutes, 58 seconds to go till the world boss spawns and it's gonna get kicked in the winter. Right in the winter. Right in the winter. The world boss gonna get kicked in the winter, and if he don't got a winter cause he's a sheenter, then I'll kick him in the butt. Tell him freaking what. I don't care if you are a world boss, gonna be really mean to you, hoss. I'm gonna hit you in the face with a big old rock and you gonna be like, no, that hurts, please stop. Do not hit me, stop. Why you gotta be so mean to me? I just wanna play the game. And I'm gonna say to you, my friend, it's not very cool to come and invade my town. Wah, 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 wah.
Good morning, Junior.
What's up, Reggie?
What's up? It must be late for you, boys.
Yep, late, early, whatever way you want to call it. All of the above. All of the above.
Oh, that was me this morning, man. I called it at 5 a.m. I was like, right, that's it. Tired up.
Well, I'm halfway to 99, so, I mean, I'm making progress.
GG's.
Dang it. I dropped my doojanks on the ground.
Hey, I got my druid to 60 last night. There you go.
Oh, congrats, man. I'm gonna be right back on the grind, the leveling train as soon as I finish this guy. When I get my bleed barbarian all set up.
Ooh.
I'm thinking about basically, I'm building around the skull breakers aspect. I want to build around that, and
Well, what does the Skull Breakers do?
I want to set up for the skull breakers.
Yeah.
Basically, it's an 80% physical damage for whatever bleed damage is currently on the target.
Oh.
Well, dang, Speedy, with the $50 donation. Got that Australian money. I got the money from down under.
Hey.
On the other side of the planet. Speeding that money over to me on the electrical wires. Oh, Lord. Mr. Wandering Death.
Yes.
I don't want to get hit by the laser beams. Actually, I might be able to take the laser beams, actually, now. I don't even know.
Just died to the laser beam.
Well, don't get hit by them laser beams, then. Why you get hit by the laser beam?
The big old druid got stuck on a rock that was on the floor. You know, he couldn't step over it. I'm stuck again. Why can't I move?
I'm not ready yet.
Let's see if I can take one of these laser beams to the face.
That's good.
I did. Didn't even do anything.
That's a tanky boy.
Drop me a ring. A unique ring. So is it Hunter's Zenith, Mother's Embrace, or Ring of the Starless Sky?
Well, no, it's definitely one of
Hunter's Zenith. Poopity poopities. It's never Ring of the
That's
Starless
almost
Sky.
dead.
Never Ring of the Starless Sky.
I found my forever ring last night.
Your forever ring?
Yep.
When
a
you get
ring.
married?
No, 3 out of 4 ring. I'll never have to replace it. With a nice find.
He's getting married.
And I got.
If you like it, then you better put a ring on it. Well,
Hey. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. It's a nice cup of joe.
Good morning, fella.
Morning.
Thornton.
Made a lot of improvements to my bleed build, Ginger.
Nice.
Well,
What was missing was my Paragon board.
Paragon board definitely makes a big difference.
Yeah, I've got it all sorted out now.
Definitely makes a big difference.
I can't remember the guys that helped me last night, but it was two guys in the kinship.
Yeah, I think you was playing with Destination and Bubba. Let me take the fag out of my mouth. I think you was playing with Destination and Bubba last night. Oh, come on, game. Please. Please be Aftershock. And it's the Chain of the Dark House.
Oh, man. I hit 10 million views yesterday.
Hey! Congrats!
10 million total channel views. 10 million's that's kind of big.
Kind of big.
Although I'm much more impressed with this other number that has just popped up on my feed.
Is that a pay packet number?
No, the watch time hours.
Nah.
According
How
to
many
the
hours?
according to the thing, I recently broached into the millions.
Damn.
let me actually put this on a calculator real quick, just to give like an idea. So 1.5 million watch time hours, which divided by 24 hours in a day, divided by 365 days a year, divided by
10 years and a decade. 17.12 decades. Or if we run that a little bit differently, you could say 1.7 millennias of watch time hours. 1.7 millennias.
That's insane.
I mean, if you literally sat a guy in a basement for 24 hours a day and 7 days a week for 171 years, you could come up to the total number of watch time hours that I've got on my channel at this point.
That's a lot of that.
That's a lot of hours.
YouTube should be bowing down to you, man.
Oh, there's people with more than that than me. I know there is.
I dread to see what Asmongold's numbers are. City numbers. No, that's impressive, though. God, that's impressive.
It seems to keep getting better. Just gotta keep grinding it out.
I don't know many YouTubers that stream as long as you do.
Well, I mean, I started to make the videos, and then I don't know, it was like, I think somewhere along the line I realized that, especially with Diablo 4, like I had to put in the hours, otherwise I wouldn't know what the hell I was talking about.
I think when it comes to D4, the only two streamers I know that are streaming as much as Ginger are Woody and Rob. That's about it.
I think BM streams a lot, but I don't watch him because he's on Twitch.
I mean, there's a lot of them on YouTube that stream a lot. I mean, not YouTube, Twitch. Twitch stream. There's a lot of Twitch streamers. I'm not a big Twitch streamer though. I mean, I do have Twitch, but
Yeah, I saw you on Twitch the other day and I tried to do my sub with Twitch Prime, but you don't have your sub button, do you?
no, because I had to disable affiliate so I could dual stream.
Ah.
I mean, I was trying to see if I could reactivate it, because apparently a lot of people just don't even bother to worry about
Yeah, I know, I
the
was gonna say,
whole
I know.
contract thing, and they just dual stream anyway.
I know a lot of people are dual
And
streaming.
if they banned me for it, I would just be like, whatever, okay, I'll just move on.
Back to YouTube, but
I mean, I was thinking about it, but for some reason I can't seem to figure out how to reactivate the affiliate status. I think something about the way I just deactivated it. They don't want to. Well, they don't want. I need to contact the support or something. To be honest with you, though, like the whole 24-hour exclusivity thing, blah blah blah, I don't like it. I don't like none of it. None of my stuff is permanent over there either. I don't like that either.
yeah, no, it deletes your VODs after like 30 days or whatever. But still.
Yeah, it's not really all that amazing. I feel like YouTube's the way to go. Much more permanent. You can build an actual audience over here. I mean, I don't know, man. It would suck if one day I got like banned from YouTube or something though. I hear a lot of people diversify their YouTube income by doing Patreon and stuff like that, so that just in case their YouTube goes down, they have an alternative source.
Make a secondary YouTube and keep going at it.
I was trying to stream on Kick too, but my multi-stream service doesn't seem to want to stream on Kick, and I don't know why. I send the data over there, but nothing happens. I don't know. Every time I look over there, there's no streams.
Yeah, Kick's meant to be a dead platform. After paying out so much they paid for Ninja and other streamers, they've gone broke, I think.
Well, I mean, that's not really what I mean. I mean, I can't get my streams to actually work over there. It's something about the dual streaming, I think.
Never really tried streaming. I've never had the PC for it.
I mean, like, I'm streaming right now, and there's nothing on there. Like, there's...
That's another thing Kick does as well, doesn't it? It promotes people to gamble on stream.
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
Yeah, if you're one of them people that sit there playing, you know, the online slot machines and stuff like that. If you grow a lot of viewership gambling, Kick actually pay you to gamble because it brings people to the platform.
I mean, that's my Kick page right there. It's there's nothing there's nothing on there though. Every single time I stream and tell it to dual stream to Kick, it just doesn't dual stream to the Kick. Huh? Even a couple times that it has streamed over there, there's nothing on it. Like the stream will be like 41 seconds and then it kills itself. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna have to figure out why it's not streaming to it properly. It's just another way I could bring in viewers from another platform, which I certainly don't have any issues with. That's the whole reason I'm dual streaming to Twitch in the first place, is so that I have another platform. You know, just pulling in, you know, the occasional person that might not know that I'm on YouTube. Exposure.
What do you think to this video?
Maybe Kick has some sort of maximum stream limit or something. Maybe it's because I'm streaming in 1440p. I've been streaming in 1440p for a while.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Right, so which I'd have to sacrifice something for the crow and stuff.
I must
I think that is, which would probably just remove natural balance. So we fit crow and stuff in. Those three. Set in stone.
Oh, don't jump on me.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, what I ended up going with was a berserker bleed.
Cool. How's that feel?
Pretty nice, man. I'm using the overkill death blow hammer.
Oh yeah.
So every time I swing it, I'm berserking.
That's nice.
And I got the berserker rage ult.
Nice.
See, now I'm wondering how that hammer would tie in with thorns, but when you have more thorns along, you get thorn bonus if you berserker. And if basic attacking with that activates berserk.
It'd be good at PvP.
I haven't even thought of a PvP build yet. I haven't managed to get past level 63 before I put board with a 2 and restarted.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say anything with like a thorns build is gonna be OP.
Thorns is by hit though, so if you come across somebody who hits you with one big giant attack, they're gonna burst right through your thorns.
Yeah, a hurt barb can still one tap of thorns.
So basically,
it's hard enough.
You know, because with thorns, it's just a direct reflection of whatever damage your thorns currently is back to the target when they hit you. So if they can hit you hard enough in one single hit, they can overwhelm the thorns.
Poison rogues are a pain as well for thorns. You might kill them, but once they've got the poison, you're stuffed. Is it? What? Okay, so yeah, I think I'm just gonna drop natural balance at this point, so I can get chrome stuff in. Okay, so disobedience on the helmet.
Oh man. Will I ever go back to Diablo 2 Resurrected? Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Next season.
We're going back on season 5. Everybody's gonna go back on season 5.
Oh yes.
Season 5. Season 5. Look forward to season 5.
Is it season 5? I think that's season 8.
What?
I think it's season 8 for D12.
No, we were on season 4.
I know I skipped the last season.
Season 4 was a little short because of they ended it early, basically. Because of the season 3 got ended early, and then season 4 started early, and then because season 4 started early, they also had the beta, and then the other thing happened, so everybody got their characters up really fast, and we had fun with that, and then very shortly thereafter the Diablo 4 launched, and so Diablo 4 basically just killed that season entirely. And we've been playing Diablo 4, and then Diablo 4's first season started, so we're currently in Diablo 4's first season, and then when Diablo 5 or Diablo 2's first season after Diablo 4 starts, we'll be back on Diablo 2. They deliberately staggered the seasons so that we could flip back and forth between them.
Yeah.
Diablo 2 Resurrected's at the end of the season always falls off anyway. It's not like that's anything new. It always dies down toward the end of a season. And it is toward the end of season 4 anyway, so.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing with the assassin. I haven't tried it since the no-hit delay got removed.
It's 4 months between seasons, so what was it? May was the was season 4's start. So if you follow logically from there, that's May to June, June to July, July to August, and August to September. So probably sometime around like September 5th or something is when season 5 is probably going to hit. We still got plenty of time before season 5 hits. I may even go back and have some fun on Diablo 2 before then. Maybe we'll do some solo self-bound runs or something. I still want to finish my solo self-found runs. I've got a couple different characters left to do. I have the Assassin. I still haven't done a solo self-found run through on the Assassin. I still haven't done a solo self-found run on the Amazon or the Paladin. I think those are the last classes that I have left in the solo self-found category. I'll probably put a poll up at some point. You guys can help me decide on which one to do next. And that'll be because I want to finish that. I want to have one solo self-found P8 run on every single class, so that you guys can go back at any time and see how I did it, so to speak. It is pretty much the hardest way to play a character, so. Torture! Yay! Torture!
Very much big torture.
You guys just like torturing me, that's all it really is.
We like to see you in pain, Gingy.
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a restroom break.
ran out of calling words. Oh. Stuff with the necro dead to me as well, so.
Man, how crazy is the rogue?
Always fun.
I usually don't watch OP builds and stuff, but one came up on my feed yesterday,
Hmm.
and I said I'll check it out. And it was a rogue poison build.
No, Twisting Blades Poison.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And he was
silly
doing the
OP.
highest. He was doing the highest nightmare dungeon that you can do at level 84.
Yeah, it's Poison Rogue is really, it's the build that you do Uber Lilith with on the Rogue. It's ridiculous.
The way he was doing it, he was like in stealth. When he would like start an interaction with the enemies, he would be in stealth, and then he would drop traps, and then he would do the twisting blades thing with
Yeah, Poison Shock. I think it gives you two separate buffs, I believe, attack speed and something else. It's a nice little pre-buff to get going. Just trying to figure this build out.
I don't think my mind could handle a rogue build.
Just look
fast.
Just a lot. It's a lot of buttons.
Yeah.
If you play it efficiently, it's a lot of buttons. Like if you dash around the screen a lot, you don't have to. Like you don't have to play like that. The rogue still works. You could just take your time, jump on enemies, just twisting blades and darts.
I'd like to do kind of a laid-back range build, you know, like a
I'd go for
wounds or something.
yeah, I'd go for penetrating shot then.
Yeah, penetrating shot.
Got amazing clear on it with its aspect. I want to do something around puncture with the aspect they added where it every third hit applied poison imbuement at 150% of its value. I'm surprised something hasn't been done with that. I know it's a basic attack build, but I think it's pretty OP.
And that would go good with the creeping death, or creeping something.
Yeah, I think it's called creeping death.
Grateful Heart.
Right, I need to find an aftershock aspect. Game, come on. The game's been trying to force me to play Pulverized. I must have seen a shockwave aspect at least 9 times by now. It's like, nope.
Joy said the fire sword can be quite laid back.
Yeah, firewall sword. I think there's a lot of burning and a lot of healing. I'll revisit the Sulk after when I get back off holiday, because the patch hits on the 8th. I don't get back till the 10th, so I'll try Sulk out again when I'm back. I have one leveled.
This is my last week of freedom. I go back to work next Monday. Technically don't start driving until Wednesday, but I have to go Monday and get my bus. And I think Tuesday we're going over all the routes. So I'm trying to get close to 100 before
you what?
Before I go back to work next Monday. Level 85, I should hit 100 in a week. If I push it.
We can easily.
That's doable,
You could easily do 2 or 3 levels a day, easy. Easy.
We just got to remember Tany's lava.
Even at level 98, I can do 2 levels a day. Three levels is pushing it, but
It goes a lot faster when you teamed up.
Oh yeah, that lovely group XP bonus and
I must wait a minute.
I've missed a point somewhere, apparently.
Yeah, I found this lovely glyph called Undaunted. Awesome. Damage while fortified, and I'm always fortified, so.
it is nice to be fortified.
So did we figure out if Landside benefits from its enhancements, even if it's not on the bar? If it's cast via Trample and Poison Creeper?
I mean, but Terra modes only seem to work if it's on the bar. Some of the things seem to be specific to it being cast directly from the ability and not from something else. It's kind of difficult. You gotta test out. You gotta test them out and see how they work. The Terra modes are amazing, and it's kind of sad not to have it on the bar because then you miss out on all the free crits. It really does crit a lot with the Terra modes too. It's just free crits. You don't even have to worry about your crit chance.
So I'll drop Hurricane from the bar. Keep Landside on. Just a Trample there.
I'm not ready yet.
Let's fix this problem.
I must wait a minute. I'm not ready yet.
Which capstone are you talking about? Oh wow, level 5. 10% chance to summon a companion. I cleared the World Turn Weird 2 to 3 capstone at around 41, and then the World Tier 3 to 4 capstone, I completed that at 57.
I must wait.
So that's probably close to it. Okay.
I'm not ready yet.
That's it.
I must wait. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Oh man. Oh. It's the terrible one.
Willing 33, Freedom Gaming, we still got plenty of work. Got plenty of work ahead of you, my friend.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, Classic isn't that hard, but Classic D2R is pretty hard. There's something about the way that Classic, but I don't know. It's not Classic. I don't really know what to call frickin' the Classic in D2R. The Classic in D2R is not Classic.
I must wait a moment.
It's even harder than Classic because it doesn't doesn't work right.
Must wait a moment.
The original Classic D2R had no synergies, and without when you add the synergies into Classic,
Wait a moment.
what you end up with is a really weird. Like I don't really even know.
End up with a Diablo 3 God complex.
Hmm.
So you just end up with a Diablo 3 God complex.
Diablo 3.
If you added synergies into the original D2.
No, they did. That's the that's what D2R, or that's what they did with Classic. So when the game got updated, instead of keeping Classic true to what it was originally, the Classic version has.
Oh, has it also been updated to the same as D2R?
Yeah, it has. Well, no, it has synergy. Well, no, I'm not even talking about D2R really. Just Classic in general. Like the D2 Classic has synergies and a bunch of other weird stuff. And so it doesn't play like D2 Classic at all. For those people who remember what D2 was before LOD, I guess let's put it that way. D2 before LOD was an entirely different beast. And LOD added synergies and it added all sorts of other things. But when those got added into D2 Classic, which it never should have happened, it changed the way that D2 Classic played entirely. It was just not the same game anymore.
I can't imagine playing Diablo 2 without synergies. That seems like pain.
No, it's not. It's actually easier. Synergies didn't make things easier. Synergies made things harder. It's a misconception that a lot of people have. So what they did was they added synergies into the game so that you could focus your damage. But at the same time, they also increased all the HP of all the monsters. All of them. So every single monster in the game, their HP got increased by a massive degree. So when you think about Classic, you don't realize that the low skill damage that you had before was actually higher than the high skill damage that you have now, because the monster's HP was much lower.
Yeah.
So you could build these crazy multi-classed builds in Diablo 2. Like you could have a sorceress that was running like level 20 Hydra, level 20 Frozen Orb, and like level 20 Lightning, and you could have a tri-element sorceress. It was totally a thing, and it actually worked quite well. And then then they added in the synergies, and then what happened was well, now we've got weirdness. It's just weirdness.
I don't get the enchant prices. It just went from 120k to 850.
You're not? Are you using the?
Nope, I put no points into the gold thing.
Okay.
That's just weird, that. Might be because it's legendary. It's not a rare piece.
I mean, the teeny tiny stash wasn't that big of a deal. It was, I mean, it was bad, but it wasn't that big of a deal. There was a lot less items in D2 Classic, so... I mean, there's basically no uniques. It was just the normal difficulty uniques, and that was it. There wasn't as much to hold on to in the old version of the game. You had your odd ice plank armor and crossburn gauntlets, and I mean, weapon-wise, pretty much none of the weapons were useful. Some of the more caster-based stuff was pretty useful, like Suicide Branch, but actually, Suicide Branch wasn't in the game. It was the other one. What's the other one? Spectral Shard. It was Spectral Shard. You usually just ended up wearing most of the stuff that you needed.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a minute. I'm not ready yet.
He's a dinosaur today. You're a dinosaur today, lad.
Who's a what? I want to be a dinosaur.
Gingy wants to be a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Yeah? Can he be a dinosaur?
I'm gonna
Yeah,
Triceratops. Triceratops.
I come it man, you got it.
He likes dinosaurs.
Oh yes, loves them.
Have you? Has he seen Land Before Time?
He has not. I've tried to get him to sit there and watch it, but he won't.
Because the original Land Before Time is pretty darn
Amazing.
good.
I know. I've watched them all millions of times.
Pretty darn good. I mean, I don't know about like all the 18 other ones that came out afterward, but the original one is amazing.
Oh yeah, they're all pretty good to be fair.
I must wait a minute.
I'm gonna see if it's on Netflix actually. I'll find it. Wanna watch Dinosaur Film? Yeah. See if now I'm gonna see if I can find it. Back in a minute.
Who are you calling Flathead? Flathead?
I'm not ready yet.
Land Before Time was my first trauma.
I must wait a moment.
I thought it was Never-Ending Story.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Oh look, another Storm's Companion. I mean, that thing drops more than freaking. I got so many of them things at this point.
The finest cuts and clarity. What suits you? Much thanks, friend. Fine indeed. Equitable transaction.
What's wrong with dinosaurs, Jen? What's wrong with dinosaurs? You want to fight? You don't like dinosaurs? I'm fighting you. Anybody who doesn't like dinosaurs gets fought. I might get a nap and come back and finish this later today. I'm almost 99. I think there's one final level to burn through. Oh no, we were just talking about dinosaurs because this kid was pretending to be a dinosaur today, and I asked him if he'd seen Land Before Time. He said no, and I was like, well, he should. Because Land Before Time is awesome.
I must wait a moment.
Speaking of dinosaur movies, if the cartoon Land Before Time isn't his gag, wasn't there a movie? I'm having trouble remembering the name of it, but I knew it's an actual movie where the kid had like little tiny dinosaurs, and it was like a live action. And I remember that one being really cool. I think it was called Prehysteria. I think Prehysteria. I think that's what it was called. And there's a bunch of little tiny dinosaurs, and they're like little pet dinosaurs. And that was a really good one too. That one came out in the 90s. Yeah, here's an old trailer for Prehysteria. You might like that one better since it's live action. That was a really good one. I remember liking that one a lot when I was a kid. I put a link to the trailer in chat. I wonder how many of you remember watching that one as a kid.
I'm not ready yet. not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
You guys ever hear the evidence that was going around that kind of disproves dinosaurs being millions and millions of years old? Scientists really don't like it. It's one of those.
Fill me in.
It's one of those things that doesn't really quite fit with the narrative of them being millions and millions of years old. So it turns out that fossils, because they're rapid, rapid fossilization. Doesn't take millions of years to make a fossil, first off. They've discovered that fossils can actually be formed relatively quickly over a short period of time. And that fossilization itself doesn't necessarily mean that something is extremely old. On top of this, apparently the fossils that have been collected contain organic matter on the inside. Apparently a lot of them have been finding out that the fossils contain organic matter inside of them. The general consensus is that the organic material that is contained within the fossils is actually incompatible with the 75 million year old kind of theory, because no scientist can figure out how that organic material could have survived for 75 million years. According to all current theory, there is no way that that material would have lived for 75 million years inside the fossil. It would have broken down at some point. 75 million years is a long time. And basically between the two things that are going on right now, which is basically the fossils themselves don't necessarily mean they're old, because you can have young fossils that are basically made within a very short period of time. And then also the organic material which is inside of the fossils is kind of disproving that they're actually that old, because there's no real way that that organic material can stay in there for that long of a period of time. They're trying to figure out, if there is some sort of conceivable way that the lipids and the other things could potentially have survived for that long. But they can't really come up with an actual real working theory as to how that organic material is actually surviving inside of the fossil for that long of a period of time. And it kind of disproves that they're as old as all the scientists are always saying that they are.
Very interesting. It goes along with my theory. I don't believe the world is millions of years old.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on. I'm talking about like different methods and reasons why, iron content and various things like that. Bacteria, like what kind of bacteria might have been inside the fossil. Blah, blah, blah. There's a whole bunch of other things that are going on. They're doing decay analyses and diagenesis, and apparently inside the fossils there's also being found collagen, which collagen is not necessarily living material, but it's part of living material that shouldn't be preserved for 75 million years. Tons of interesting things going on there.
I'm not ready. I must wait a moment.
But from what I've been able to gather from the scientific community, it seems that a fossil doesn't necessarily need a long time to form at all. It only needs the right conditions. So not time so much as the correct conditions, which means that a fossil can actually form extraordinarily fast. It just requires things like water, mineralization. It has to be in the right area, depth of the ground, etc. But if it's in the right place at the right time and the water flows through at the right rate, you can have a fossil that forms in a matter of decades, not millions of years.
I'm not ready yet.
The Great Flood is what killed all the dinosaurs.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, it goes along with the idea that the right conditions. I mean, a flood would definitely be some of the conditions that would cause things like that.
Well, that explains reptiles, alligators. They're the oldest living creature on Earth.
Alligators been around for forever.
Yeah, they're a dinosaur.
I mean, you ever seen how crocodiles can survive cold weather? It's absolutely insane. They have the ability to go into hibernation inside of the water, and they just stick their snout out of the water and they freeze. They literally just freeze in the water. And then when the temperatures rise and the waters thaw out, they thaw out with the water.
My dad was a coal miner for 40-something years, and every now and then they would take some of the mountain off, and like under certain rocks, they would dig out big piles of seashells, like truckloads of seashells.
Well, there's all sorts of crazy stuff that comes out of the ground. Like, I don't know if you've seen the fossilized spark plugs.
Spark plugs?
Yeah.
Well, no.
Yeah, there's some pretty crazy stuff that they've pulled out of these areas that are supposedly millions and millions of years old. And come to find out, like, they'll pull a fossil and they'll have like a fossilized spark plug. And you're like, wait a minute. Spark plug is a relatively new invention, unless we got people traveling back in time.
Oh, that's a whole nother discussion in itself. Time travel.
Here's one right here. It's 1961, some sort of geode, and there was a spark plug inside the geode.
Wow. I can't see it on the stream.
I didn't pull it up yet. I was trying to make sure that this is actually what I was looking at.
I'm not watching the stream. I got Discord up on my phone.
See, this is the kind of stuff that I talk about all the time. So we have this 500,000-year-old geode, right? And this is the kind of stuff that scientists tell us all the time. They're like, it's 500 million years old, or it's 500,000 years old, right? And then a little bit later down the thing, they're like, well, you know, but there is a natural process that can take place over just a few decades or years. They can create the same geode that's 500,000 years old in just a matter of, you know, like 10 years or 50 years or something like that. You know, it's not that big of a deal. Like, so they do this whole thing where they're like, oh, it's a fossil, so it's millions and millions of years old. But then come to find out that it doesn't take millions and millions of years to create a fossil. It's just a couple decades is really all it takes. And so these things can happen really, really quickly. But this one in particular, actually, it was a champion 1920 spark plug inside of a 500,000 year old geode.
Wow.
That's why whenever the scientists, whenever they pull out these 500,000 for 75 million, like they're coming out with these numbers that are just absolutely ridiculous. I always think to myself, I'm like, I roll my eyes and I'm like, how the hell do they know that it was 75 million years ago? They don't know. They don't know jack diddly. That 500,000 year old geode was formed probably less than 50 to 100 years ago. It has a frickin' spark plug in the center of it that was made in the 1920s. So either there's a time traveler, or the much more logical explanation is that it's not 500,000 years old.
I think the biggest problem with these scientists is they're extremely book smart and they know all the answers that comes out of a book, but they're very limited on common sense. You know, experience trumps education 100% of the time.
420 billion. I want to see some of these scientists. It'd be so funny to go back in time and try and confirm some of these. If I had like a time machine, I'd go back in time and be like, all right, how old is this? 75 million years? And I'd go back 75 million years. They'd be like, nope. All right, let's try again. It wasn't, nope. I went 75 million years back and it wasn't there. Oh, man.
So I switched from axes to swords, and that seems to be helping a lot.
Yeah, swords got the nice crit damage on them. Yeah. Crit damage is nice.
I'm looking for another regular sword. I'm using Azura Wrath right now. Every now and then I'll get a froze enemy, but it's rare. When I find another 800 plus sword, I'll place it.
I must wait a moment.
HellTide goes to kill the chef.
I must wait a moment.
Burn. But yeah, they find all sorts of interesting things on where Dad used to work. Like big brown rocks that like are perfectly spherical. It's crazy. Like they dig them out of the mountainside and they're perfectly round like a basketball. And then like the big seashell deposits, just all kinds of stuff. And I'm talking like these seashell deposits is way up, like on top of the mountain. Like they'll take maybe 75 or 100 feet off of the mountain and then dig below the slate, like the soft, crunchy rock, the slate. And then underneath the slate, there'll be seashells, truckloads of them.
Which would indicate that at some point or another, that was ocean.
Yeah, it's all underwater, yeah.
I must wait a moment.
And you're talking about the top of a mountain with seashells on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that sounds crazy, to be honest.
It's true, though.
I mean, if you really think about it, I mean, first off, you can't really refute that kind of evidence. It's you dig up a mountain, and literally on the top of the mountain is an entire, like, seashell armada, which would indicate that at some point or another that mountain was underwater.
And it goes beyond that. Like, the Great Flood happened. It happened because in every religion.
Oh yeah, there's some indication of a giant flood that happened at some point.
Buddhism, Muslim, whatever Muslim is, Christianity, all of them, they have a great flood. Like even the tribal people, they have stories of floods. The Indians, they have stories of floods.
Yeah, I don't think it rained and it flooded, but I do think that there was a flood, and I think that the water probably came out of the ground. I think a lot of people don't underestimate like water-based sources underneath of the land. And if you could imagine, or some sort of, let's say some sort of thing happened where the water deep within the earth started rising out. Maybe one of the continents started sinking at some point, like into some sort of underground ocean, and started forcing the water up through the land. It could have been something. It could have been something more along the lines of that than more so than just rain. It might have been some sort of continental shift which caused the water to come up from inside the actual Earth.
There is a theory that I heard not long ago about the moon. So, the moon, in this theory, is not as old as the Earth. It wasn't created the same time the Earth was. In this theory, in Moses' time, or not Moses, Noah. In Noah's time, the moon wasn't here. It didn't exist. And over the whole face of the earth was a mist that floated above the ground because there was no moon to hold it down to the ground. And then when the moon was created, all the rain, the mist, fell to the earth. And it created the flood. That's just one theory that I heard. Which kind of makes sense because the moon controls, all the waves, the tides that come in. That's all tied into the moon.
Oh man.
Itchy.
I like watching those conspiracy theories. It gets your mind to thinking outside the box.
Conspiracy theories.
Yeah. You got to take them with a grain of sand, a grain of salt, though.
Well, I mean, most recently we have that whole thing going on where the scientists are saying that the axis of the Earth has shifted because we've been drawing too much groundwater from the Earth. So we're shifting the center of gravity or something like that. And It just makes you think, well, how much water is underneath the surface? I mean, that's exactly kind of what I was just talking about, right? So if something happened at some point which forced the water up from underneath of the surface onto the surface, then you could very well end up with freaking mountains underwater.
Yeah.
I must wait a moment.
There's mysteries.
I think
and
that's
stuff
one of
that
the
we'll
cool-
never figure out.
Well, I think that's one of the coolest things that honestly, eventually, one day, I hope we'll be able to actually figure out is like going deep underneath the surface of the Earth. 'Cause it's very obvious that we're just on the crust. If the Earth is an orange, we still haven't even broken the skin. We're just the skin on the top of the Earth, and the Earth is a huge, like, massive downward just amazingness. I'm sure you ever watch any of them movies like Journey to the Center of the Earth and stuff like that,
Oh,
where
yeah.
they find like the geode caches and all sorts of the lava tubes and like underground civilizations and crazy stuff like that. I mean, I'm not, a lot of it is fantasy. I'm well aware a lot of it is fantasy, but it's fun to think about what could possibly be down there deep underneath the Earth.
All things have value.
I mean, look how deep the ocean is. We can't even get to the bottom of the ocean in some places. Because of the pressure that the water puts on us, our human body, and whatever machine we take down. It only goes so far.
Yes, I'll take it.
I think the guy that played in those Mummy movies, he had one of those Journey to the Center of the Earth movies, didn't he?
Yeah. Although I think I like the old one the best. I know it's cheesy and it's got like fake dinosaurs and stuff in it, where they basically just take like a lizard and like dress it up like to look like a dinosaur. Well,
I don't know if I've seen that one.
I think I like those better.
Like the old Godzilla movie. Well, on the subject of underground, look at locusts. Like, they stay underground for years before they come up. And then you have like a locust year. So if they do it, what other kind of animals are deeper down underground? I'm not sure, and I think the largest cave system in the world is in Kentucky. Mammoth Cave.
I mean, I figure if we ever do get really deep down under the Earth, it's probably going to be through some sort of natural cave system.
Did you see the one where the Russians dug a hole to the center of the Earth, or drilled a hole?
No, they drilled a really deep hole, but it was very small though. It's not like you could have actually done anything. It was I think it was about the size of a quarter. They said, and they just kept going deeper.
Yeah, but they had like videos and recordings of people screaming and stuff. That turned out to be fake.
Well, yeah, I think that was a radio hoax at the time.
Yeah. Man, I'm really enjoying this character now. Bleed Zerker. Because I spec'd into the Warbinger Paragon board, and that really changed this character because all the fortify and the damage while fortified. I think you're gonna have a lot of fun with the bleed barb.
Well, I'm gonna see what I can do.
The malignant hearts you get for the barb are crappy though. Just go ahead and warn you. I'm interested to see what you do there.
I'm planning on just building like a stun spammer that uses the skull breaker. That's my general idea.
Yeah. I know your build will far exceed mine because you have the game knowledge, you know, the Diablo knowledge, how everything works and how everything synergizes with everything. I'm just really interested to see how far you can take it.
I'm gonna do my best. What's up, Lexi? Whew, running out of steam already. Of course, I've been up all night though, so. I say already, like I haven't been streaming for 7.5 hours. See if I can hit 99, and then I'll work on the last level today. And get a nap and then come back.
Yeah, gotta have that rest. I'm trying to get back into my pattern and getting up at 5 o'clock and working on that this week. School starts really early here. I don't know why they start so early.
And I remember some of them really early start times back when I was a kid. Getting up so early the sun wasn't even up yet, going up to get to the bus and waiting at the bus stop in the dark, and then by the time the bus got there the sun would just barely be peeking over the ridge.
Yeah.
Thinking back, I don't know why I had to get up so early.
Our earliest pickup is 6:30. By law, we're not allowed to pick up before 6:30.
A couple times I fell
They
asleep
did
on the
change
bus.
that.
I remember falling asleep on the bus. Freaking a bus driver even missed me.
Yeah,
Get to the
I had
last
that
stop,
happen to
the
me
bus
once.
driver's just like, "What you still doing here?"
We had a bus driver that was off one evening. They had me go pick up his kids and take his kids home. And I got done with the route and I was driving back to the bus garage. And I stopped and got me a can of tobacco. And then I went on to the garage to meet somebody, and I was walking through the bus, you know, doing my post trip, and there was a kid asleep. I'm like, oh no. So I had to call the boss, and then the superintendent came and I had to call the parents. It was a whole big rigmarole.
I can
Parents wasn't
officially,
mad though.
Was it wow wow out?
I can officially kill stuff in G4. What?
Congrats.
It's a little rough without the crone stuff, but it works.
Oh man. Travel to the unsanctified reliquary. Paragon point. A point Paragon. I clicked on you.
I need to find somebody in the 80s range on these nightmare dungeons with me. Leveling is slow, solo.
Slow-lo-lo. Slow-lo? It's slow-lo?
It's slow. It's slow, brother.
It's definitely faster when you have a team with you.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of EXP, time for another elixir of demon slaying.
You slay them demons.
Well, I'm gonna slay them demons.
Pick up them demon hearts.
No, I'm dead.
I must wait a moment.
Please, game. I just need aftershock. Please.
What level are you, dude?
Only level 63, brother. I'm struggling with the T21. So.
What are you, a mage?
Druid, I've just missed
Druid.
upper aspects. I'm just under-leveled for it.
There's nothing like getting crowd control spammed while you're standing inside of a poison puddle.
Yep, that's what's happened to me. I died.
That's the worst.
This is the snakes that freeze you with that silly line shooty thingy bibbing bong they do.
Line shooty bibby bongy bongy thing they do.
Yep, exactly that.
That is absolutely 100% a technical answer.
Technical term.
That is the technical term.
Oh lord, gonna die again. Yep, freaking locked me down. I even ran away to make sure I wouldn't get locked down. Still locked me down anyway. I don't know. So back to the whole like fossil thing. I always take what scientists say with a grain of salt. Some people just believe that stuff blindly, and I'm just over here like, I don't know. I think I'm gonna need to see the evidence first. Like if you go back just a little ways, you know how many dinosaurs, like dinosaur fossils, they just straight up faked? They just didn't even exist. They weren't even real. Like they just took a couple different dinosaurs and they put them together. I'm pretty sure the Brontosaurus, I think the Brontosaurus like never existed. Let me just verify because I don't want to just spread rumors. But I think the Brontosaurus was one of the ones that never existed. Yeah, does not exist.
That's the really big long-necked one, right?
Well, it was like a couple different dinosaurs that they had like put together. It was not even a real dinosaur. They just put a bunch of dinosaur like skeletons together and like pretended that it was a real dinosaur. And there's a couple of them that are like that. They found all the dinosaurs and I guess they just thought they had some bones or whatever, and they just decided they were gonna make millions of dollars by pretending it was a new dinosaur or something. There's quite a few of the dinosaurs that just never existed.
It was probably a giraffe.
And the Brontosaurus is one of the ones. I mean, we were just talking about Land Before Time. Literally, the freaking Brontosaurus is the main character of Land Before Time.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I tried to find that for him. I could find it, but it wants me to pay £12 for something that came out when I was 4 years old.
Well,
Wait,
it's a Disney movie. Are you sure it's not on Disney Plus? I have. God, lockdown again. Lockdown.
I went on Disney Plus, couldn't find it. I went on Prime Video, found it on there, and they wouldn't charge me for it. It's like, excuse me?
Locked down again. You know what, actually, come to think of it, Land Before Time might not be Disney. I can't remember.
I couldn't see it on the Disney Plus.
I'm about to fail this one. I keep getting locked. I keep getting locked down in crowd control spam.
They really need to do something about crowd control spam.
I mean,
I just need to farm the overworld dungeons, I think, until I'm level 65. Right now, I'm just a bit underleveled.
I mean, nobody's saying that anybody's infallible. I guess what we're all saying is that we've kind of had it up to here with. What's the term I'm gonna look for? Science saying that things are a specific way, only to come to find out later that science was wrong. That the scientists were wrong because they weren't actually following the scientific method correctly. And then as time goes forward, it seems like every single time we turn around, we look back and they're like, oh, look how stupid we were. And I could point out 10 examples right now if I wanted to of things that the scientists were so sure was correct, and then come to find out that it was absolutely the opposite. I mean, the Brontosaurus is one. That's literally one right there. Trans fats. Literally, for the longest time, people thought margarine was the most healthiest thing in the world for you. And guess what? They were full of trans fats, and turned out trans fats were like the devil and would literally give you heart attacks and kill you. And they've been banned worldwide. But for a time there, science was absolutely sure that margarine was healthier than butter, despite the fact that it was killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. And, I mean, you can go back and you can look, I mean, freaking, you go back far enough, they thought the world was flat. And then we're like, oh no, now the world is not flat. And now we make fun of all the flat earthers because the flat earthers are still hanging on. They're like, no, the earth there's definitely flat. You can tell when you go up in space, it looks like a disc.
Just watch a ship go out of sight on the ocean. You can see that it's round.
I see, that's the thing that really bugs me about the whole flat earth thing from back in the day. I don't know how anyone could ever think the earth was flat. You can just look. You can just look. You can just stand on a high surface like a mountain or something, and you can literally see the curvature of the earth. It doesn't take a genius.
It's like I said, the book smart scientists that are stuck in their books and they don't experience the world. The experience trumps education every time. If those scientists would get out of their books and go to the tallest mountain that they could get on, they could look and see the curvature of the earth out in the distance. They could see that it's round, not flat.
And I'm not saying that they're wrong. I don't want anybody to think I'm like anti, science community and all that stuff. It's just, I feel like in my experience with all of the errors that have been made over the past, that I don't think anybody should take what they say at face value. Nobody should. And you should always question and come up with your own answers, because at some point or another, you got to realize that nobody's infallible. And that while scientific method itself might be infallible, and I will definitely agree that if you follow scientific method to the letter, that it is infallible, the people applying that scientific method, however, are not infallible. And more often than not, they apply their own personal bias onto what they're doing.
That is such a satisfying sound. Trampled earth exploding all those shockwaves.
Oh, that is nothing but pain in there. That is so many cold enchanted monsters. I'm running away. I don't even want to fight you guys. You guys are just rude. Oh, screw your chilling wind and your fear effects. Yeah, come out here. Yeah, I see your chilling wind. I ain't standing in it. Come out here if you want to play. Oh, come on with that bull crap. one attack I cannot stand in this game is that stupid goat man jump in the air, slam the ground thing. I have died to that goat man jump in the air, slam in the ground thing more than I think anything else in this game. I'm pretty sure if there was a statistic somewhere for all the attacks I've died to, I'm pretty sure that one is the one that I've died to the most. And it's the most easily choreographed, and it's very easy to dodge, but they still hit me with it all the time. Whether I'm looking and I'm paying attention or not, they still freaking hit me with that stupid attack. All the time, because they just spam it. They just, unless you're just constantly moving, there's no way you're going to always avoid it. And half the time you get stuck in a crowd control effect, and they just slam you. This is my last attempt on this one, and I'm going to die. Like, he got me with it again. And I'm in a poison puddle. You little punk. Your mama's a punk. How about that? No, get away from me with that stupid little slam bullcrap. Your mama's a slam. How about that? She's a slam dunk. I'm gonna stand over here. Come around the corner with me. There's so many crowd control effects all over the place. They've even got the one that shoots little cold stars at you. How am I supposed to dodge 6 of those things shooting cold stars at me? This is insane. Chilling winds, fearing effects, little cold star shooters. I gotta line of sight the cold star shooters. That's the only way I can prevent myself from getting stuck in a constant frozen state.
Legion event in 4 minutes.
Okay, cold star shooters, are you done?
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Well, that's one room. I cleared one room so far. Or have I cleared the room? Did I clear it? I did clear it. Oh, look at me.
I'm not ready yet.
Look at me doing something. Get out of here with your big jump attacks. So tired of your big jump attack. Go jump attack somebody else. All y'all do is spam that thing. Like fighting some guy on a fighting game and all he does is block the entire time. And you're just like, are you going to do anything else besides block? And they're like, no. Gonna keep blocking. I think it's downright crazy that they can lock me in a CC like that. I mean, if you guys understood how many defensive cooldowns I run, you would be baffled too. You might think you know by looking at my bar how many defensive cooldowns I'm running, but you don't. Because I'm running an insanely large number of defensive cooldowns. Much more than what you see on my bar. I mean, let me give you guys a tutorial real quick on the way that my build works and how many defensive cooldowns I'm running. So first off, you have to know that I'm running this, which is Nature's Fury, which is casting an Earth skill, has a 30% chance to trigger a free Storm skill of the same category. In addition, casting a Storm skill has a 30% chance to trigger a free Earth skill of the same category, okay? I'm also running this special pair of gloves, which is called Nature's Savagery, which is werewolf skills function as storm skills, and werebear skills function as earth skills for the Nature's Fury key passive, which means that my Nature's Fury key passive, which has a 30% chance to trigger free storm skills and free earth skills, works with Debilitating Roar and Blood Howl. So, I'm running literally 3 defensive cooldowns. And every single time I cast Earthen Bulwark, there's a 30% chance that it will cast Blood Howl or Cyclone Armor. Every single time I cast Debilitating Roar, I have a 30% chance to cast Blood Howl or Cyclone Armor. Every single time I cast Blood Howl, I have a 30% chance to cast either Earthen Bulwark or Debilitating Roar. I also am using the Symbiotic Aspect, which is when Nature's Fury Key passive triggers a free skill, your non-ultimate cooldowns by the opposite type are reduced by 5 seconds, Druid only. Which means that when I'm in combat and I'm spamming my Storm skill, which is Storm Strike, I can cause Earthen Bulwark to reduce in cooldown every single time I get a free use of a skill. By 5 seconds. You can literally see this. You can see the cooldown go down by 5 seconds each time I get a Nature's Fury proc. And this also applies to Debilitating Roar, and it applies to Blood Howl. So I literally have the ability to reset my cooldowns constantly. Every single time I use Earthen Bulwark, I can potentially get Cyclone Armor or Blood Howl. Every single time I use Blood Howl, I can get Earthen Bulwark or Debilitating Roar. And every single time I use Debilitating Roar, I can potentially get Storm Howl or Cyclone Armor. So I'm constantly spamming defensive cooldowns all of the time. And they can still lock me in crowd control permanently, which is insane. Especially when I am constantly spamming Earthen Bulwark. And also, every single time I spam Blood Howl, there's a 30% chance I also spam Earthen Bulwark. So I have Earthen Bulwark up constantly, and Earthen Bulwark makes me unstoppable when it's active. So I have almost a permanent unstoppable on this character, and they can still lock me down infinitely, which is insane. I'm about to get locked down again. Get out of there, get out of there. Whew, that was close. Look at these little things. So much spam. So much spam. I don't even know how am I supposed to combat that? All I can do is run. All I can do is run in line of sight. That's it. Every single time the little spammy things come onto the screen, all I can do is just run away, put myself in a line of sight away from those spamming ridiculous things, and then they're gonna recast them immediately right there. As you can see, they already recast one, so I've got to keep moving. I just got to keep running and keep moving. So much freezing!
I'm not ready yet. I have no potion.
So much frozen attacks! I'm trying not to fail this one badly. I'm trying so hard not to fail this one. Yeah, you can go to hell, sir. In a handbasket. I know I ain't finished. There's more in here. This whole room is just absolutely insane. The number of elites in this one room is just off the ridiculous hookness. Alright. chilling winds, freezing, poisons, everything in the world inside one room, and that's where I need to go to get the box. This dungeon is insane. It's called Mercy's Reach. If you guys want to try it out, you really want to test your character. This is a test your character dungeon right here, because the number of elites in that room is absolutely insane. They'll stack everything in the world on you: poisons, cooling winds, freezing effects, cold enchanted, frost enchanted, which is the one that shoots has little stars that shoot at you. The Tempest, which sucks you in, by the way, so good luck with that one, because if you get sucked into a whole bunch of cooling winds, I don't really know what you're gonna do. One time I did this one, and there was literally like 6 cooling wind elites in there, and as soon as they would cast their cooling wind, I just instantly froze, because the chilling effects stack cumulatively. So the more chilling winds that they hit you with, the more you freeze. So you can freeze basically instantaneously if they have enough chilling winds to hit you with all at one time.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Before I go tackling the rest of this, let me go get some potions and sell off my doojangs. Yeah, so many CCs. So many CCs. Scary. It's scary in there. I don't like it. It's scary. Toxic Claws passive. Damage from poisoned enemies. Wow, okay. Unfortunately, it's got strength and intelligence on it. Pretty bad. So they had 2 bad rolls, unfortunately. Yucky.
Anything else? Farewell and good fortune.
Alright, we can do this. Come on. We only got 0 lives left, so we just can't die, right? That's just it, right? You know, it's just super simple. Lower their HP to 0 without letting my HP hit 0. Works every time, 100% of the time. We got this. We got this.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
You're wondering what the hell I'm doing. I'm spamming Earthen Bulwark to build my Fortify before I go into the room, because I know it's going to be nasty in here. Last thing I want to do is go into the room unprepared.
I must wait a moment.
Looks like we got 1 major elite left. Just the burning. We should be able to handle him just fine as long as we keep our buffs up.
Not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Alright, we got the box, boys. Not gonna lie, that's really fun doing that fight though. I know I was complaining a lot there, but it's really fun in there fighting all those monsters. I just wish I wasn't constantly. I just wish I didn't have to constantly run away from them all the time to stay alive.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, instant death. Well, I guess we're not beating this one. I think it was the explosion. The death explosion. I didn't get out of the way in time. Well, bye-bye me. Mercy's Reach was too much for me. Honestly, I would have had it if I didn't get locked down and all those frickin' crowd control effects. Something that they really need to work on. Again, another thing that we can add to our list. I mean, I've played a lot of games over the years, and I don't think I've ever come across a game that didn't already have that in the game. It was, you know, just something that was already there. Like, it's really kind of strange to me to come across the game where it's not already in place, because it's been a problem on so many games over the years. So many games have had it as a problem over the years that it's become almost a standard across the industry to add in diminishing returns on crowd control effects so that you're not just infinitely locked in a crowd control chain. But somewhere along the lines in Diablo 4, it just completely didn't occur to them, I guess. That having a situation where the monsters could just infinitely crowd control you was apparently not a bad thing. They didn't think it was a bad thing. It didn't even occur to them at all, I guess. Boy, just go Super Saiyan or something? What the hell's happened to him?
Well, guys, I've got to fly. I'll be back on later.
Alright.
Peace. Good luck on the 100 grind.
I'm working on it.
Alright, see you in a bit, bro.
Those guys come from? Ow.
I'm honestly thinking about making another barb.
Another barb.
Yeah, a whirlwind barb. I haven't made one yet.
Dang it, I had another bug in my mind and I lost it.
Call her Spinderella.
Spinderella. Gonna make a whirly boy.
A whirly girl. Barrett needs a wife.
I had another one. I had another bug I just remembered and I was gonna write it down. Completely left my head. That's great. Just completely left.
Or I could make her a thorns build and call her Can't Touch This. Dun, 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 dun. That's the cool thing about this game. There's so many different ways you can play this game. Hundreds of ways.
I mean, from Diablo 2, this is something that... One of the main things that people enjoy the most in Diablo 2 is the building of characters. I think freaking Riker did a video where he was comparing Diablo 2 to Diablo 3 to Diablo 4, and he was talking about the end game of Diablo 2, and he was kind of talking about how Diablo 2 didn't really have an end game, and I can't disagree more. I mean, I think I even told him that at the time, and because honestly, I think the real end game of Diablo 2 is having fun creating crazy builds. Coming up with insane characters that you never thought of before. I think that's honestly the best fun of Diablo 2. And it's really, I think, what keeps a lot of people coming back to Diablo 2 even when they've already beaten the game. But Diablo 3 has it too. You can make all sorts of crazy builds in this game. Or I mean Diablo 4, sorry. Diablo 4 has it too. You can make all sorts of crazy builds in Diablo 4. It's nuts.
I'm gonna have to try D2 out. I'm assuming they have it on PlayStation.
Majestic Bear, Diablo 2 has been going for 23 years and people still play it. If that's any indication to you of the crazy amount of variables and things that you can do in that game, I don't really know what is. It's literally a game that people play for decades and still find new things about the game after decades of playing.
I'm hoping this game turns out to be like that. I'm pretty sure it will.
The really cool thing about Diablo 2 is that there's a build in there that you can literally just find an item and you can just be like, this is kind of a cool item. I wonder if I could build a character around this. And you know what the answer is? Yes, you can. You can just
yes.
You can pick up an item and you'd be like, oh, this is really cool. Found a really cool axe or a really cool bow or something, and you can literally just build an entire character around that one item. Uh-oh, that's scary. Oh god, that's a lot of frost. Oh, am I dead? Yep. I knew as soon as I saw all those frost monsters gathered up in the same room, I knew that was going to go really badly, really quickly.
If only resistances was a thing.
The only thing I can do is leave the room. Like, it gets so bad that there's literally just frozen effects and frost effects all over the place. Like, in the entire room, and the only thing I can do is just leave the room. You just leave the room and you're just like, okay, I'm just not gonna be here anymore. How about that? What are you gonna do?
Nope.
What are you gonna do now? Huh? You freeze me now? It's like I'm not even in the room. And then they follow me into the next room and they spam them there. And then I run to the next room. Eventually I run out of rooms.
Travel to bars of fear.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, no, 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 no.
I'm not ready yet.
Stupid goat attack, man. I'm so sick of that goat attack. I'm so sick of that stupid jump and goat attack.
Jump and slam, yeah, I hate that.
Oh my god. Every single 5 seconds they spamming that thing. And you could dodge it 999,999 times out of 10,000. But it's still going to hit you once every now and then. And when they knock you down, you are stuck down on that ground for quite some time.
That's why I save my rallying cry for when that happens.
Well, part of my build is spamming Earthen Bulwark, and it's always up, and I still end up getting knocked down. That jank, I have Earthen Bulwark up like constantly. It's literally part of my build, is that I'm almost always unstoppable because of the way that the build works. Still end up getting knocked down.
My ultimate. I think my ultimate unstops me too. Yeah. I'm gonna have trouble when I get up to dungeons like yours for that very reason. Because I've only got 2 means of being unstoppable and they're on pretty high cooldowns.
Oh, cause with the eat bomb on that shark. Beep, beep, bomb, beep, and beep, bomb, beep, and beep,
Man, Chunk's barb is crazy, man. I was running with him some yesterday. He's got his holder figured out.
Mm-hmm. Slam them,
please. Just smashing everything.
Yeah, that's a maximum fury build. There's a couple maximum fury builds on the barbarian. I built a maximum fury barb too. There's also a maximum fury kick as well, which is also interesting. There's quite a few different ways you can take advantage of maximum fury builds on the barbarian, and basically just involves getting the highest amount of fury that you can possibly get, and then once you get the highest amount of fury that you can, you use abilities that scale off of maximum fury. Hoda is a
Yeah, I'm using that aspect with Death Blow.
Hoda is an ability that scales off of maximum fury, so it basically gives you more damage the more fury that you have when you use it. Kick also has one that consumes all your fury and does a huge amount of damage depending on how much fury that you have at the time when you kick. And then there's also Rambaladi's Magnum Opus, which gives you a huge bonus when you have maximum fury. There's a Edge Masters, which gives you a bonus damage when you have maximum fury. There's a bunch of different ways you can increase your damage based on your you know, how much fury you're running at any given time. It's pretty cool. You just build your fury pool up as high as possible, and then once you build your fury pool up as high as possible, you get, you know, massive amounts of damage. It's the same way that the Bone Spear Necromancer works. The Bone Spear Necromancer builds fury as high, or essence as high as they possibly can.
Yeah. Charlie Brown's mom.
That's what kids hear. Candy. Playground. I mess with Cody all the time. Cody the dog. Cody the dog. It's funny. You just sit there and just say all the words he knows, because he knows he's got a pretty big vocabulary at this point. He knows lots of words. So you just sit there and start saying all his words. Be like, outside, and he tilts his head. He'd be like, you mama, and he tilts his head again.
My ex-girlfriend's dog is that way. It's really smart. It knows English. It's scary.
I remember one time he wouldn't come upstairs with me or whatever, and I was trying to get him to come upstairs with me, and he wouldn't come up, and I was like, I got snacks, and he ran up the stairs.
Snacks. Oh, I know that word. You seen the videos with the dogs that have the buttons to push?
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I always wondered.
There was one, a guy was laying in his dog's bed and had the word things spread out. And it was telling it to move. Move. Move.
I'm not ready yet.
HellTide must have just cleared or something. But
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a minute.
You want to go for a ride? Ride? He said the word. He said the word. What is in here? Skeletons? I got an undead slaying elixir. There we go. Undead. Let's go.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
So much poison.
wait a moment.
Does anybody else feel like they really overdid it with the ground-based effects? I mean, there's just so many ground-based effects. Like freaking fire gouts coming out of the ground, poison puddles, small poison puddles, big poison puddles, poison explosions, fire explosions, suicide monster explosions, death pulses, little lightning things shooting around, like freezy things on the ground, freezy things that shoot stars. It's like just there's so many ground-based effects. Somewhere along the line, somebody should have reeled it in a little bit. They're like, look, 782 ground-based effects is a little bit too many. Maybe we should reel this back to 500 or so. I mean, there's a little lightning thing that popped up on the ground.
I must wait a moment.
I'm fighting these cannibals and those flesh marauders with their dual clubs. Constantly stunned.
My dog knows punch in the butt. You want to punch in the butt? Punch you right in the butthole. Punch in the snoot. Taught him punch in the snoot too. He does not like punches in the snoot. Every time he does something bad, I was like, "Do you want to punch in the snoot?" It's like, "That's how you're going to get a punch in the snoot." I always talk crap to him all the time too. All the time. Pure T-S-H-I-T. All the time. Put my pizza down on the table and he'll be sitting there looking at it and I'll be like, go ahead, you want to get your butt beat. I was like, I will take you outside and tie you up with the hose. He understands too. He don't touch my food. Except for when he stole my sausage biscuit, little punk. He waited till I left the room though. He waited till I left the room. He's like, look, you left.
You don't want that no more.
He goes, you weren't in the room, so you obviously weren't going to eat it.
Yeah. Oh, Luke Goblin.
Uh-oh, that means you're gonna get. That means you're gonna get the butcher.
Come hither. If I can kill him.
Butcher's coming for you.
Bring it on.
He's coming.
Oh, he's so fast.
He's gonna come.
Oh no.
Butcher's gonna come. He's gonna eat your face.
He's gonna get away. I'm so slow. What? My ground stomp didn't work. Bleed to death, you little goblin. Yes. He dead.
Now the butcher comes. Fresh meat.
Fresh meat.
That's good. That's good. That's a good impression. I like that.
Yes, yes, I'll take it.
Wow, an 820 ring. Let's take a closer look at that one.
You don't want that.
I'm interested to see how many of my high school kids are playing Diablo 4.
Wow, that is not a bad ring at all.
Shoot, this day and time, the grade school kids are probably playing it.
If I could reroll that crit strike damage to crit, that would be a nearly perfect ring for A lot of characters.
Where are you, butcher? Come hither.
3% critical strike chance. That's so bad. 2.2. 3.4. That's better than what it was before. 4.2. It's getting too expensive now. I think I might do one more. Aw, 2.6. That's terrible. One more. Yes! The one more always does it. Well, that was technically that was a 2 more. Oh yeah, they got a max roll.
Nice.
Look at that crazy ring.
I will as soon as I clear this room.
That is kind of insane.
Mother's disciples.
Go get this thing upgraded.
Let's go have a loop of natural balance. Ooh, 820. Nice.
There it is all decked out.
Ooh, look at it decked out.
I mean, I still need to re-roll the aspect on it to something, better. But
Huh.
honestly, very nice. I just linked it again when it's fully decked out. I like it. I might have to work it into... I was thinking about working it into this build, but honestly, working it into this build just seems kind of silly, because... I mean, this character's already pretty much finished. I'm going to be 99 soon, and I got 1 level left. I'll have to work it into my barbarian. Of course. Perfect rolls usually. I usually keep perfect rolls. Or things that I need more than one of on occasion. Like when I'm constantly re-rolling. I'm gonna have to do a big old yard sale though once I finish this druid, and I'll probably get rid of a lot of the druid aspects.
That's another reason I was thinking about doing another barb inventory retention. Oh, there he is. Fresh meat!
It's coming for your cheeks.
Oh, he's clapping them hard. I don't think I'm going to beat him.
I'm not ready yet.
What's this? Oh, it's a protection shot. Oh, crap. It was rigged. It was all a lie.
Cursed?
Yeah.
Ha 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 ha.
I'll just keep spamming Rend. He's running away. He's a coward. Get back here, coward.
I'm not ready yet.
If I do kill him, this is going to be a long battle. His health regen is crazy.
Well, instead of stacking rend on him, try stacking fillet. Just keep spamming fillet. See how the bleeds stack up on him. I do believe fillet might be better for a single target.
He doesn't count as a boss either, does he?
He's unstoppable, so he counts as an unstoppable monster.
So death blow would work good on him every now and then. He's not fighting me, he's running away. I think he's scared of getting staggered.
Yes.
What are you doing, Butcher? Oh, his pathing, he's broke. There we go, now he's fighting. Lord have mercy.
Alright, Joy.
I still haven't got him down to the first tick. No, I'm not going to win this battle.
I must wait a moment.
Maybe you could join me right quick?
You want me to kill your guy for you? I mean, if he's still alive in a minute when I finish this dungeon, I'll come give you a hand. I'm just right in the middle of this dungeon.
Oh, okay, I just opened the box and got 9 potions. I was down to 5.
I mean, is his HP not going down at all?
Yeah, I've almost got him to the first tick, and I've almost got him staggered. When I get him staggered, I should be able to apply a lot of damage.
Well, the first tick, you can get some more potions. He drops, he drops potions on every tick.
7 potions.
Are you running Iron Skin or are you using all shells?
I've got 1 shell. And then the ultimate shell.
Shout, shout, shout it all
Using
out.
death blow, stomp, rend, play, rally cry, and the ultimate, whatever it's called. Yeah, see his health keeps going back up. Like, I had him close to the first tick, now he's like halfway back to full. Now he's running away again. Oh.
I'm not ready yet.
4 potions.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
He's spamming that headbutt. Get a potion.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, he's staggered.
Wail on him. Get him.
I'm not ready yet.
It sounds like
I think
you're
it's this
sweating.
dungeon.
Sounds like you're sweating
I think
over there.
His health keeps going back up.
You probably got a regen dungeon mod, which means you've got to out DPS the regen.
I'm not doing it.
You should be able to with a bleed barb. Your bleed should be countering the regen all by itself. You just need to apply additional damage in addition to the bleed.
It's not stacking for some reason.
Rend doesn't stack, but Flay does, which is why I said go with Flay. So you probably should do like 3 Flays, 1 Rend. That would probably be the optimal. 3 Flays, 1 Rend, 3 Flays, 1 Rend, and go back and forth like that.
I'm down to 1 potion.
And then obviously throw in your death blow every now and then. So like 3 Flays, 1 death blow, Rend, 3 Flays, 1 death blow, Rend, something like that. And make sure you're working in your war cry for your defenses. You gotta maintain a rotation.
Yes,
If you're getting him down at any point whatsoever, then that means that your damage is high enough to get him down. You just gotta maintain your rotation.
Gotta go look for some more potions. Yeah, so he's gaining health off of me. When he hits me,
all things have value, I suppose.
so he's got some kind of vampiric deal going on.
Well, I am almost done with this dungeon. If you're still alive when I'm finished, I'll come help you.
Nope, this is the end. I'm out of potions and I'm running. Trying to find a box that maybe I'll have a... Gosh. Nope, this is it. I'm not dying breath. I'm gonna start swinging. I'm dead.
No. Don't die. I literally just started the boss.
I already died.
No.
It's all good. No big deal. It happens.
I must wait.
A noble battle indeed.
I don't see how he was outpowering my fortify.
Well, it sounds like your problem wasn't damage output so much as you gotta make sure you get your rotation right. And then on top of that, sustain, so you don't have any sustain in your build. There's a... sustain is basically where you heal yourself, so you have to have some kind of healing coming in. That's, you can't really rely entirely on your potions, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got a max roll crowded sage on my amulet.
Crowded sage? What's that?
When enemies are around you, you heal.
Oh yeah, but he's only one enemy though, so...
Yeah. That's why I was surviving when the curse thing was up. And then after all the enemies died, then I started to die.
Damn, good rolls on both of those.
Yes, I'll take it. Come back if you need anything.
Trying to remember, I can't even remember.
Yeah, I heal for 109 seconds for each close in. 309 seconds.
Okay, let me go to the skill tree real quick. There's a passive that you can use. Invigorating Fury. Do you have Invigorating Fury?
Where's it at? Okay, I found it. No, I don't.
Yeah, so that one right there is a heal for 3 to 9%, depending on how many points you have in it, for every 100 Fury that you spend. So it basically just gives you a heal, just a constant heal coming in for spending your Fury. So the more you spend your Fury, the more you heal yourself. It's one of the easiest ways to generate healing, sustain basically, on the Barbarian. If you had that, you wouldn't need the potions as much. The potions are a crutch, basically. You know, obviously, as soon as you ran out of potions, what happened? You were just slowly dying, right? So that allows you to, as long as you are spending fury, so building your fury with your flay and then spending it with your rend. As long as you're spending fury, you're going to constantly generate HP back, which is going to help you sustain yourself without having to utilize the potions.
I've got 2 points into it. The one that I sacrificed was No Mercy.
There's a couple ways that you can heal yourself in with the barbarian, but that's one of the main ones I think a lot of people use because it just gives them a very easy way to just, you know, as long as I'm spending fury, I am, you know, you're gaining health back.
Yeah.
I must wait a moment.
So now I got 3 points.
Another happy customer.
Try that. I'm losing some critical strike chance, so.
I mean, you can work your build around any way you want to. Once you figure everything out. But that is a very good one to have for the barbarian for sustain if you can work it in somehow.
Yeah. That critical strike chance was it was 9%. Nothing, but it was a stunned or slowed. Which I could take one out of each of those and put 2, and then they would all 3 have 2. 9% increased damage to closer. 50% distance.
I must wait a moment.
I mean, the only thing it's really going to do for you is it's going to make it easier for you to sustain without potions, which is nice. I think you'll find the less you rely on potions, the better your character will be. And then when you do need potions, like, 'cause, you know, there's always the odd situation here or there where you need your potion. You know, it'll be there for you, as opposed to it always being empty.
Yeah, and big packs of mobs, I never use a potion because I've got the crowded sage.
I mean, that honestly is a pretty nice one. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work very well with bosses. I think that's the main issue with that one.
It works, but it basically doesn't work at all. It's just one enemy who's slow picking up.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Almost level 99, gonna make it through. Almost level 99, gonna make it through. I'm gonna have to get level 100 later today. I'm 8.5 hours plus now. I need a nap.
Long session, my friend. I started around 5, I think. 30.
I must wait a moment.
What's up, Animus Carrier? Are you a carrier of animus? Because I need the animus that you carry.
The enemas, what?
No, not an enema. Not one of those. That is
Well, all that cold damage, they
that
might
is
give
a
you
bad,
one.
bad thing to say, no, sir. No, sir. The lightning storm thing really isn't that big deal when you're by yourself. It's only when you're in a group where it gets kind of nasty.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
No, no. Lightning storm almost got me killed because I ignored it. I didn't think it would hit me that hard.
I must wait a moment.
I definitely did ignore it though. Slay Scar Gundror.
I'm not ready yet.
So this dungeon has monsters take 40% less damage from close target. Couldn't kill him.
Oh, well, that sounds just absolutely nasty.
Yeah, I couldn't kill him. Melee build.
I'm not ready yet.
I can deal with the mobs pretty easy.
I must wait a moment.
Level 99, I did it, boys. I'm max level.
99, da 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 da. I don't know the word to it.
So max level, the joke is that max level in Diablo 2 is 99.
Yeah. Also, you don't get to 100 in Diablo 2.
No, just level 99. They did decide to do 100 in this game, so. Oh wow, a freezing corpse bow. That's beautiful. That is just absolutely beautiful.
I'm not ready yet.
Red demons coming at you with hatchets and trying to kill you and chop off your head. The demons, they want you dead. 99 red demons coming to kill you every day, and 99 red demons gonna make you friggin' pay.
I must wait a moment.
I wonder if I'm the only Christian playing Diablo 4.
I must wait a moment.
I'm I'm a Christian.
That answers my question.
I'm not ready yet.
Pretty sure all of us were when we were kids, talking to our moms, going like,
But Mom, we're killing Diablo, the Lord of Terror.
Just wait a moment.
We're slaying him. Using the Holy Paladin. Using the
They
power
need
of
some
Jesus.
sort of holy class,
The
don't
power of Jesus compels you.
I'm pretty sure that's how I got my mom to let me play. Something along the lines of like,
But Mom, we're killing demons. We're slaying them.
they? I remember when I was a kid, I had a game. I can't remember which console it was on, but it was Bart Simpson. That Bart Simpson game, like a little side scroller 2D thing.
those are a bunch of them back then.
And Mom wouldn't let me play it because it's kind of obscene.
Find my shorts.
Yeah. We used to watch Bart Simpson in the early days as a family. Like we all watched it together.
I'm not ready.
And it got pretty obscene later years.
I'm not ready yet.
I wasn't even allowed to watch TV growing.
Oh, you were in one of those families.
It's just
I had
mom and dad really.
I had a couple friends who were in those families. You weren't allowed to watch
know, that was
nothing.
actually-
You weren't allowed to do nothing. You weren't allowed micromanage.
It's actually a bad way to raise kids.
I know it is. I'm pretty sure everybody knew that except for the parents who were doing it.
Because what it did to me, I eventually came back Christian, but what it did to me was turn me into a rebel. I was a pretty bad dude for
Bad
in my 20s.
dude.
Yeah, in my 20s I was.
Well, it's extremes, right? I mean, it's been proven
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
that extremes in one way or the other usually force you to the other side of the equation. You know hoarders, right? People who hoard stuff,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
like there's whole TV shows based on it. The scientists have basically figured out exactly what causes hoarding. You know what it is? The exact
Kind of like a
opposite.
form of
It's the
PTSD. Isn't
It's
it?
the exact opposite of hoarding. What causes hoarders, what makes them into hoarders, is literally the exact opposite of hoarding. It's when their parents, when they were young, took things that they owned and threw them away all the time. And so the parent who is the opposite of a hoarder, I'm not exactly sure what the word would be for a person who doesn't keep anything. There's probably a word for that. But they are actually the ones that create the hoarders by going to such extremes in the opposite end of the spectrum where literally they keep nothing and throw everything away. Essentially what happens at some point or another is the parent throws away something that's very important to the child. Something that the child can't get back, you know, like a beloved stuffed animal, or something that their grandfather gave them, or something. Because it doesn't matter what it is. It's just something that was very important to the kid. And what ends up happening is it triggers a response inside of them that now all of a sudden they just can't throw anything away anymore because they don't want to lose anything anymore. Like they did when they were kids.
Makes a lot of sense.
And then what ends up happening is, the funny thing is it's a cycle. So they found out that it's a whole cycle. So the hoarding parents that were created by the other, the grandparents who threw away everything that they owned, will now create children who will throw away everything they own, because the children see their parents hoarding and want to be the exact opposite of them. And then when they have children, they throw away everything that their child has, and then they end up creating the hoarder again. And it's just a cycle.
An endless cycle. Yep.
Extremes tend to be never very good, no matter which way you go. It doesn't matter what extreme you go to. It's just, there just doesn't seem to be a good extreme. I mean, you can take a million different extremes. I mean, cleanliness. You take cleanliness to an extreme, and you get freaking bleeding hands because you're washing your hands too much. And if you take it even further, you end up like what's his name, the plane guy who had everybody wear masks and gloves, and he was like super cleanly to the point where his immune system collapsed in on itself because he didn't have any he basically got an autoimmune disorder because of the fact that he wasn't exposing himself to illnesses on a regular basis. And then you know the other extreme, you get somebody who's so dirty they end up with like leprosy and freaking, you know, like flesh-eating viruses on their skin and all sorts of other stuff. Like, I mean, so it's just, you know, like, it seems like when you go to an extreme to any degree, you always end up in a bad situation.
Yes, I'll take it.
I would have to agree with that one. Sure.
Extreme farming in D2R? I always take some breaks. Come on now. Gotta be taking some breaks sometimes.
Yes, I'll take it.
No, but I've seen firsthand that kind of extreme family thing where they're trying to keep their kid away from everything that has to do with any kind of anything that they consider to be like a bad influence on them or whatever. It's really weird. Not allowed to watch television shows that have like curse words in them, and can't stay out. Like if they find out that you're not part of like a particular religion or whatever, they won't even let you hang out with the person's kids. Like it's kind of nuts.
Yeah, I had no friends growing up. Friends weren't allowed to come over and stay. I wasn't allowed to go anywhere and stay. So, you know what I did when I turned 18?
Went wherever you wanted and did whatever you wanted.
I went to Indiana and lived for like 4 months. Then I went to Florida and lived for 6 months. And I went to Ohio for a couple of weeks. I just went crazy. And you name it, I've tried it.
Did I finish this one? I don't even remember if I finished this one yet. Yeah, I did.
But even through all that, I never did like give up my faith completely. There was times where I cursed it.
I mean, I think a lot of Christians, unfortunately, will forget the one thing that's in the Bible that tells us all that I don't think some of them follow this one, and it's one of the most important things. And even those of you who are not Christians, I feel like you need to know this as well, that it's written in the Bible, and it says that all of us have fallen short of the glory of God. It doesn't say some of us. It doesn't say those who follow the Bible. It doesn't say those who follow the tenets. It doesn't say those who are special and those who are blessed. It says we have all fallen short. And all of humanity. And there are some Christians out there, and I'm not going to even argue this fact whatsoever. This is just, I'm just going to state this as a fact. There are some Christians out there who act like they are God's gift to the world, and they can do no wrong, and that they somehow, and that somehow by following the tenets of the Bible, they have now made themselves an autoimmune system where literally nothing that they can do is wrong, and they poop gold bricks, and that literally everything that comes out of their mouth is correct. And I'm going to tell you for a fact that there's nowhere in the Bible does it say that anyone is infallible. It says that we're all fallible, and it says that we're all wrong. It literally says we've all fallen short of the glory of God. And so those people who literally like try to prop themselves up as some sort of special hoogie woogie, they're just being stupid.
Yeah. Did you know there's only 2 commandments that we have to follow? In the whole of the Bible, all 66 books, there's only 2. So when his disciples asked him, so Jesus, what commandment is above all? And he said 2. He said, love God and love your neighbor. On all else these fall.
I mean, basically, all the other ones could be summed up by that. I mean,
Exactly.
how do you love your neighbor if you kill your neighbor? How do you love your neighbor if you
Yeah.
steal from them? How do you love your neighbor if you covet his possessions? I mean, it's all of them
Exactly.
basically come down to the same thing. I feel like the whole Bible pretty much comes down to don't be a dick.
Yeah, that's it right there. For sure.
I wouldn't say
I think a lot of people.
I wouldn't say told people
A lot
off.
of people.
More so, he just told them the truth. There's a couple.
Yeah.
There's a couple of examples where there was a rich guy who came up to Jesus in the Bible, and he goes, "What can I do to guarantee myself a place in heaven?" And he was making a joke. He was making a joke, by the
Yeah.
way. He was
being facetious.
Yeah, he was being facetious.
Yeah.
He didn't actually want the question answered. But the funny thing is he did get the question answered. He got exactly what he wanted. And the answer to the question hurt him deeply, because the answer to the question was, give away everything you own and come and follow me. And the thing that hurt him, the thing that hurt the rich guy the most was that in that moment he knew it was the truth, and he loved his wealth greatly. And so he realized in that moment that he had to give away everything he owned if he wanted a spot. He wanted a spot, and he wasn't willing to do it, and that's why he went away sad. It's all very interesting, because a lot of the times I feel like Jesus put the biggest smackdown on people that ever could be smacked down on people, and literally all he was doing half the time was just telling them the truth.
I think one of my favorite stories is the one of Job.
I've been streaming all night long. I'm about to hop off actually here, because I just hit 99, and I'm going to save the last level for the stream later today.
All night long. All night.
Yeah, I'm actually going to hop off here. I'll see you later, Majestic Bear.
Alrighty, buddy.
I'm gonna
Take
get
it
some
easy.
sleep.
Have a good nap. See you, stream.
Alright, guys and gals, it's been fun. We'll hit level 100 later today when I hop on for my second stream of the day. I need to get some sleep. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Oh, that's the wrong one.